Hello, 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 everyone. Sorry for the late arrival. Some people like cutting it close to arrive here to join us. The irony of it is that you got here before Twi. It's all good. It's all good. It just may take a little while to set up this because it does making sure everyone's puppets are in the right place. Actually, I just realized that Pete is currently blocking out our critter in the background, so I gotta just.
Oh no!
Oh damn!
Just a little
I'm
bit.
so sorry.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good.
Absolutely.
Cat's critter
tragic.
on the head.
There we go. All right.
Yeah, it's your fault for being tall.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Team Jacked podcast. I'm your host, Randy McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
The idiotic Kaiser Shonen.
Wow.
What the fuck?
You chose this one.
Damn.
You chose it.
I chose a number. I chose a number.
I gave you
me
2,
0
4, and
points.
5. You chose 4, and that happens to be idiotic.
Jesus, that is
The other options. The other
That's a position right
options
there.
were the pastoral or the furry. So you
Okay, you know what? That could have been much worse. You're right.
All right. Also returning is our periodic Pete, and I know nothing,
What up?
Knock knock.
as well as Anthony Gramuglia.
A valiant attempt. I'll give you that.
Who had joined us, I believe only once before, when we covered his
Yeah, he
video and decided to really grill him on this. Now we're here mutually to discuss someone else's video. So
It's funny how things change, right?
yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, like, even though we had, I guess, antagonistic relationship, I don't really would color it that way, but you know what I mean. Like we were
Yeah,
we were kind of needling
you
you.
disagree on video. That's all.
Yeah, we were at the very least friendly, genial, and now we're here. We're all hanging out, having a good time.
Yeah.
No, yeah, this is all good. And I think I'm going to have some fun debate with you on this one. Because unfortunately, I didn't realize we weren't supposed to pregame the video before pre-gaming the video.
Oh god damn it.
That's
I do
fine.
have I won't say anything about it, but I think
Okay.
I think I may be able to get some good-natured debate in on this one. I'll just say that.
All right, cool.
Like the reason why we usually don't pregame the videos typically is usually because like we want to go in without an opinion. Like we only know the title of it and we're like, we think that this might be good conversation material, and then it just so happens to be that we kind of get upset at a lot of the videos that we watch. There's been a couple of them where we were surprised and we had some very good conversation, even though that we like agreed with the person, but you know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of
I
like the
think
best
this is one of those
example
videos that
off the
opens
top
up
of my
discussion,
head.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think.
This will be one that open up a lot of discussion, I think, which is good. I think it's the best kind of discussion to have.
Well, maybe we should open up and get some initial thoughts, because the topic that we're
100%.
covering is film criticism should not be negative, and that is probably a very hot button topic. Even though there's a lot of like very reasonable thought through on this. So. Who wants to maybe take off their thoughts on whether or not film criticism should be negative or not? Anyone want to give their first thoughts on that?
Well, I think it depends on the type of negative, because, I mean, I said this before in the chat when we first decided on this video that, like, if it means, like, you're not supposed to be negative at all, then, of course, we're going to disagree with it. But if it's about, like, egregious negativity or, like, negativity for, in order to get views, to, like, be a bit hyperbolic, I should say, then maybe, like, yeah, there should be a bit more nuance there.
Right. I think in my view, I guess to put it simply is that criticism should be, number one, genuine, as in, you know, the person who is saying whatever they are saying about a film, positive or negative, is their genuine thoughts about it. And to have those thoughts be as informed and as accurate as, you know, strive to be as informed and as accurate as possible, whether or not it's negative. The feeling, I guess, should not be the goal. The goal should be to explain, you know, what your thought process is when it comes to that and your interpretation of it.
Also, welcome Billy Donuts to the stream. We have donuts, everyone.
Woo!
Believe it.
Yeah.
Are you gonna share enough for the class, Billy?
Do you see
There we
how
go.
many
Really
donuts are in chat? That man is sharing
Yeah,
it around.
Exactly.
Oh,
He
but
is committed to the bit.
I do not have any donuts yet, Billy. Can you send some to New Jersey? That might to your side there.
I was actually going to get
little
Donuts and meth just go so well together.
donuts
God.
and meth is a bizarre
sentence.
combination, but we'll walk.
Well,
with it.
no,
I mean, that is
you
some powered
sprinkle the
smell.
meth on top of the donut, and it just adds an extra kick.
Yeah, it adds a little bit of a blue powder on the top. Makes it look
Some
all
raw
pretty.
sugar on there, huh? You know,
Okay,
like-
Oh, no, I didn't say sugar.
no, I'm saying sugar for the police.
Oh.
Listen, yeah, I'm Italian. You gotta know your coded language before you start talking about all this crap. Otherwise, you get caught. I mean, that's not how. I mean, I know 14 other relatives who got arrested for the FBI for. I mean, what am I talking about? What am I saying?
Okay, yeah.
Anything, actually.
I think with criticism to jump in on that, it's all about the mentality you have going in. You know, are you trying to make a review for the entertainment of your audience, or are you going to give an authentic discussion about how successful a piece of media is, how good it is, how what it accomplishes? Because it's the intention the artist has when making a movie or a book or whatever, and there's just the sake of like how much fun did you have with it? And those are two different answers. Did the film accomplish what the artist wanted, or was it fun? Like there's some movies that are
Sure.
great, but they're exhausting to watch.
Right.
Yeah.
I think what was it? Come and See is a great example of that. It's one of the greatest movies I ever saw, and I hate watching it. It's amazing, but I would never want to watch it a second time because it's just painful to sit through.
I wouldn't say it's
Oh, there
painful,
was-
but Schindler's List is a hard watch
Yeah.
sometimes.
It's in that same
I,
boat. Come and See. So yeah, agreed.
There was a
100%.
movie that I watched with Robbie for our podcast, which is on indefinite hold until Raymond kicks his own ass on that.
Yeah. You know what? It's been a while since the guilt trip, so I'll let this one slide.
Holy fuck.
I'll say this: you get one per month.
Yeah, it's been what like 17 guilt trips so far or more.
Yeah.
I saw someone in the comments say, "Dear Zachary, yes, you're right. That is an example of a great movie that I never want to see again."
Also, the
But I don't-
the Orange Man point out.
Sorry.
So apparently, Lit Devil is making a video on each volume of Ruby.
Oh,
The Orange
really?
dear
Wait,
God!
oh,
We are going to
Lord.
have another H bomber guy situation.
Also, he's copying CBF.
Oh Jesus!
CBF. I am not, dude. You should be proud of yourself, man. Now every other YouTuber is gonna be copying you.
nah.
Or Queens for a Drink, yeah.
To finish my point, there was this one video. It was or movie. It was a remake of I think Chinese film.
Right.
Oh,
it was fine.
The Departed.
Sorry. Yes, The Departed. Like the
Oh,
movie
yeah,
was
yeah.
fine. I had not watched the original Chinese film, but I knew that it was like competently made, but there was something off about it. But like the thing that made me like really dislike it is that there was so much fucking swearing in it. Like just every other word, just some sort of swear. And it's
You
like
don't fucking like how much fucking times they're saying fuck every fucking sentence,
Yeah.
every fucking word.
It is
I-
Scorsese.
I
It is
could
a
not
Scorsese film, so that's
With a
expected.
large fucking soda.
like I don't care if there is swearing in a film, but if you make it so that there is so much swearing that I'm having trouble following what is being said, there's a bit of a problem. Also, the editing choices were so distracting. It was so bad. Like,
you know, I
I'm
wonder if
sorry,
you'd like
it was
Tarantino
bad.
films.
Well, how many Martin Scorsese films have you seen before?
I honestly don't know. I just watch films
Okay,
and I
that's
don't
fair.
pay attention.
Because Scorsese, there's a ranking of the top 50 movies with the most times they say the word "fuck" in it.
Mhm.
Scorsese has most of the top 20.
Oh, what-
Ah.
wait, what about Tarantino?
He's top Tarantino by a lot.
Really?
Tarantino-
Okay,
He
you know,
substantially.
I'm sorry.
He
I
substantially surpassed Tarantino in that regard.
I was gonna
He
say
doesn't even rank
Tarantino probably
close.
has the record for the N word said.
Yeah, the N word
Oh
is a
my
different
God.
discussion. But in terms of fucks, Scorsese like Wolf of Wall Street, Goodfellas,
Yeah.
Casino.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So he's the king of fuck.
Like,
He's Scorsese. I will say this right now: Martin Scorsese will be very relevant in this video. So it's actually
Oh,
very
boy.
funny you mentioned that specific.
Oh, we got
movie
some
with that
fan art
specific
of you,
director.
Anthony.
oh,
I am scared and intrigued.
Titan
boy.
Executor does the true form of every of all the people.
Oh,
that-
love it. You see
Podcast.
that's inaccurate. My hair should be more ridiculous, and that bow tie is too small.
You don't know what you're asking for. He might make
Oh, I
those
love it.
changes.
I love it. That's great. That's fucking hilarious. I
You
love
guys
that.
are going all out. I mean, we could have had 4, but considering how much chaos I've already went through today, I don't think I could handle it.
Yeah, probably
That's fair.
not.
I
Yeah.
love that. That's great. Really channeling my inner Muppet with that art.
God.
But yeah, when it comes to film and me, I like, despite the fact that I like talking about media and media criticism and all that, I do try to keep as much of a layperson audience perspective as possible, because I feel like if I get more focused on like who is in what or who directs what or who's going on behind the scenes, what's going on behind the scenes, that I might lose focus on like the actual finished product.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I know we discussed this before in chat, like, but for me, I love seeing how certain creatives can like grow and change over time. Like, I love seeing a director's early work and then his later work, and see like, okay, how did he or she change? How did they like alter their style? Like, what tendencies emerged over time? What type of stories did they start telling? What didn't they start telling? You know, I like that kind of change over time. I really dig that. Oh, I'm seeing a Billy Donut's giving me a donut. I'm so happy that's in chat.
The I was
Sorry.
gonna say, like, you can see that really hard in gaming, in particular with like Hideo Kojima and how he made basically the same game 5 times in a row. Like Metal
100%.
Gear and Metal Gear 2, same game. Then Metal Gear Solid, same game, but now 3D. Then Metal Gear Solid 2, same game, but it's breaking the fourth wall. Metal Gear Solid 3, same game, but now it's in the 60s and it's much more serious.
Yeah.
So Robbie had said
yeah.
the only other Scorsese film that I've seen is Shutter Island.
Oh, that's another good one. I like that one.
Mhm.
I like that one quite a bit.
That
My
was a
favorite
good
is
one, but
Goodfellas.
I remember having to ask him to pause it because I was starting to get a bit too.
It'd be a lot.
Yeah, I had to ask him to like pause so that I can like have a breather, and it's like 3 minutes later I was like, okay, I'm good to go.
As an Italian,
Right.
I kind of have to be. I'm obligated to recommend to you Goodfellas as well. It's just the
Oh,
rules.
right.
I'm sorry. That and The Godfather, all Italians are obligated to recommend. to
Godfather
everyone at
Part
all
1 and
times.
Part 2,
obviously.
we will ignore Part 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Part 3 is disappointing.
It's got
Part 3 is made. It's worse.
it's got
I think
a
I think of the 3, I've only seen the first one all the way through.
The
And
way
I
I
was-
hold it is that
back when I was a
I think
kid.
the second one is the best of the 2, but
Yeah.
I think number 1 has the best ending of the 2.
That's fair. I
You know,
definitely think Part
I
1
can
has the most.
understand that.
Part 1 has the most like film final ending. Whereas I feel like
Yeah,
Part
yeah.
2 feels more like an ep. It almost feels like with Part 2, it's like the beginning and end of a story, whereas Part 1 is one complete story that's straight through.
Yes,
you
yeah,
know?
it's like 2 is more of the bookmark to 1.
Yeah,
Bookends,
agreed.
sorry,
And
bookends.
yeah, and there is a version though that did edit it chronologically. There was like a mini series that came out before Part 3 came out, where they just like took Godfather 1 and 2 and re-edited it chronologically. And
Huh.
it doesn't work as well with Godfather Part 1 and 2. You really need that like that weird structure to Part 2 to
I can
to
see that.
hammer it home.
I think it's just like the very end with Fredo and what they do there.
Mm.
Like, I get
It's
how
upsetting.
poignant that is, and it's very upsetting, but like just how all the different components come together at the very end of Part 1, and there's everything happening simultaneously with all the different people getting hit is like
Mm.
that's like chef kiss of like
Oh, yeah.
intricacy coming together in one big moment.
I feel like with Part 2, it almost feels like deliberately trying to undermine how Part 1 felt. Whereas Part 1 is so satisfying seeing those guys get what's coming to them. In Part 2, it's like you kind of feel a little uncomfortable watching it. And I think that's the point, but it's also like not as fun to watch. it's one of those ones where it's like I get what they're going for and it accomplishes that goal perfectly, but it leaves you feeling kind of like just a little it makes you feel kind of cruddy when you finish it. And I love that.
Yeah.
It's
All
as strange as it is.
So
All I can think of with this conversation is I did not care for The Godfather, Lois. It insisted.
yeah, I really
Yeah,
people
yeah,
shit on Family Guy, but man, like when it hits, it
Yeah,
fucking
some of
hits.
them, yeah, it really hits.
I'm saying this as someone who's seen all of Scorsese's work, by the way.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
The
Yeah.
Coppola and Scorsese. It's funny because Scorsese got better over time, I think. Whereas Coppola, like, what the fuck was Megalopolis, man?
Let's not talk about Megalopolis. I think
Nobody knows
Megalopolis.
what
Let's just say
was.
Megalopolis because it's just a fun word to say. Megalopolis.
Megalopolis was the friends we made along the way. That's
Hell,
all.
even Jack
Megalopolis sounds
fucking
like a
sucks.
Sonic stage.
I'm surprised that it's not.
By the way,
Might
Lit
be.
Devil wrapped up Volume 8 and moving on to Volume 9 this weekend. He hated Volume 8, as I meant most people do. So
Yeah, most people
yeah.
do.
That's completely
I
expected.
don't
answer-
know any normal person who likes Volume 8.
I need to go watch.
On Ruby.
I need to go watch his streams on this because like I watched his Volume 1 stream and he was getting, or is it Volume 2? He was getting guided by Burst Angel. And like I kind of was frustrated with Burst Angel because he was also reciting like incorrect information.
Okay.
But at the same time, Lit Devil wasn't really like super into it. So to hear that he hated Volume 8, like, oh, I want to see that because it sounds like he got fucking invested and passionate, and I'm really
Yeah.
intrigued.
That therein lies the question, isn't it? Did he get invested, or was he just frustrated further and further?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Well, knowing Volume 8, the answer is yes.
This steers us right back into our question, which we've had the main two of our panel answer, but like our back three gentlemen, would you like to touch on this topic of discussion of negative criticism?
So,
You first.
I'll go, no, go right ahead.
Okay,
books
then
first.
if you insist. Oh, books first. Books first. Thank you. Appreciate it. My pages have slimmed. Thank you for noticing. But when it comes to media criticism, or just whether it be film, video games, and what have you, my initial thing is always give it a chance. Go in with an open mind. Don't go in wanting to hate something or think it's going to be bad or anything like that. Give everything its fair chance, and approach it with as much of an open mind as you can, of the idea that obviously, as you said, should film criticism never be negative. I kind of say no, because I'll give this hypothetical, because I thought about this on my drive home from work. If it's as simple as like you have to always be positive and you can't ever be negative in something. Well, in this case, what if a film comes out, this hypothetical film, the story, the characters, and the theme all point into a direction to supporting and saying that like abuse and even like say sexual violence is good and moral, and we should have it in something. At that point, like, shouldn't we be negative because we have to call that kind of shit out? Like, just
I was gonna say, like, do we want to get like, is it wrong to be negative at films like, say, is it Song of the South or is it Birth of a Nation? That's the one I'm thinking of.
Birth of a Nation, yeah.
Birth of Nations, I mean, both really, but I have a question too with that, just to clarify, not to steal your thunder or anything. Obviously, movies that like with Birth of a Nation, there's a lot to criticize there. But what about like movies like
propaganda.
say, like propaganda? But what about films like say, I Spit on Your Grave or Last House on the Left, which have a lot of exploitative elements to them? Where a big controversy was that they were so. I'll just finish my point before.
Yeah,
so you know what I'm trying to say.
No, please.
No, it's all good. Just because it's a complicated one. Because a lot of people were very angry at these films when they came out because they were so offensive, so disturbing, so screwed up. But at the time and over time, people have kind of reappraised them as like, well, no, they're actually saying these really powerful messages about violence, about human suffering. That's actually more impactful than films that are overtly about a thing. Like I Spit in Your Grave, especially, it's mainly about Vietnam era violence, but it tells it through rape and revenge.
From what I know of those films is that they're effectively revenge fantasies, and the idea is those that commit the horrible, heinous wrongs get their comeuppance. Like, the idea is that, like, yes, they have these horrible things happen, but it all facilitates, even ignoring like the deeper themes, like on the surface level, it facilitates investment in the audience to see these people get justice. It invokes the human sense of justice to be done for against the horrible acts. I think, and that's where I get like frustrated with a lot of people. Like, even if you disagree with the amount of visceral violence that happens in a film, I think being able to understand, like, if it's saying the violence is good or bad is a very key to inform you of it.
Yeah, I think you're half right on that one, and I'll explain why I think that real quick. I don't want to cut you off, but
go for it, because like I've only known those films by reputation.
Oh, of course. I'd say I Spit in Your Grave is that film where the revenge is the catharsis, because the revenge is fantastic, and I think I Spit in Your Grave is one of the greatest revenge scenes against a rapist in any film ever, quite frankly. But Last House has a different idea. It's more that, I see someone in the comments mentioning the bumbling cops. I'll incorporate that too. The whole movie, you're watching these cops screw up around they're bumbling right outside the murders, the rape and murder scene. They're just not seeing eye to eye with it, and they don't see what's happening. And they come at the end of the film anyway. The revenge happens because the parents commit revenge against the people who killed their daughter, and the movie ends with the parents just crying. And it's the idea of it is that you got your revenge. They're dead. They're punished. And your daughter is still dead. It's that kind of thing where it's like, you got your revenge and nothing actually improved about your life. And it's just like this kind of sad, really depressing vibe it ends on. And that's, I think, deeply unpleasant from watching it as a film. Like, it's very upsetting because you're like, well, you got their revenge and it was spectacular, but the last note you're on is the sense of complete hollowness because nothing in their life actually changed.
No, that's good.
I think
it's also great artistically. It's a powerful message, but it's not satisfying.
There's something to be said about agnosticism in terms of theme as well. Like, I always appreciate, and this always gets to the debate, like, people always complain about politics in games now and movies and such. Everyone's talking about hot button topics. My take on it is that people are more angry now that the politics being inserted in are telling you how to live your life, as opposed to more refined films and games that when they inserted politics, it's more asking you the question of how you are interpreting the political aspects. I mean,
or at least just exploring an idea.
Yeah, it's more of the exploration of the idea and challenging you to think deeper about it, as opposed to saying, hey, this is right, this is wrong. It's just trying to show more of the natural spin out of it all.
I going off of that, I think a great example of a media that does something like that is Soma, without like spoiling any of it, because like a lot of the different kind of choices that even though none of the choices that you make in that game really dictate the way that the story goes in any way, the point of the choices is essentially to put you in these very moral and philosophical kinds of situations to give you an idea, like really make you think about the moral and philosophical implications of the situation that you are currently in by literally asking you to make a decision. And a lot of times, like, it's not like you don't get to like walk away from the choice, because the choice is often you either do this thing or you don't do this thing, and you leave things out to be the way it is, or you can actually like do something to change it. And it's how it the usage of these different kinds of situations and these different kinds of choices allows you to better explore your view of those kinds of that kind of philosophy and those kinds of morals. Go play Soma if anyone hasn't played it yet. I don't care if October's over. Every month is a Soma month.
Maybe not every month should be Soma month. You'd be depressed as fuck.
I was gonna say, it's very cold. It's very cold at the bottom of the ocean, and it's a winter month. It fits.
Yeah, there we go. I'll go further than that, though. I don't think it's just politics that applies to. I think it's general emotions in general. I think there was a quote I read years and years ago, and I think I always think about this when I'm criticizing a film. A bad movie tells you something is sad. A great movie makes you feel sad, and that applies to politics.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah,
it's a very famous quote, and it's like the idea of it is like a great movie takes you along, and story, book, game, whatever, comic, it takes you along the journey of feeling a certain way, and it shares with you the emotions involved. And that's, I think, and if someone calls something saccharine, it's because they're hammering in the message too much. Like, what's one of the greatest we're in the Christmas season. What's the greatest Christmas movie that makes you feel great inside?
I mean, most
Jingle
people
All
would
the
say
Way, definitely.
Jingle All the Way. That's a fair
Die
one.
Hard.
Christmas Carol
Die
is
Hard.
mine.
That's my
That's fair.
favorite
Die
Christmas
Hard.
movie.
Die Hard works too. Well, for me, I'd say It's a Wonderful Life.
A lot
I
of people
think
would.
that movie makes you feel the joy of living because it crushes your soul very early
Yeah.
on. Like there's
Yeah.
no other Christmas movie that makes you think, "Oh wow, I'm depressed. That bridge looks nice." Halfway through the movie, that's your midpoint. That's your midpoint. That's the jumping off point. Well, shit, actually.
Wait a minute. No, back up.
But you get the idea, and it makes you feel great because it carries you along this emotional journey. It never tells you. I mean, it does tell you at one point you've had a wonderful life at one point in the film, but like they've earned it by that point. But like, there's so many garbage films where it's like, oh wow, I guess the real Christmas was the friends made along the way, or some bullshit like that.
There's
you know?
also like a big issue, like going off the they tell you how to feel. They compromise characters doing that. Like there's
Right.
because there's a difference in like who was the angel in A Wonderful Life?
Clarence.
I know has
Clarence.
something he wants to say.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, he
Oh,
doesn't
no,
get to say it.
No, I don't get to say it at all. Don't worry. I've waited for the last 10 minutes.
Oh my god, I am
I'm
so sorry.
Oh, Chris, so sorry. We got sidetracked.
Yeah, so I appreciate the tangent, Ant. I appreciate your insight. However,
I'm so
Kama, you
sorry.
completely missed my point.
That's
Oh.
fair. That's fair.
You
You said that.
did not address at all what I was going for, because with your example of going over
I'll get a
like, the
drink
shock
with
and
you.
all, the shock and all, and the greatness of everything, I fully admit that that's a big thing in storytelling, like revenge against the rapist, and like all you feel is hollow. That's like poignant. It's a great. Not what I said. What I said was
Fair,
like
fair.
the
Sorry for that,
idea of no, you're fine. I was just pointing out if a movie was from the perspective of the rapist. They glorified the rapist. And at the end of it, there is no comeuppance. There is no catharsis. Rape is good according to this movie,
So
according
like
to
a
the characters,
power
according to everything
fantasy
else.
for that kind.
Not
of
even-
Yeah, that's
that kind of power
okay,
fantasy.
yeah,
That's what I was going for. That's
you know
what I
what?
was
Yeah,
saying.
that went totally over my head. That's
Yeah,
fair point.
that's what I was going for the idea of should we not be negative against a film that preaches things like that? Like, that was the hypothetical of just something so on its face horrible and morally abhorrent, poorly made, what have you, that like, no, don't be nice of saying, oh, this was a starting director, he was just trying to like make a name of himself in the industry. No, we should talk about the bad messages of
their
this.
first try
Yeah.
to rank
Yeah.
this good movie.
Yeah, like
that's ooh, okay. So I'm trying to think of an example of
The
that. Like,
Onision books. Okay.
Oh my
it is-
god, the Onision books.
the Onision
Yeah,
books. Yeah, I
it's,
guess that would be a fair point.
like it's I wouldn't say an example that you can give is again a hypothetical one of just like obviously abhorrent propaganda for particular political parties. Like I'm not even throwing anything out there modern day. I'm thinking like fantasy hyper Nazi empire type shit.
yeah,
Like pointing something out like that. Like we can point out like, okay, you might think whatever ideology or creed you believe in, we can all look at this and say, yo, motherfuckers need to stop.
yeah, like a Birth of a Nation type of film.
Yeah, like
Robbie
that-
asks,
yeah.
should we still be negative towards Shadow of the Conqueror?
Yes.
I mean, I will be. I actually I
Well,
plan
it's the
on
thing.
writing the video on that.
Perfect
It's,
example. Sallow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It is.
No,
a perfect-
Sallow is not a perfect example of that.
Oh,
Well,
really?
the example
No,
that
Um,
it's
I
exactly the
well,
opposite.
well,
And
to-
we're currently going through Shadow of the Conqueror every
Oh, man.
Friday night, chapter
oh,
by
we
chapter.
have plenty to talk about.
I have been I've been saying we're gonna make a video about it, but every time I open up the audiobook, I'm like, is today the day I really want to listen to Shadiversity tell me it's
Okay,
great fantasy?
you need to
maybe
understand.
tomorrow night. Maybe tomorrow night.
It is so insanely contradictory on like
Yeah.
every single level. It's a weird joy to read, but it's also miserable because like if you treat it as if a comedy and like none of this makes any sense, it's great. But if you try to like understand it as a real book, it just infuriates you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
I
to put
feel
it on
like
the face
that
of it,
and gore would be the same kind of thing.
he makes a point of like, oh, I'm such a bad person. I'm an evil totalitarian dictator. But every indication when we get flashbacks or him describing things about his previous rule, he talks about how he improved infrastructure, improved the bureaucracy, made airships, perfected like certain magical forging techniques. He changed the laws to be like strictly better, like down the line. And then everything bad that he did was because, oh, the enemies were encroaching our land, so I conquered them back. Or, oh, I didn't know I was sleeping with these girls against their will. My advisors were just sending them to me. It's like every single step.
I didn't do anything wrong. It was the one-armed man who sent these girls to my.
It's wild because he has it's like simultaneously he has a self-flagellation about himself. But then he also has this like mental self-defense of himself. And it's like, I don't know what even caused you to like relinquish your evil ways, quote unquote.
So it's basically just Shadiversely it's basically Shad talking about like how Shad talks about all issues with himself. It's like, I did this terribly, but actually I was amazing the whole time.
Yes!
Actually,
Exactly!
It's a narcissist prayer, you know? I didn't do that, and if it did, it wasn't that bad.
What's best is that like it doesn't seem like anything has changed for him because he's still a bloodthirsty murderer. The only time he expresses regret about killing a person is a guy who was trying to mug him. Meanwhile, later in the book, he tries to go out of his way to get attacked by pirates so he can slaughter them wholesale and not feel guilty about it. It's like,
yeah, that sounds about right. It sounds like Chad.
It's so mind-boggling.
This is a weird thing, but has anyone heard a song called at this point a speech called Alice's Restaurant?
No,
I have not.
Sounds familiar.
It's
but
an
I'm not
old
sure.
anti-Vietnam song that they play during Thanksgiving, where it's like a 20-minute thing where this guy is telling a story about Alice's Restaurant and all this stuff that is happening with him, and he's about to get drafted into the army to fight in the Vietnam War. And sorry, long story short, he's trying to like talk to the officer, and he goes like, "Son, why are you in here?" And he goes like, "Well, sir, I want to kill." Just starts going off of just screaming kill, and
Jake,
I can't stop thinking that every time Shad is just like, yeah, my character just wants to kill people, that I just have that same voice of just screaming kill.
Jake the Surgeon says,
but just
Mormonism,
an
Raymond,
Australian
Mormonism. Is Shadow the Conqueror just John Smith apologetics? Is that what this is?
Okay, what a
Kinda.
surprise.
I'll be honest. There's a lot of great Mormon writers. Shad's not one of them. Like freaking Brandon Sanderson is a great Mormon writer, and Babylon 5 made by a Mormon. All great works of fiction. It's just Shad sucks at it.
They also don't put their religion into their books as much. Like I know that Brandon Sanderson specifically doesn't do that.
He goes out of his way not to.
I would say Babylon 5 does, but in a very subtle way. The same way a lot of Catholic writers incorporate elements of Catholic philosophy in their writing.
I mean, like I can't escape
it's not
it.
the same thing.
Like
exactly.
Growing up Catholic, I just like when I'm trying to create a pantheon of gods, like even trying that, I'm accidentally in Catholicism. Like I gotta try and get away from that sometimes.
Look,
Yeah, it's
it
very
happens.
Catholic
You
coded,
can't-
you know?
You can't help but incorporate the worldview in which you're born into your work. It's just inevitable. It's going to happen. Like,
Sure.
Look,
even avoiding it is still incorporating it into it because you're trying to get the opposite of what you believe. You know what I mean? It's like
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Look,
exactly.
Tolkien didn't mean to put the Heavenly Choir into his world building. They just
he
happened to
absolutely
be
did.
that way. I know.
Absolutely
I'm
did.
trying to be facetious here.
Also, who's John Smith? He's the founder of Mormonism. Look him up. He is
That's a trip.
we'll say he is a controversial
He's unique, if nothing else.
unique and controversial person who tried to overthrow the American government.
God sent me these
he's a
gold
quirky
slabs from heaven. Can I read them? No. No, I
Yeah.
lost
Dum.
Okay. Well, I think we've actually explored the
Love that
topic
episode.
quite well. And I have more
Arguably
thoughts on
overly
like
explored it.
completely offensive media in the future, but I feel like we should start the video and see what
Yes.
our friend Meep
Yeah.
Top has to say on this matter. So,
There
is
you go.
everyone in the watch together? Oh, that's right. You gotta get in your ant. There's a watch together link. If you scroll up, or it should be like right above.
It's in
It's
Important
important links.
Important links.
Important
Yeah.
links. Oh, I see. I was just following your stream this whole time. That's probably a smart decision. Wait, what the fuck?
I mean, you can if you want to hear like stereo, but okay.
Jake the Surgeon says, I agree with Anthony for once. I can't make a world where dinosaurs aren't the greatest thing in Earth's history.
You know what? Fair. I hear you on that one.
I can't. Look, I mean, look, I'm a huge Arthuriana nerd, and I just happened to put Arthuriana and Camelot as like the main fixture of my fantasy world, so...
Okay,
Yeah,
I
so,
grew up
man.
watching...
Shark
grew up
Dungeon
watching-
Walrus,
oh,
thank you
God.
for the gifted membership. Congratulations to the one person that got caught in that who isn't Dead or X.
Oh my God. Keeps getting
That's
shit.
fair.
One day.
One day.
And one thing I just want to just quickly discuss, because I think like it was brought up quickly regarding Sallow.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I was thinking
very
like,
quickly because that's such a controversial film. I don't want that hanging over anyone's head that I endorse what happens in that film. The film is presenting the creepy, terrible people as creepy, terrible people. That's why it's not the same thing. It's not endorsing.
I was going to say, but is that the
showing-
true for the origin of it, which is the Marquis de Sade's book, whatever it's called?
That is different. Yeah, that's different.
Because that I think
yeah,
is
no.
just straight up offensive. Like,
Well, Marquis de Sade's okay. So his whole belief was he wanted to be iconoclastic. He wanted to say that all that is good is bad and all that is bad is good. Yeah, for that you can be offended. But Pier Pasolini was very deliberately the other side of the fence. He was making something that illustrated the horrors of Italian fascism through Sallow. I think the film itself communicates that pretty clearly, and the story that Marquis de Sade wrote clearly depicts that Marquis de Sade was enjoying this way too much, especially considering he wrote it on toilet paper originally. Marquis de Sade in the novel is written on reams of coiled toilet paper in the insane asylum he was locked up in.
wow.
This is true.
He
This is
took
real.
the Jimmy McGill
Jesus
as inspiration.
Yeah.
Also,
It's not even
everyone
finished.
posting dinosaurs in chat, we do have a Kaiser raptor emoji. So
Wait,
I
oh,
forgot
right, I
that we
forgot
have
about
the
that.
thinking. We had the philosophical
Yeah.
raptor.
Yeah, Deaderex made that, which is ironic because
He
as
never
a Getter
gets-
Robo fan, as a Getter Robo fan, I am completely obligated to hate all dinosaurs.
Okay.
I gotta fight you about that. I'm
yeah,
gonna fight you out back.
Alrighty. Well,
Oh yeah,
let
Molly Dama, what's going on?
us do this video.
Black Adam killed art. All of Marvel Phase 4 is garbage, especially Spider-Man No Way Home. F you. The Rings of Power? Yeah, worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean,
Based.
Yeah, it's like, okay, dude, where like, you got to give us something we disagree with here. Like,
yeah. I'm waiting.
I mean, Spider-Man 1 is maybe the one thing, but even then I could see arguments for it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's clear what he's doing already. You know, I think it's
Yeah.
very obvious what he's doing.
Yeah, totally.
he's
We're
absolutely,
just-
this is a bit, and he's going to lean into it.
Avatar The Way of Water? That isn't even out yet, and it's easily the most overrated and overhyped movie of the entire year. Absolute trash.
Okay,
So-
that's actually wrong. I do not know a single person that was fucking hyping Avatar: The Way of Water.
No, they were like saying, well, I mean,
no way.
they didn't say it was hyped. They said it was overhyped, which means no one was excited about anything else that same year.
Yeah.
It's just like I'm sitting here like I don't know how that even made its money back. Like I saw
made-
like
It
2
made lots
chapters.
of money. It was only
I
it's one of the
know!
most successful films
I
of all
know.
time.
I don't know how people just really want to fuck the blue animal aliens.
In fairness, though, a lot. I've seen weirder things online. I've seen your search histories. I know what you guys like.
Oh, absolutely, but I don't put it in a multi-billion-dollar film franchise.
Well, you know what? That's because you haven't tried hard enough to make your fantasies a
I
reality.
was about to say, don't let your dreams be memes, Raymond.
Which the next one is coming out in like 2 weeks, isn't it?
Yeah, Ashes.
yeah.
Ashes
I've heard it's decent from reviews, but like, I mean, who knows what that really means?
Yeah. Avatar, when failed furries get budgets. Yeah.
Hey,
Someone
listen,
needs to
James
find
Cameron made
James
Cameron
Cameron's
Titanic.
E621 account.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh
I
God.
guess this makes me a real film critic now, right?
Yes.
Wrong.
If you've spent time in the YouTube video essay/film criticism
Sound
space,
no
you've
music,
probably
interesting
seen your
choice.
fair share of negatively slanted videos. You know, the ones with the thumbnails with the person who's like crying or screaming or both, and it has like a big chunk of text next to it that says something like trash or failure or PP doo-doo. In fact, I know that you're not totally immune
that's
to
my
these kinds of
favorite one.
videos.
Gentlemen, sir, I like your setup. It's all right. What is that white thing that's just sitting next to you?
Oh, that's
whiteboard?
the wait, the long pole.
It's not a pole. It's
Is
like
that
it's like a sound panel, but it's
Left
like
or right?
not on
Oh
the
shit! I
wall.
just saw. I was looking at the wrong side of the screen. Yeah, that's a foam board.
Yeah, I was gonna
Pay
say.
no attention to the board
The pole is a
behind
lamp.
the curtain.
It must be a sound panel. It's got to like absorb the sound in some way. My best bet.
The pole's a lamp.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Because they're likely the only reason you're seeing this video right now.
Let's see. Brainwash delivery. Yikes! Who wanted this? Why?
These are all. By the way, these are all videos he's made.
Oh, okay.
He's
Oh,
all
okay.
his own thumbnails. I should point that out right now. They're
Oh
all
yeah,
his
I'm
videos.
looking at his channel right now, and I see right the video before this one. It's titled "Who is Dahmer even made for?" and the thumbnail is like, "Who wanted this?" So yeah.
The
you know,
irony
he's
of
not
this is
above
like
it.
our thumbnail right now for this episode matches this criteria.
I mean, it works.
Yeah.
These and the thing is, like, I've spent a lot more time talking about thumbnails with like Krim, who I work with, who's my artist, and thumbnails fucking suck, man. I'll be honest with you. Like, we will sometimes make. We do the A/B test on YouTube a lot more now, where it's like, oh, we have 3 thumbnails, and we're thinking, okay, we'll put all of them out at once. No, and YouTube will relay them, and we think, okay, this is the thumbnail. This one right here, this is what's going to be like the big one. And it's always like, really, that's what you guys like? Okay.
The
It's a bunch of A/B testing, right?
manga comment. Look, this
A/B
guy needs
testing
to
is
look
fantastic.
at Pokemon Legends ZA videos. They have been a perfect example for overly negative reviews. No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
no.
No,
I Twy has converted me. Pokemon needs to have their feet held to the fucking fire hard.
I'm with manga comment on this one. There's an
Oh,
influx of these, like, and I've seen him like on Twitter talking about this too. Like, there is an influx of people who've never played Pokemon going like, oh, this sucks actually. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, you can dislike it, but like some of you guys are going a little too far with like your
It's because people have had their eyes opened by Pal World and Digimon Time Strangers.
Yeah, no, I'm
last
in.
time with Scarlet and Violet and with Sword and Shield, and it's the same cycle every freaking game.
Well, I mean, like, I haven't played a mainline Pokemon game since Sun and Moon, because when I bought Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and I started playing it, I was like, I just literally bought the same exact game that I bought the last 5 years. I'm not going to play this anymore until something like drastically changes with Pokemon. And so far it hasn't really happened for the mainline stuff, so I'm still not playing them
ZA's
unless if
biggest
somebody else buys them for me.
The thing that I can give credit to ZA for is that they've made it real-time battles, which is interesting. But that's not a big enough leap when everything else about the game is a shambling mess.
I would say it's a pretty big leap. The gameplay loop changing substantially is, I think, a pretty big deal. I would personally say.
No, like, I was considering it, but I have a friend, like an in real life friend, who still loves Pokemon, still buys the games, but even she's frustrated with them. And she talks to me about her feelings on playing the games. And so far, she's like, yeah, I'm still playing this game, but it is ass.
That is
my
snubbing
metric.
her with Rotom too. She loves Rotom.
Yeah.
Here's the thing too. If you like the game, that's cool. If you don't, that's cool. Like, it's not like a game I'm going to like go and like run into a sword over. But it's like, I do feel like some of the reaction videos are a little hyperbolic. You gotta admit, they're a little.
Will you
over
run
the
into
top.
a shield over it?
I mean,
Good
I mean, my statement on it is like, yeah, you can have reasonable criticism, or you could be like a Zero and watch Mahler's 17-hour Star Wars Outlaw video.
Oh, I'm almost done with that. And
so bad.
I think
oh no,
so
I contest that.
Oh.
I do like. I think it's him literally just laying out as much evidence as possible to support his points.
Yeah, but
I'm
he could have done it
impressed
in he
because
could have done
he's-
it in 1/5 the time.
I
You have to
okay
admit.
to emphasize something that he said that actually really hit me in the chest about it is he is removing all doubt with his statements. It is long because it is removing anyone saying, well, you didn't bring this up, you didn't mention this, you didn't cover this, did you forget about this? He is covering every part as thoroughly as possible to remove all doubt about what he is trying to prove. And
Another
I think
big
that's
re-
It
very
could have been. It
important.
could have been 5 hours. It didn't have to
So-
be 17. Like,
yeah,
you
so,
could
you know,
make it
another-
tighter.
Well, another big reason why he's doing that, like, because a good majority of the video is also just a lot of the evidence that he's showing, because he's not just showing like gameplay footage from like his own gameplay, but he's also showing that of all of his other friends, so that he can show, hey, this kind of thing that I experienced, it's not just like a thing for me. This is something that we all experience, just to kind of show that, like, hammer that much further. This is something that's actually, you know, wrong with the game. This is not something that's just like a one-off kind of thing. If you didn't experience it, good for you. This is, and now I'm going to explain like all the stuff that's wrong with it, which
But
in a
he-
way
he
I
could-
kind of
could have
find
made
very
that a
impressive, because it
montage.
means he combed through several different people's gameplay, however long that they played the game, found all the evidence that supports the arguments that that backed up his arguments, and put it all in there. Which, I mean, he's done before. He's done that with like a lot of other people that they've covered on EFAP. A big example is Synthetic Man, who he went to the trouble of watching his entire God of War gameplay to show
God help
how
him
much of
for
a
that.
really freaky individual he was.
Yeah, but he
Uh,
could have made it tighter. Like,
so-
I'm not talking about that concept's fine. He could have made it
Just
tighter.
how long it is kind of.
Sure,
puts
I
you
mean,
off.
he
Yeah,
could
like,
have.
he could have
I don't see
tightened
the
it up.
problem.
That's what I'm talking
I
about.
guess my legal background. Well, I know you have a legal background too. It's like
I do. Yeah.
you ever watch a legal case and you need to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. Those documents, the evidence
It's
list.
exhausting.
gets
Your Honor, this
exhaustingly
game
long.
is ass.
You're right.
That can be, those legal documents can be at least a few hundred pages long
Yeah.
of nonsense.
I just look at it as
but we're
him
not talking about
presenting
legal
that.
document. We're talking about entertainment value. You know, that's what it comes down to too. It's like, yeah, on one hand, you are setting up a case, but it's also supposed to be entertainment. And like,
Oh.
is it entertaining to watch 10 people play the same gameplay loop and have the same encounter? It's like,
No,
okay, I saw this
no,
before.
that's not.
Okay, I
he-
saw this
what he's
before.
showing
Okay, I
is.
saw this before.
I was gonna say he's showing basically all the different creative ways the game is broken or in other ways failing. And it's
Yeah,
like
from,
every
different
clip
perspectives,
is from
basically.
is like almost every single clip, unless he's showing a very specific point of the game, is showing the same problems cropping up in completely different locations and encounters.
And that's fair, but like, he could have. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that concept is bad. I get that. I'm saying he could have made it tighter. That's my only thing. I'm not saying the idea is bad. I'm saying it's a decent idea.
I
So you
would
can make it-
actually,
you can
you know
make it go
what?
by
I'm going
faster.
to challenge you to something. Maybe it's a video idea you can do.
Let's
I
see,
want
let's
you to watch Muller's 17-hour video. Like, I know that's a tall ask, but I want you to demonstrate where he could have made it tighter in order to like actually put your money where your mouth is on that.
Yeah,
Like,
you know what? That's not bad. You know what? In fairness, it's not a bad idea. It wouldn't be a live stream because that'd be a painful.
oh yeah,
live
no,
stream to
I
stop,
would imagine this
but-
would be like a bigger video project if you decide to take up the challenge.
Actually,
You know,
Zero
it's-
was talking about that earlier on his stream.
Oh, for real.
Yeah, like he was discussing that he had watched or he had listened to the 17-hour video because while he was like driving to work and when he was doing menial tasks and stuff at work. And he talked about how like there were so many examples that he put at for such a long time, a long stretch of time that he started to forget the point that Mueller was starting to make in the first
Yeah.
place.
That's a
probably-
major thing
that's
too.
fair.
It takes
That's
too
fair.
long. Like, and this is also a philosophy of video editing in general. Like, I mind you, I'm not a guy who says long videos are bad. I have a 4.5-hour video. It's one of my most viewed things on my channel. I get it.
Mhm.
Sometimes you need length, but like, you need to make
There
sure the
needs to be
length
a-
is well used.
You need to find a balance between something that is going to confuse the audience by being so short that they don't understand the point of it, and having it so long that the audience is going to forget what the point of showing this to us in the first place
Yeah.
is.
That being said,
I totally co-sign that.
that being said, I guess
What was
as
this
someone
video
who
about again?
technically,
I was about to get
okay, I got. You know what? I've been staying patiently this entire time. Let me
No,
give
you're
my-
allowed. You're allowed to say something. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me give my 1 minute opinion on this topic, and we can move on.
Please, I'm so sorry for cutting you off.
No. I'm joking. Anyway, as someone I guess who technically didn't see the entirety of the video, but I like skipped a certain chapters that I felt like probably would be the most meaningful. The one specifically I watched, I didn't get the feeling of like, losing as much of the plot in terms of like what points were specifically being made. But I can understand that being a potential problem, like I guess another downside to that format of video making is exactly that at some point you're just going to have people, they're just only going to like skip to like specific chapters and not really experience the full breadth of the work. And I feel like that's something that I definitely don't want to do like personally in terms of my own content creation, because I want my points to not only be up in the ether, but want it to be something valuable for the experience.
So 2 super chats. Izanagi says, I'm a guy that likes Dan Olson vid essays, for crying out loud, and I still think 17 hours is too long. I mean, people, I don't have anything against people that just it's not for them. That's fine.
Oh yeah, that's
Jonathan Frosthand, 18 hours, Muller, 17 hours. I got a ranking video on my channel that's 24 hours. Get on my level.
Oh shit! All right,
I don't like him personally, but Quentin Reviews still has like a 48-hour video. So I mean, that's tough.
Jesus
to top.
Christ! I mean,
was
I
that
thought I
about
was
again?
crazy that Volume 7 is going to be like 9.5
Beverly
hours.
Hillbillies. I think it was Beverly Hillbillies. I think it was his video.
Oh,
and
right,
I'm not like a Quentin. I'm not a Quentin Reviews fan. I did not sit through any of his videos. After he crossed like the 4-hour mark, I'm like, okay, let's. Come on, guys, really?
Speaking of 4-hour mark, we're going to get there by the time we get to 1 minute in this video.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're not even the first minute.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
Here we go. Sorry.
Hypocrite.
okay.
Every human being is. I'm very aware of it. Where do you think I got the idea for this video? Now, this isn't some pull the rug out from under you moment where I reveal that all of these videos were part of a villainous scheme to reveal the true nature of YouTube to you.
I mean, that would be pretty
No,
based. But
Yeah, I was
Very
gonna
good.
say that would be like I love people that play the long game like that. Like oh, who is that guy that does like mukbangs that just revealed that he had like pre-gamed an entire year? Yeah, pre-gamed an entire year of like content, and then made a whole big reveal that he had actually lost all that weight.
yeah, Nick, was it Nick Avocado or
Nick
somebody
Avocado.
else?
It was, yeah.
Avocado. Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, that is insane.
Also,
props to that guy for making so many videos of him crying, knowing what he was going to plan the whole time. That especially
Yeah,
takes
holy
dedication.
small aside, I'll say this: if I had a nickel for every time I hadn't finished my point and we had gone off on a tangent before I could finish,
What?
I'd have 2 minutes.
So
I'd had 2
sorry. So
nickels.
sorry.
I'd have 2 nickels. I brought up Muller's.
My advice to you: fight to be heard. That's what I do all the time.
I
Fight to be
tried
heard.
several times.
What
You
about
you talked over me.
What about kiss,
You have to
kiss,
be
kiss to
harder
be
then.
heard? We gotta do the kiss, kiss,
Sorry.
kiss.
Oh my God.
You're fine. I don't mind.
All right, all
It's
right.
good.
All right,
Let's
we
bring
will,
it
we will set aside 1 more minute so you can get your point in. I apologize sincerely.
I brought up the Muller 17-hour thing because it was a provocative thumbnail and it was a big like time card. It pulls interest. That's just how the YouTube algorithm game works. You have a big
Oh, yeah,
provocative
100%.
thumbnail. You have a big provocative title. You have a large time card. It
Yeah.
brings people towards you. There, done in a minute. That was my
Yeah,
point that I was
wow.
getting to.
And on your point, having made provocative thumbnails in the past, that's how I get EFAP'd also.
Dylan 1001 says, I love the part in Muller review where he talks about not trusting company reviewers like IGN or GameSpot, like some new innovation he invented. I don't know if I've gotten to that part yet, but I don't think he's
There's
treating it as
a,
a new thing.
There's a bit
One-
where
that's
he where it was a talk for IGN where the IGN goes like, our editorial and integrity is very important to us. He says, don't laugh. And then immediately the next soundbite is someone laughing in the audience.
Oh.
I'll tell you this, as someone who has worked for media journalism in the past, I could have told you that too.
Yeah. No, you did. You
reason I-
did. I
there's a
remember you
reason- oh,
talking
yeah.
about that on the last stream you were on.
Oh yeah, no, I have a lot of negative stories about working for Foulnet. I'm not there because I couldn't fucking stand it. It really sucks.
Right.
There is so fucking much. One day I'll talk about it. Not today, but I will one day rant about it.
Yeah, today
One
we got to talk about
day!
this video.
We're all completely
Yes.
genuine. I am mostly very proud of them, and I'm very sincerely happy that people are engaging with them in any way. But I can't help but look at the absolute batshit 1.2 million views on the Dahmer video and think, like, how did we get here? Like, I mean, we as in all of us here collectively on.
Well,
I mean,
people
are you-
all over YouTube
Well, when
have
a
very
mommy and a
strong
daddy love each
opinions.
other very much.
Oh my god!
I mean,
or they, you know,
for fun, check to see what the Dahmer video is at right now, because I know what the answer is. Take a look how many views it's gotten since this video came out.
I was gonna say, or unfortunately, you're the woman in I Spit on Your Grave, and you end up in the sequel.
Oh my
true.
god!
Okay, yeah, it's
yeah.
almost
Yeah,
at 4
but my-
million.
4
But my
million
point
views
is
almost,
that like you know to easily like I guess answer that question, which I know is rhetorical, but whatever. The reason why we as a society have gotten to this point where you know such videos get so big is that it's not necessarily that YouTube is geared towards negativity, but just big reactions in general and passionate reactions to things. And as film criticism has gotten even more popular, of course, a video about a hot button topic that everybody has already talked to death about, that is, you know, well done, has a good thumbnail, and obviously drags the interest of people who believe the same thing, of course it's going to get attention.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
Or
I was
good
gonna
or
say, like,
ill.
it's interesting that he says this
Yeah.
about like his own video. Like, are you?
Yeah, I feel like it's interesting that he's self-criticizing, which I appreciate. You know, I do appreciate people that reflect on their own work. So it's
a good thing.
Yeah.
And in this whole video, I will say this right now. What I really like about it is how self-critical he is. That is a huge thing, you
Right.
know.
It's rare.
And it is. It's
it
not
is very
common.
rare. Yeah.
And no
and
one can be as perfect as I am.
No, I mean, obviously, could they?
I've never done anything wrong ever in my life and never made any mistakes.
I will read passages from the book you took off at Amazon. Don't you use that.
Collectively
In
on
terms of
YouTube.
videos, I never
How
made
did
a
we
mistake.
get here? How did negative criticism of media become just as much of a spectacle as media itself? Why is the word criticism broadly seen as an inherently negative term? And what purpose does any of this serve? I'm going to attempt to answer all of those questions, but before I do, please keep in mind this is all just my own perspective and try not to take it too personally. Thank you.
You're not welcome.
Go.
So before we really get into where we're at currently online, I do need to talk about criticism as a word. You know, what does it mean? What function does criticism serve? That kind of stuff. And obviously,
Can you please address the thing that you're sitting next to that seems to be detached from the wall, which defeats the purpose?
In fairness, at least you can say criticism unlike I can, so it all works out. So
You know what? Fair. Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah,
From
fair.
a certain perspective, it looks like a life-sized Wii system.
A life-size, a
thinking-
Wii system
thought
is
that-
already life-size,
Oh.
guys.
I thought that
No,
was
you know
I
what
thought that
it
was the PlayStation 7.
Oh,
No,
Makes
you
sense.
know what it might actually be? I just realized what it
What?
might be. You see, there's a light behind it. It might be
Uh-huh.
shielding the light from the camera, so there's an autofocus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
That
that
could
makes
make
sense.
sense.
I was
It's a
gonna
light
say
shielder.
very thin
Yeah.
boy fridge.
Well, then at that point, now I'm asking more questions. Why can you not turn off the light? Is that
Well,
light
it's
just
all
light.
over
It might just
it might
be like
lighting for the shot.
yeah, he might be
I
using
guess.
it, which is an interesting choice because it's so technically obstructive.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would go like how I film. I have like a light off camera, like behind the camera.
Yeah.
But I know some
Yeah.
people who like have the big LED lamps like just off camera. I guess if he wants to go for like the big zooms and zaps and pans, I guess it's inevitable. But I wouldn't set my shot like that. But then again, I film behind a bookshelf, so I can't really talk too much about set dressing.
I don't have this problem because I am a PNG tuber.
Yeah.
Oh my
Same.
god!
I'm
are
looking
superior.
into like live tubing.
Exodia.
because I would love to stream that way.
Obliterate.
I can't give a full history of criticism in this video because we'd be going all the way back to 300 BC with Aristotle, if not earlier, and I basically end up repeating a lot of what John Dryden had to say about criticism back in 1677.
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
wait.
fair.
In the first place, I must take leave to tell them that the wholly mistake the nature of criticism, who think its business is principally to find fault. Criticism, as it was first instituted by Aristotle, was meant a standard of judging well.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Yep.
And to offer to use the degree I spent money trying to get. This was also in reference in a lot of ways to works at the time that were being mocked, especially stuff like The Rape of the Lock, stuff like the lesser poet writers and playwrights at the time, even of Shakespeare, because Shakespeare wrote some shit. I've said this a few times. Shakespeare wrote some crappy plays.
Right.
And a lot of people
I still don't like Two Gentlemen of Verona. That one never clicked with me.
No, it sucked. That one
No,
sucks.
it's ass. You can say it.
No, it fucking sucks. It's shit.
Which
No,
it
Two
really
Gentlemen of
sucks.
Verona is
'cause
terrible.
I plan to write a series that's heavily taking thematically from Shakespeare, and I want to do all of his plays. So it's oh god, I'm gonna have to watch the shitty ones.
I would pick and choose. But that also being said, was it Timon of Athens? I think you might get a lot out of. I think that's one of his lesser known plays. There's a lot of Coriolanus, also underrated. But there's a lot of the comedies just fucking suck. And also, of course, famously, one play of his was so boring, he burned down his own theater to make it entertaining.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, I
Not
thought that was that
intentionally,
the canon one? The one where you used the canon?
Yeah, the canon one, exactly.
Yeah.
Henry the Eighth.
Cool.
Yeah,
They used a blank in a cannon effectively, and it caught the entire Globe Theater on fire.
Yeah.
That's why
Only
we had
one
to have
thing-
two Globe Theater.
Yes.
Well, yeah, there's the new Globe Theater was only rebuilt in the 90s, I think. Well, actually, it's amazing only one guy died. You know how you know the guy died?
How?
Oh.
Well, you see, when the Globe Theater caught fire, his hemp pants, the ember fell on and caught a little on fire, and so
Yeah.
he grabbed the first beverage he can find to douse himself out, and it happened to be a flagon of beer. So he died from. He just died of weed and alcohol.
They canonically used a cannon. I know that was a pun, but yes, they used they actually used
Yeah.
a lot
A
of
real cannon.
real things back in the day to create sound effects for different things. Like if there was a war scene, they would use a cannon to simulate cannon fire.
Well, that was the only time in the theater they ever did that. It was also the last time they did it in the theater.
I was gonna
They stopped after.
I was
that.
gonna say,
wonder
man,
why."
we've already had
Yeah, right?
we already had one Globe. Like, why do you need another? Ah, but he heard a second Globe Theater.
Well, in fairness, the second Globe Theater took a lot of time to rebuild. If you ever go to the Globe Theater in London, they actually have this whole walkway where they show all the different people who donated to rebuilding the Globe Theater, including a lot of actors you would be unsurprised to see care about Shakespeare.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
everyone you'd expect. Every British actor you'd expect to be there. Their name is there. Like that one that you're thinking of. Yeah, they were in the Globe Theater. If they were active during the 90s, they're there. Especially Ian McKellen.
Oh,
I was
of
about
course.
to say
But
that's a definite.
Yeah, that's like the most obvious option there.
I was gonna
But
say
to-
Mr. Bean.
oh,
Yeah,
of
he's
course,
there.
no, more than likely. But
Yeah.
to go back to
he
the
is. I've seen his name.
the original point to the quote, at least for criticism, of basically critiquing so that it effectively meets a standard. Why does criticism get a negative obfuscation nowadays? Well, it's kind of obvious. People make things, whether it be videos, movies, books, YouTube videos, what have you. If someone says, "Yo, this is shit," for XYZ reasons, they feel bad. Like it's just natural to put a bunch of work into something and have someone tell you to your face, yeah, this wasn't either meeting the standard of quality or it was just flat bad.
Yeah.
that's-
So we
Yeah.
have
Oh, I
the
can
sort of
attest to that.
counterculture, and then there in the reaction to that there's the counterculture where people are so averse to any amount of criticism that you get the toxic positivity aspect. But yeah.
There
look-
is actually an example that I've heard of recently that blew up in the booktube and book talk spheres. That I
Aquarius,
wanted to-
right?
No, Guardian.
Yeah. Okay, I heard about this one.
What about the
Yeah.
milking one? That one, everyone defends
Please
that.
No,
one.
no.
Don't you dare.
You mean the artistic achievement that is milking the Minotaur? Whenever
Yeah, you see, this guy gets it.
Why the fuck?
And just like that, Ant, you lost my subscription.
Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Look.
I've never read it. I have no idea what it's actually like. But
Look,
Anyway, fine.
the point that I was making was like the lack of being able to handle criticism is usually why we have people or this sphere in the criticism spaces of you shouldn't criticize people, because there are a lot of people who can't handle criticism. They want to create something, but they can't handle if their thing is viewed negatively, so they complain about it.
Right.
And then just a fight happens because people aren't allowed apparently to have opinions unless if they're positive.
Yeah, it's
Well, you have to have the correct positive opinion too.
Oh yeah.
That is true.
You can't have the
100%.
wrong
I mean,
positive.
you can't
opinion
have the
either.
wrong positive opinion. Yeah.
I mean, I know a guy who has work produced that has been widely criticized before in the past. I don't know this guy. You never heard of this guy before. Listen, sometimes you just got you know what? Sometimes you gotta hear shit. You know, sometimes you gotta be told shit. You can't get better than
whether or not you agree or disagree with that criticism, you're always in control of how you respond to it and what you
100%.
choose to take
All
away
of
from it.
us-
And there is. Oh, sorry. Cut you off
I was
there.
gonna say all of us have created, whether it be books, videos, or just podcasts like this. We've all seen the criticism of our work. That being said, though, I don't think any of us have, just to pull an example out of my ass that I know all of us are talking about, none of us have pulled a Shad and just said, "Nuh-uh, all your things that you're talking about are just totally wrong. It's totally
What
great."
gets me about it is like Shad has a really he does the same thing with Dalen, and people brought it up.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh yeah, no, I totally messed that up, but I was actually really good at it." Like he does all that.
Yeah,
double
exactly.
Well, the thing with Shad is, like, as someone who he's responded to, like, I issued criticism with the intention of saying, hey, here's what I think you did wrong. Fucking do whatever you want with it. And he had to fight it. I've been criticized before widely by some people, and you know what you got to deal with it. You hear it.
Yeah.
You go, okay, I don't agree with this part. I agree with this part. And you just make with, not all criticism is useful, but
Sure.
the stuff that is useful, you grow from it. And even the stuff that's not useful,
it
toughens your skin. You deal with it.
As a creator, it's your responsibility to parse that out, because of course, when it comes to, because again, you're the creator, you're the person who is, at least I would want to believe, is the least bit adept of how to communicate with other people and parse out information. So it makes sense that the responsibility would be on you to see what criticism is worthy and what isn't.
I agree.
To always listen. It's why it's always good, and why I encourage all my family and all my friends. Listen to people you disagree with.
100%.
If it covers a topic, even if you don't particularly like the person, even if you don't get anything from them, at least now you know a perspective of someone who disagrees with you, and now you can formulate and reinforce your own beliefs with the knowledge of how wrong this other person is. If they're not wrong, you can still grow from that.
Always be in the mindset of being better able to articulate your opponent's points than they are.
Yeah, exactly.
And one last thing is that if you don't want to hear criticism of a particular work, just don't even bother. But also, you don't do this, have your cake and eat it two-way. When you're that one dude who says the most shit about a particular work, or somebody online, and you're going off of vibes, and you make an opinion about it online, and then get mad that other people are coming at you and saying, wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly. It's because you also need to be well read on what you are talking about. It's not even just whether you are responding to another person and their opinions, or even if you are critiquing a form of media. I find a lot of very compelling arguments. In fact, a lot of extremely compelling arguments from your streams on Unicorns of Balinor. You
Yeah.
especially try. But
Yeah.
I have no interest in Unicorns of Balinor, and I've never
Yeah.
planned to read those books. I will
Yeah.
never talk critically about those books, and I will never talk shit about them because
Exactly,
I don't
because
have that
you
kind of
never
experience.
experienced it. Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah.
You just don't know, man. That's what it comes down
That's
to.
why I typically preface everything
Wait.
I've heard about X.
Yeah,
Sounds
same
bad.
here. But
and-
nobody
wait,
fucking does that.
Wait. We had a choice on whether we could read Unicorns of Balinor or not?
No,
No, you don't.
didn't.
You were kidnapped. You were put in the sigil.
That is
Yeah,
true.
and yeah,
this is a long-winded way of us all saying to both the audience and whoever might be watching this in the future, if you can't handle the heat, don't step in the kitchen. And a good chunk of the internet has lost that mentality, as Twice said.
But I
Yeah,
will say
and-
this too. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna very quickly say, I do, as much as I defend and don't agree with a lot of people who say that fan fiction is the core of like a lot of the problems in the book sphere these days, I will say that I do think that actually fan fiction is the source of a lot of the reason why people can't handle criticism to this day, because
no, I can believe
Oh,
that. Yeah.
a
I
lot
don't know
of
if I believe that. I mean, I think for some people, sure, but a lot of writers got their start with that fan fiction.
Well,
without the-
let her.
well, yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
articulate.
Cut you off them. So sorry. I'll let you finish. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I might be saying what you're gonna say anyway.
like I do believe that, like, yes, a lot of people do have their start in fan fiction like I did, but a lot of people go into fan fiction thinking that it's not a community where people are supposed to grow and where there's actually somebody else looking at your work at the end of it, and that the point of putting your work out there is to entertain other people, that you are providing a service, whether it's free or not, that you are still providing entertainment to somebody else, or else why are you putting it in a public space?
Yeah.
So
That's fair. That's fair.
when children go into that space and they don't learn the lesson that they are still providing an entertainment service, and they don't learn that criticism is something that they need in order to grow as a writer, then they take that into the adult life when they want to publish something for money.
Yeah.
And then that feedback just gets worse as the more people adopt that mentality.
Yeah. Do you know what the harshest criticism you can get for fan fiction is?
What?
I don't know if they still do this or not, but when I was in high school, they would track how many views each chapter would get. I'm sure they still have that today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The harshest criticism you can
Probably.
get, the drop off from chapter 4 to chapter 5.
Mm.
Not chapter
Ooh.
1 to 2, because that's always going to be a drop off. But if they're already invested and they're already following that long, if there's a substantial drop off between 4 and 5, you fucked up somewhere. It doesn't matter what you did. It doesn't matter what your overall intent is. If they stopped reading there, something you did alienated your audience, and you just got to deal with it.
I was gonna say,
that's
See,
your fault.
I assume. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I was gonna say, like, there's a fantastic Gundam fanfic. I actually have a friend that does art for them, and like I adore it. It's a great kind of rewrite of Witch from Mercury, but also the author kind of starts skewing into a lot of political ideology that, like, he doesn't seem to be very critical of, or at the very least, like, certain like acts of violence against people. I'm sitting there and like, I feel uncomfortable reading this now. That's not great. And I don't know. I've always thought about maybe criticizing them for it, but it's been so long. I've just backed out of it.
Without knowing the specifics,
Pete
you gotta
was
be
next.
nuanced with that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Without knowing the specifics, you gotta be nuanced with that shit.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say, it's an excellent point. I would always assume that the worst criticism you can get for your fan fiction is that it inspired 50 Shades of Grey.
Well, I mean, then what was it Twilight? Was that Twilight?
Yeah,
Fan fiction
Twilight.
originally?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
So
Yeah, it was
there
a
you
Twilight
go.
there.
Yeah.
I will say from my own personal experience of someone saying, "Hey, someone needs to tell you that your fanfic's bad or not." The person who originally said, "Hey, your fanfic is shit," ended up being my. I literally pay him right now as my editor for my books. I quite literally.
There you go.
We just finished book 2. I gave him book 3, and his initial response is like, "Bruh, I literally just got done with book 2. What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Based
There
and
you
tome
go.
pilled,
There you
not
go.
book pilled, tome
Tome
pilled.
pilled, yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Your editor should shit talk you. I think it's vital.
No, he shit talks me all the time. Also,
I-
by the way, Zero. Yes, book 3 is done as well, and trying to get things
I
through.
still remember Fixing Ruby Volume 2. I gave the script to Fat Man, and his first lines back to criticize me were, "Take the script and burn it."
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
You
Yeah.
need that.
I have not had that harsh of a criticism before, but I'm always like expecting it. And if I don't get like harsh critique, I kind of wonder if people who send me back my feedback are kind of lying to me.
I get that though. I get that.
Absolutely.
Well,
it's
here's the
anxiety.
easy solution, Twy. Just pay another editor.
I know.
But I'll say that. I'll say this
joking,
too, and it's worth saying. Not all negative critique is useful. I'll say that too.
Yeah, yeah.
Not all.
Oh,
of it
no,
is
no, no.
useful.
I actually sorry, my apologies.
No, go for it. No, please go for it.
I have actually had like a really negative critique of my fanfic before, and like the majority of her critique of my fanfic was actually not useful because a lot of it was like, oh, because you well, like this was the solution to the problem. I didn't word a particular sentence correctly in order for it to be like better read. So she's like, well, because your character did this, I no longer like them. So now I'm going to just shit on them for the rest of the chapter.
Wow.
And I'm going to critique every single little thought that this character has and read it in the most negative way possible. And I'm like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, it just colors it as negative. And sometimes you get the vibe that they're not really critiquing your work. They're just projecting their own thoughts on the platform of the critical analysis, you know?
Yeah.
I have been
And that's not
told
fun.
to my face that this was in class. And it's the biggest strength of getting a writing degree is being able to peer review on the fly with a bunch of people. I was told to my face that what I wrote wasn't even a story. And I was like,
oh yeah.
I got angry at him. I got so pissed, but like I reflect back on that, I take a lot of his criticisms to heart. I think he had a point, even though he was a complete and utter fucking prick about it.
I'll tell you this. In my master's classes, one of my professors was a national book award winner, right? Like we're talking like someone who has been on the New York Times bestseller list. And one of the best things he said was one time he looked at one of my works and went, you know what, this fucking sucks. Here's why it sucks. Here's what sucks about it. And you know what you do? You take it, you look at what you take notes, you look at what he says and goes, yeah, you're right. What can I do to make it better without changing the core of what I'm trying to say?
Sure.
And that's what gets tricky.
Yep.
That's what gets tricky.
Actually, I at the risk of slipping into a completely new tangent.
We're on that tangent
two
already.
minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So I kind of put criticism on like a grid spectrum. You have positive and negative, which can range from how you present it, but then you have, I consider, deconstructive and reconstructive. I very much favor what?
No, I follow.
Does this follow the laws of alchemy?
Well,
No. There's art.
There's art. Oh my god.
Yeah, here, let me just send this.
Oh, wow.
It's
my god.
I just want to get it off my chest. I do not care for The Godfather.
You motherfucker.
That's the second time that we were depicted in this.
Yes.
I love Pete just going,
Googly
hey
eyes.
Critter, how's it going? Hola.
It's
Oh my God.
the googly eyes where I'm looking at two different places that gets me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one.
To the point of because like my Fixing Ruby series, it's a criticism of Ruby as a franchise, but the way I present it is reconstructive in the way that I try to exemplify how they could have improved, as opposed to how they could have done it in a better way. And people still get on my ass about it, even though I'm trying to be as positive and good faith towards the series as possible. It's such a weird circumstance where you try to be positive about the way you critique it, and people still get angry at you.
Which
wouldn't be so bad if the majority of the criticism wasn't so non-useful. Let's just say that.
And it's always tricky
that.
too. And again, I'm not. I will unfortunately confess again. I'm not a big Ruby guy. Can't say
Sure.
I am. So I can't
Oh
say.
my
Oh,
God!
this
How
is
dare
great.
you?
Yeah.
I know.
How
I know.
dare you.
I know. I'm so sorry.
If anything, we envy you.
I never really. I got a few seasons deep into Ruby. I'm like, it's all right, and it just wasn't for me. And I just moved on to
Sure.
rewatching Evangelion for the 9th time.
Right.
But
As you should. Yeah.
But like even then, it's like listen, if you're passionate about something and you care enough to try to say, oh, I would think this would be a different way of looking at it, that's worth doing. Like whatever.
Yes.
And even if you fuck it up, it's still a creative endeavor.
Yeah.
I think people who are quickest to criticize are those who've never faced criticism before. It's easy for someone who has never been criticized before to say something rude to someone else. Like for me personally, like obviously I've been criticized a lot, on this platform even. But like for me, I'm like, whenever I criticize someone, I never say a single thing I couldn't handle hearing myself. I've never criticized someone in a way where I couldn't hear it myself and take it. Because I know how it feels to be fucking, torn to the reams,
Oh, how dare you have integrity?
No, I mean, it's not even integrity. It's just I'd feel guilty, and even if what I say is harsh, I never go further than what I can handle myself. And I think like anyone here probably feel the same way about that.
Oh yeah, of course.
100%. I feel like once you've experienced it, you're like, no, you have a different perspective on it.
Because
here's
time
my
is a
criticism.
flat
Let's move
circle.
on.
For the sake of the
Yeah,
video
agreed.
and
Fair,
my
fair.
own sanity, I'm going to try and keep things relatively focused around like the last couple of decades.
Good
at
music
most.
choice, by the way, in this
And
video.
currently,
really good music choice,
criticism is not really seen in the best light, as I alluded to earlier. And I think that's reflected by its first definition on Google, powered by Oxford Languages, which is the expression of disapproval of someone or something based on perceived faults or mistakes. I think this is sort of broadly what's being implied when most people say the word criticism. I think this is what they mean. It's like it has this inherently negative intent. And I'm sure you can find a lot of examples of me using the word in that way across videos on this channel. Again, I am a hypocrite. I like some Lars von Trier and Harmony Korine films, and I still call out American Horror Story for being tasteless and exploitative. We can do this all day if you want. However, I think that the second definition of criticism listed on Google, powered by Oxford Languages, is more reflective of what criticism means to me. That being the analysis and judgment of the merits and faults of a literary or artistic work. I've never personally subscribed to the idea that it is a critic's job to tower themselves above a piece of art and scour it for every flaw, like they're the fucking Eye of Sauron or something.
Just said
And I've also never really liked the idea of a critic groveling to a piece of art either. Like,
I don't know, because the idea of a critic doing a deep dive analysis and trying to be, what was his name? He did an amazing breakdown of Arcane Season 1 and Season 2.
Random Film Talk.
Random
Yeah.
Film Talk,
Yeah.
where he does several hours of very deep analysis into the themes. He presents the positives as much as possible, but he also presents the flaws in as neutrally as possible, going into a lot of the, well, is there an explanation for this flaw? Is there a reason that this may have happened? Like,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to be said about someone doing that and really trying to squeeze the most good and bad out of a particular work to
While still being engaging.
while
yeah.
still being engaging and presenting that to people. I think that's something that this comment is getting kind of lost on.
In that case, don't present it as like, say, the Eye of Sauron looking into it. Make it so that you're sort of like a Holmesian figure. You're Sherlock. You're trying to go through the individual pieces of a particular case to find out the solution within.
Yeah.
Especially if there are like specific elements that most people don't really think about in regards to a particular work. Like that's something that I always like to do with the critiques of pretty much any show that I want to make on my channel. Because of course people have criticized Ruby in the past, no duh. So I made it a very clear decision that I actively choose not to criticize something, not criticize an element that has already been talked about. That's why I'm sorry, folks. You are never gonna see a video from Kaiser Shonen talking about Aura and why it sucks because we know that already. But you know what you didn't see before my channel? Why Ren and Nora's relationship sucks, or a complete retrospective on Bumblebee or some of the other things. And I feel like, now granted, that's a specific philosophy in my channel, and I understand not everybody wants to be that strict when it comes to what topics they want to cover, but I think as long as people try to add something to the conversation, wherever direction that they are going, I think that is keeping that focus in mind makes your overall content more valuable.
Nah, H-Bomber guy ruined Ruby film criticism. I was told this.
Zero makes
All right, listen here, you little shit.
All right,
I'll say
Zero.
this too. I get where he's coming from to an extent. It's like there are some critics who nitpick the most unimportant of details, where it's like, okay, we
More
spend
likely,
an hour
yeah.
talking about like whether or not this one little background detail matters, but it's like, well, does it matter in the vast scheme of the film's enjoyment value?
Well, okay,
Or is the only
to
after
challenge
effect?
you on this a little bit, remember back to the video we criticized you on and your statement about the Roy Batty commenting on seeing C-beams and being in space, and you commented how unrealistic it was when a single offhanded line about the off-world colonies fixed that problem for you, and you had missed it in your analysis there. I think nitpicking has some merit to it.
Well, here's the thing, though. That comment ultimately was about how that whole thing doesn't detract from the scene itself. Like, the scene's emotional journey is about whether or not, Roy's experience will be lost in time. That background detail is all well and good, but it's like, at the end of the day, did anything we actually said distract from the core of that scene? Which is to say,
I would
think
argue it
can,
would,
if
because
you-
if it robs him of actually experiencing those events, then I think it diminishes that experience because it feels like it's fabricated. And while that has its own interesting questions, I think the intent was he had a very human experience and now it's going to be lost.
Yeah.
that being
Whereas
said,
suppose,
though,
like,
what
if-
someone
if
has
just with
pointed
that
out,
one-
though, to me after the
Yeah,
fact is a
just-
different criticism, but I'll go to
Well, the
that
thing
in a
is, like,
second.
just with that one line, it completely changes the context, because instead of it being someone who has lived this like huge, long life that is about to end, a human life that it may have even been more human than the life that was lived by Deckard, despite him not being a human himself, by saying that he didn't actually experience these kinds of things, it completely changes it to instead a guy who is just delusional about his like last few moments on Earth. And I mean, you can, like, whether or not you want to argue if that's a good or bad thing, you can see how much that changes just from this one tiny detail. I would argue, though, that like even if it was a nitpick, I think what matters less is whether or not the nitpick is being made and how much
Weight.
it
How much
is-
weight is being put
Yeah.
on it?
yeah, because like at the end of the day, a nitpick is just any old criticism, but it's small. It can still be valid, just as any other criticism. I think what matters is whether or not it is treated by the critic, with the scale that actually comes with it.
Yeah.
That's true. But I will say this, someone pointed something out that completely undermines my point in a way that undermines all the points we're making right now that I think is hilarious. Someone pointed out that if they actually traveled to the shoulder of Orion, it wouldn't be Orion anymore. Because Orion is only the constellation in the night sky. It would be really just the direction Orion's facing in. So really, we're wrong, and I was wrong in a very creative way, apparently.
H-Bomber guy ruined the conversation of my shoes. What?
That's true.
It's true.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
The
like,
shoes.
but my point is, even on that front, sometimes we get lost in the sauce and forget, like, what's the emotional journey the characters are going on. But even then, my point was wrong in creative ways that none of us thought
Yeah.
of. So I have to credit them for that point.
The only conclusion is like, yes, but could it be more with the bonus of better buildup, like that sort of thing?
I think it depends. Like all things in fiction, sometimes yes, sometimes no. One rule doesn't fit all. One size doesn't fit all. That's my opinion.
This is why you talk about the shoes in the super chat.
Exactly.
Wayne and Garth.
We're not worthy.
There you go.
To me, criticism encompasses everything, much like the yin yang or the yin yang or however you want to say it. Like the things you
Aside.
like, the things
the
you dislike,
bumblebee.
the things you like about the things you dislike, and
bumble and
vice
the
versa.
bee.
Nuance.
bumble and
You meet
the
a piece of art where it is at. You
bumble
engage
and
with
the
it on its
bee.
own level. You create your own interpretation, and then you express your perspective as best as you can. That's it. That is criticism. It feels like whichever way you
feel like
slice
it's a little
it,
bit more than
positive
that.
or
Yeah, I feel like more important to criticism is not just stating your opinion, it's supporting your opinion.
I think it's yeah. Sorry.
Well, that's what
continue.
defines good criticism and bad criticism.
Yeah, I think so. Like, bad criticism is someone stating just, hey, X is bad, and it's like, are you going to elaborate? No.
No.
As opposed to, can you elaborate? It's like, okay, well, this point doesn't make sense. This is inconsistent. This characterization is poor. Like, they can actually point out details, and then they can actually create a conversation, because that's ultimately part of the point of criticism, is not to leave its statement as a fact, but to also then invite counter criticism to actually discuss the merits of the claim.
I also think that it's important to note that criticism should be focused. You know, it should be focused on the work itself. When sometimes what critics will do is they spin off on their own topics that are irrelevant. And I've done this too, so I can't say I'm guiltless of this.
Looking at our
And we do that all the
podcasts.
time as a live
done that.
podcast. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, live is different from drafted.
Yeah.
Mhm,
I'm talking
for
about
sure.
drafted criticism. Live is different. Live, anything can happen. People get off topic. They get lost in the sauce, and I think that could be a problem if they get too lost in their own sauce.
Yeah.
Is it spaghetti or Alfredo?
For me, it's like,
Okay, I'm back.
I'm thinking like a meat sauce, maybe little meatballs in there, a little couple onions, you know.
Ooh,
I think
onions.
Did we get further in the video?
I think a
yeah,
little
we got
bit, yeah.
4
4
seconds.
minutes in.
I think a big
oh,
indicator
shit.
too about how, like, I don't entirely agree with the idea that, like, criticism is what did he say? Just like stating his your opinion. I don't want to, like, misquote him.
Essentially, like too nitpicky or too worshipy. Essentially, like
Well,
too
okay,
much.
let's go back.
We can rewatch.
We can get his,
Yeah,
his
good
exact
call,
quote.
good call.
I just want
And
to make
also,
sure.
yes, I remember Yin Yang Yo. Don't think that I couldn't. I didn't. I forgot about
Yeah.
that.
your perspective
watched
I
it.
remember that
as best
one.
as you can. You engage with it on its own level. You create your own interpretation, and then you express your perspective as best as you can. That's it.
Yeah,
That
so
is criticism.
I think that criticism is a little bit more than expressing your own interpretation of the thing. And the reason why I say that is because criticism, like, even though we're not going to talk about it a whole lot, criticism does not just apply to artistic, criticism is for pretty much anything that you can criticize, whether artistic or otherwise. Like, if I went up to my boss and told him about, like, showed him my code that because I'm a software engineer, and I showed him how, like, it's incredibly efficient, how, like, it runs really, really fast, and he says, yeah, but it didn't check this thing in the data that you were supposed to check, that was your job, and because of that one mistake, the company has lost hundreds of millions of dollars, and also you're fired.
Yeah, I to put it even more simpler terms, we have criteria for what constitutes an effective chair. And
Yeah.
if a chair or an object that is built intended to be a chair but does not fulfill those requirements, it's a bad chair. Like, you meet it on that basis. If you say it's a chair and then you go to sit in it and it completely collapses out from under you.
I mean, unless you're you're one of those masochists who just really likes your ass to get hurt.
Why?
You take the chair,
Why,
and you say,
Kaiser?
well, I interpret this to be an orange, and you take a bite out of it. I mean, you do you, man, but it's not.
Yeah,
gonna end
like
well.
this does mean that there's a very, very, very minimal level of subjectivity where anyone can define anything as what they want. But, we do try to have a universal lingual understanding of things for a reason. But yeah, let us continue.
It feels like whichever way you slice it, positive or negative, criticism is really about validating art. It's about a critic saying, I see what an artist is doing, and I am taking it seriously. The art form is important to me, so what the artist does with it is equally important to me.
I don't agree with that.
I don't know, because
Right,
I
no.
need to mention here, it's very important when you're analyzing a piece that you at least express what frame you are working from. It's one of the first
Yes.
things we learned about in English, at least when I was in, I want to say, middle school, is that there are different viewpoints of criticism you can take. You can analyze a piece of a work of art from a structural standpoint. It's a lot of the most basic ones where you're looking at, okay, does plot point A follow logically the plot point B, that sort of thing. There's the historical one. If it's a historical piece, you can analyze it in terms of accuracy or what it chose to dramatize. You can analyze the time period around the piece and what may have influenced them. Like was it I Spit on My Grave or Spit on Your Grave or the Last House on the Left that was the Vietnam allegory?
Both really, but definitely Last House.
That was that you get, that's a historical context. So you analyze how that time and period influenced the film. You can analyze it from a feminist lens, from a men's right lens. You can
from a directorial
intent lens. There's several different lenses you can take on it. There's a holistic lens, which is probably the most difficult because you're trying to encapsulate every possible thing you can about the film and analyze it from every possible angle, which is effectively impossible. Like, you can't really do that. But people, I think it's fair that people.
I mean, you could. It'd just be 17 hours.
I don't even know if that would even encapsulate even a fraction of the ways you can interpret a text.
Well, yeah,
especially
because
some texts.
Like, you could, like, if we're going for like games, you could analyze every specific like piece of geometry and criticize it.
Oh shit!
Like, that's holistic. That's like the absolute maximum. People do rein it into a much more reasonable level, but like that's the extreme of holistic analysis.
And even then,
and
like,
I think a huge. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go first. I was going to ramble.
Okay. Well, I guess it's good because I'm trying to keep it focused and to keep it focused with the subject of the video and like the nature of criticism being too polarized. I guess to summarize the issue, the main issue here. One of the biggest issues that we often find here in the Team Jack podcast, whenever we cover somebody, is that they do this incredibly interesting thing called not defining your fucking terms.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh God, what video was it that we covered where they just they had a very provocative title and they just meandered completely? Oh, there was the time travel guy.
I can't remember what you're referring to. It was probably some video. I don't know. I have made it.
There was a video called "Time Travel is Always Horror," and this guy did the absolute worst job of defining his terms.
Oh, that's frustrating. Wait,
like
time travel's horror.
Yeah, no, the video ended up being more like time travel is always what did we
existential.
Sorry. Yeah, existential. That's what we came to the conclusion of, because like he wasn't even talking about the horrific elements of it. He was talking about like how sad it was and that the sadness is what the horror was, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's not scary to me. That's just sad.
Yeah. It can be scary, but like it's not universal.
Life is depressing, but
well, I was going to say, you want to know the four examples he used were the Time Machine, the film version from like the I can't remember what
1930, not even the H.G. Wells novel original,
not even the novel original. Although I think he did reference it.
Yeah, he did reference some pages from
he
it.
then used Life is Strange.
Really?
Yeah,
which
life he completely missed a lot there. He then used Steins Gate and Madoka Magica.
Okay, but those aren't really scary because they're time travel stories. They're more like time loop stories. Like, what about,
I would argue there are scary elements to them, but they are by far not the main focus, and it's the existential quandaries that's more at play.
So you didn't use freaking butterfly effect?
No.
That'd be the most obvious.
I was going to say the director's ending has the guy going back to his fetus form and strangling himself.
That's deeply disturbing. Or like a Sound of Thunder by Ray Bradbury, where they step on like a butterfly or whatever, and it causes the dinosaurs to come back or whatever.
Well, no, he steps on a I mentioned this, I think, in the stream. He steps on something that he wasn't supposed to, and it alters the future into a totalitarian despot.
And that's right.
And at the very end, the tour guide kills him at the very end for it.
It's a great story, but it's like, again, forgot the specifics, the details, but it was pretty fucked up. Yeah. Or hell, Back to the Future even's a pretty good example of like a comedy like that's I mean, you can make the argument that like having your mom fall in love with you is pretty terrifying.
Oh, I mean,
but,
like
that's
I
not-
made the argument
you
that
know.
like I've made an entire video covering why I don't think Back to the Future is a very good time travel film, but I do find it to be an incredibly well-made film. It's an incredibly
I see that.
Like they had a very specific purpose. They knew what they were doing, and they chose to ignore the more dire consequences of the time travel intentionally. It's like that. That doesn't make
Wait
it
a
bad.
second. Hang on a second. They didn't discuss Terminator?
No,
No.
they
It's
didn't.
the obvious example.
Terminator
This
has a
occurred to me.
fucking like the first Terminator especially has a absolute fatalistic viewpoint, which is horrifying.
Yeah. It's
like-
absolutely a horror film, Terminator.
Also,
The
I'll be
first
right
one,
back
anyway.
myself.
They were also one of those people who tried to sound like they were a lot more well-read and a lot more knowledgeable about the subject because of like the tone of their voice. It came off as very pretentious
That's fair.
because especially because like they weren't addressing the very thing that the topic of the video was meant to be on in the first place. They're just talking about the plot summary of the films or the shows and then saying that that's horrifying, and we're like, but what's horrifying about it? You're not explaining that.
I think
He
the
was
most
talking
horror-
like he was a wounded animal, and he was gasping for breath at every
Yeah.
conceivable line.
that happens with some. Also, the most
Yeah.
horrifying thing about Back to the Future is that a white guy is implied to make Johnny be good, and that's bad.
That is pretty terrifying. I will say that. That's pretty bad. Some stolen valor there. Yeah, absolutely. But I'll say this: sometimes view essayists, they like, and I say this as one. We sometimes come across as way more pretentious unintentionally in videos than we would be in a conversation.
voice, where they have to show the emotion of what they're talking about.
And like, if you
That's
want
the
to
tough
do that, but
balance.
like, holy shit, reserve
Yeah.
that for like when it's warranted. Don't do that for literally every other line.
That's the tough
Mhm.
balance too. Like, because you want to make sure you keep the audience's attention, but also, cool your jets sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
Guys,
you
come on.
gotta chill a little bit, occasionally. Not everything is an Oscar-worthy moment, is all I'm saying.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
Unless if they're
No,
they
no.
disappeared on us.
Wait,
Uh-oh.
what?
Did Raymond? Yeah, I was wondering when it was gonna press play. I thought it was just
You know what? I don't want to start it without him, but
Yeah.
anyone watch good movies lately?
My dad and I
Oh, he's back, he's good.
recently.
He's back. Okay, forget that.
Quick, before the tangent starts, we got to start the video again.
There we go, Jack.
Well, I
Go
wanted
for
to
it.
talk
Let's
about my
be-
experience with Lord of the Rings. No, it's fine.
Aw.
honest. That is not how most of us see criticism, especially not on YouTube. Whether it be the commenters or the creators, we just seem to flock to negativity and cynicism here on YouTube. Obviously, there are some notable exceptions. People do like positive commentary every once in a while, and of course, there are other correlations, like just the general popularity of what's being reviewed. If your favorite creator makes a review of a Star Wars movie or a Marvel movie, you can probably guarantee that's going to get more views than some random indie film no one's ever heard of. But in general, I'm generalizing.
Vast of the Night is underrated. Just saying. Okay, I'm kidding.
Oh, no, I was
Really,
gonna.
I've never seen it.
Oh, fair enough. But what I was going for, and Twilight, I feel, can back me up with this. This is like kind of a human condition type thing, because like all the stories from, like, a vast majority of stories from mythology to the ancient stories of old, a lot of them are really sad, negative, and depressing. And the human condition reacts more viscerally to those negative stimuli. And I'm not trying to get too philosophical here. I am just a wee layman book, but the more visceral reactions to negative things, it gets more eyes. That's just how we are as people. That's how we're wired.
It's built into our survival instincts. We are attracted to we are more susceptible to negative stimuli because it keeps us alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's certainly to an extent.
I feel like it's an extension of that survival instinct. I don't think it's like one-to-one, but it's like refined over the years.
So
Yeah, I'd say
like
to an extent.
it's why the like negative viewing of like something will get more eyes, because like, oh, this is negative, I have to realize what it is, I have to like figure it out, because either be part of the train, be part of the cultural conversation, what have you. Like there's a lot of reasons why we flock to more negative stimulation than positive, even though both have their place, obviously.
Oh, thank you, Mark Cochran. I was going to reference the German fairy tale memes. It's like, little Jimmy, time to go to bed. Yes, once upon a time, there was a little boy who didn't listen to his parents. Then the Gerschmacknerschneck came into his room and ate him. The end. And then the child is sleeping soundly. It's
yeah.
like,
Well,
I always
See, you should have told him the story about the ugly barnacle. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah.
Well, no,
I always
that's
find
okay.
that very funny because a lot of people think that fairy tales are very linear when they're not, because fairy tales are a lot older than people think, and then they spread and they change over time. So when people say like, "Oh, the original German tale," it's like that's not how that works.
people also conflate fairy tales with fables.
Twilight,
a lot.
you should see Neurality's latest video about
Oh.
Sleeping Beauty. It's actually
Oh.
really good.
Oh,
Is it? 'Cause
no.
I don't trust.
No, I will defend Neurality's video on this one. It's actually a really good video about the history of Sleeping Beauty.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Because
that's I
do know
but
I do know quite a bit about the history of Sleeping Beauty, so I'm gonna be very very critical of it.
it's probably nothing you haven't heard already. But I think you'll
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Critical, but
Okay,
not
cool.
negative. Remember, we gotta not be negative.
Yeah.
Well, it's I'm not being negative and not positive. It's just a neutral kind of documentary-ish kind of video.
Okay, cool.
I will say this too, and this is kind of going from a horror lens because I just love horror so much.
Okay, I'm back.
There-
Did this guy say something stupid yet?
No, we've said
not
stupid
yet.
things, so.
Okay.
I'll say this, with extremity, there are a lot of people who seek out the most disturbing horror films possible, and often they suck, but they get attention because it's so extreme, it's so intense. But
Serbian film.
the Serbian, great example, yeah, Serbian film sucks. It's not a good film. It kind of is boring actually, but it is deeply disturbing. But it's not emotionally effective. Like you'll see things in that film that you will never see elsewhere because it's fucked up. But you won't leave with any emotional attachment to what you just saw. It's in one ear and out the other. Like, oh, that was fucked up.
As I understand it,
move on with
it's
your day.
much more impactful if you actually were. I think it actually is Serbian, like because it's more of a criticism of the film restrictions of the country at the time.
Maybe for some Serbs, but I know Serbs who fucking hate it too. So I
think it's more
They think
that
it sucks
there is
also.
a level of like reason to the outlandishness. But yeah, regardless, like I completely understand.
I
that.
mean,
I'm not trying to
miles will
defend
vary
that
on that
film.
But like something like say like Martyrs or Come and See, which are much less visceral, are way more disturbing because they emotionally get you. You're attached to what happens. So it's way less extreme, but you care. And so that smaller bit carries further, I think. Event Horizon's amazing. I saw it in comments. Event Horizon's fucking
It
awesome.
is.
I love that
Yeah,
movie.
I love it too.
It's great. I love that movie.
We're leaving.
Leaving.
such a
this
gorgeous
ship.
delivery.
It's like fuck this shit.
So
Immediately.
I actually, sorry, I'll tell afterwards. My apologies.
No, I'm not saying anything.
I just don't want to get bogged down.
There is something that we just love about watching a creator absolutely dunk on a film or TV show. It's like twofold, we either want to see a critic just absolutely tear a film to shreds, or we want to be in the bloodbath of a comment section just going at the critic for daring to criticize something that we personally love. It's like, I don't really know. It's just like this primal urge to just go off. There are a lot of factors.
It comes off
Yeah,
more as like validation, I guess.
Yeah.
Like we seek
that's the thing.
validation for our own opinions.
To
In some cases, it's fun to watch.
to
go nuts.
try and be careful invoking this. The Last Jedi, a lot of people walked out of that theater not knowing how to feeling uncomfortable. Like they think they liked it, but there was something that just wasn't sitting right with them. Then they found it created an entire cottage industry of critics that were going through the film and really analyzing it and explaining why they didn't like it. And a lot of people were like, Oh,
that kind of fits with how I felt about the film and shit. Like
same.
that.
Like that's how I fell into
Yeah.
like watching that kind of stuff. It's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Why? And I think that's a lot of people is like they watch a film, they feel they can't quite put their finger on why they didn't like it or they didn't enjoy it or they got something weird out of it, and they find someone that manages to put to words what they couldn't.
Yeah, that's fair for
what
review, but
What you're saying, Raymond, is that not everyone can be as analytical as you are. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you see, under the Santa hat, there is a big pulsing brain.
I think
yes,
that's
Dwight?
No,
true,
there-
but I feel like I don't know if
It's
that's
filled with
necessarily
holes, though.
I'm not sure if that's even what he's saying specifically about like a case like that. I think it's also to an extent like sometimes we just like seeing certain people just go nuts on a film.
I mean,
know?
that is true. Like sometimes, like there have been, I guess for me as an example, past couple days, I've been all like, you know what? Let's check out some of Pointless Hub's like backlog because there are some films.
Oh God, I love
there's
his
some
videos.
You see his what was the
videos are
moon
great.
one? The freaking
Yeah,
moon, moon was it Moonfall? Was that
Moonfall.
it?
Oh
Yeah,
my
Moonfall.
God, that just
Moonfall.
gets
There we
so
go.
insane.
You know what? That's a perfect example. I have never seen that film.
Oh, dude,
Not
it's
planning
fucking
on
nuts.
it.
It's stupid.
Well,
It's
not
such
planning on
bullshit.
doing it alone and or sober. Anyway,
Talk. Go to your dispensary before watching that one. I'm kidding.
but like, what?
Sorry, I was just gonna say on the topic of validation, like that's mainly why I'm here. Actually, is because I went to seek out validation for my negative opinions on Ruby, but also my negative opinions on the second season of Digimon, because Digimon for me had always been awful, and like it split the fandom back in the day. Like
Zero Two had
those
always
are
been awful.
old scars. Yeah, Zero Two has always been awful. Recently on Tumblr, I had seen, well, not like recently nowadays, but like more recently, I tried to see a resurgence of people being like, okay, so is it cool now to not hate O2 anymore? It's like, no, O2 is still awful. But like going online and looking out for negative videos on Ruby or Digimon O2 like really validated like all of the opinions that I had or at the time when I didn't really know how to critique or how to look how to figure out like what my problems were about it.
Well, I thought
Really solidified all of the issues that I had, right?
Dwight,
Especially because with O2, like I was a child then. I was like 12 years old. And like I
Right.
can't articulate why this bothers me so much because I'm just a 12-year-old
I know
kid.
nothing. She muted the summoning circle.
oh my
Oh,
apologies.
sorry,
Okay.
no, I'm allowing you to speak now. Sorry.
Oh, did you mute me? I feel so horrible.
No.
My God.
No, I didn't.
No, I was going to
Man, how
say
dare you.
I was just going to say Lizard Folk 4K hot take. O2 isn't that bad. Fight me, and I was just going to go have at it.
Yeah, I was gonna say
no.
you don't want to
Yeah,
fight.
man.
That is
Yeah,
not,
don't do that.
sir. Sir,
Consider picking your battles.
yeah, this is 02 needs to send their strongest warriors. I don't think you're going to be hit. And then
I don't care enough about Digimon to get into a fight
Titan
over this.
Executor says criticism should never be
You know what?
taken for-
Same here. I'm in the same boat.
Titan Executor says,
I'm like, yeah, I like Digimon. It's all right.
Look,
but
as
like,
long as it's not
like
about Tamers, I'm gonna sleep on it.
Titan
season
Executor.
3 was Tamers, right? Was that season 4? That's
It
a
was
little-
season
I-
3.
I
That
can
was-
I
I like-
please
I like
read
season
the
3.
super chat from the nice people that sent us money. Titan Executor criticism should never be taken for granted, especially if it helps. Also, permission to shout out my own project. Hope I'm not saying too much. Go ahead, shout out your own project.
Feel
man.
free, please.
And then let's
Kinda-
see. Has someone seen the O2 movie? Was there an O2 movie different
Oh.
from the OVA?
Yeah. And O2 the beginning had come out much more recently, but no, I haven't seen it.
She hasn't seen 2020.
No. I've seen like 9 episodes of 2020.
It's bad.
I have not
seen
actually
50
caught up
episodes.
on a lot of recent Digimon lately, and that is mainly because I have this idea in my head that I need to save all of it for a reward for getting my part 2 Digimon video out. and then it just never comes out.
Fair, that's valid.
But like,
Valid.
yeah, I've seen like around 50 episodes of that show, and it has been so long since I have dropped a long running show season of an anime before. I was like, this shit is so fucking boring.
I dropped it after 29 episodes. I got fucking pissed at that.
So what you're saying is I'm stronger than you. Got it.
I'm
But,
saying saying you're earning that idiotic title real fast.
My my friend looking at my Yu-Gi-Oh deck saying to me to my face, "Yo, dude, this shit ass."
Yeah, basically.
Going off of what you were saying, Twi, before we went on this digi tangent.
Yeah,
or is it
sorry.
Tangentmon, I guess.
Tangentmon, yeah.
Tangentmon. What does that evolve into? Or Digivolve?
Ugh.
Sorry.
Rambling Mon.
Rambling.
No, that's the pre-evolution.
Ramblemon.
Tangentmon is like the one of the evolutions along the way. Ramblemon's the rookie form.
There we go.
Someone needs to draw that now. Anyways, going off of what you were saying, Twi, I think another great thing, like, because and probably like maybe another reason why like people are drawn to negative, and I don't even necessarily know if this necessarily applies to like other people, but I feel like it might, is that because a big reason why the good things in media are so good is because like bad things exist in the first place, and that we are able to distinguish between what it is that we like and what it is we don't like, partially just as much because of what we don't like. And so in a way, when you are able to find that ability to put into words why you feel the way you are, in a way it helps you also kind of like better understand what it is that you do like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
My entire series that I'm trying to finish up on
Fate
criticizing
Unlimited
Fate.
Blade Works,
Yeah, Fate Unlimited Blade Works. That was originally supposed to be the first video on my channel, and originally I was like, well, this is too long. I want to start with like some other videos first. But like after I had gotten through like a good like 50 or so pages, I began to like really understand what it was specifically that it didn't like about this anime. And that kind of helped me better understand a lot of what I like about other media in general.
Dude, the best feeling one of the best feelings I ever gotten, like watching a show, was like after like getting it was like right after I started my YouTube channel, and I'm just writing down, scripts that are pre-made later on talking about Ruby and shit. I felt like tapping into the fucking Matrix because like it kind of opened my third eye of me just paying a lot more attention to the things not only that I like about in stories, but really what makes them like really help work. And so I binged both Hajime no Ippo season 1 and Full Metal Alchemist 03 at the same time. That is a combination
right there, man.
What a combo.
And it felt amazing because my neurons was reacting the entire time I was watching both of those shows, and they work so fucking well at even the most basic aspects.
Such a Russell Jimmy.
Yeah, it's because like you're noticing all these little things that like these shows not only like they don't do the things that you didn't like about this other form of media, but like the fact that they do it in a way that in some ways is even better than like not having that flaw in the first place.
Yes.
And in a way that could also maybe contribute to why we gravitate so much towards negative criticism, is because the negative in some ways exists for us to be able to perceive the positive. Because
it makes it so much more rewarding.
If there was no negative, then like everything is just equal. It's just all kind of like the same slice of bread.
Yeah, I'll say this real fast because I know we've been talking a lot. But one OVA really I've been drawn to for years is the OVA Genocyber. Have any of you guys
seen that? Yeah, I've seen that shit.
It is a bizarre fucking OVA.
It is.
And it's not even all that good. It's actually kind of bad, but I'm drawn to it.
Bad.
But I'm drawn to it. There's something irresistible about it. That's so bizarre. And it could be the animation. It could be
the design of the
design. It could be how much it like it comes close to being great but fails.
Yep.
but there's something about it. It always gets my eye. I'm like, this is incredible and interesting, but also it sucks and I hate it. And it's like, I don't even know what it is
There are
entirely.
some parts that just make you very uncomfortable.
Yo,
Right.
genuinely. And I've
I hate
written
it.
about it. I've watched it through multiple times. I'm like, this sucks. I hate it, but there's something about it that keeps bringing me back. I don't know what it is, you know?
Yeah,
Sore
I mean, that's a
Heart,
lot of
like-
90s OVAs in general.
Sore Heart.
That's
Yeah,
me
there's
with-
some weird ones, man.
That's me with all my favorite video games. Is I hate this first playthrough, and then I finish it. I'm like, I want to play that again.
Yeah, right? It fucking
Sora
sucks.
Heart
I hate
says,
it. Do it again.
I like Frontier a lot. I wanted to be a Digimon too. That certainly helps a lot of people on E621. And then Titan Executor says, awesome. Check out my Max Work plot animatic on my channel. We have monsters. Criticize it as much as you want. Harsh or fair. Oh, cool.
No, harsh and fair.
Yeah.
Speaking
which
of,
one's that?
it's Titan Executor. You can see it in the super chat.
I see.
At play as to how we got into this storm. But before we talk about any of that, there is a very important series of videos that absolutely need to be brought up.
Oh,
go.
Plinkett reviews
Oh,
will
really?
always be
Come on,
back.
really?
And here I
con-
thought it was CinemaSins that ruined everything.
I mean, hey, at least this is
that,
different.
it was Plinkett.
Remember, it was before this, because you can see there's a chain. Was Plinkett before or after CinemaSins?
I think
I'm pretty
before.
sure it was
Before. He
So-
was
Definitely.
earlier.
So
He
the
was way
order,
before.
the order goes. I think Angry Video Game Nerd, Nostalgia Critic,
Yes. Yes.
then Plinkett. I think there might be a
Yes.
missing link somewhere in there.
I mean, Lindsay Ellis, but I don't know if
Was
that
he-
counts in this logic.
Was he
line.
called Nostalgia Critic back then?
Yeah,
He
he's,
was.
he's always
yeah,
been
yeah,
Nostalgia
he
Critic.
was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like it was the website that changed. It was originally that guy with the glasses, and then it changed to Channel Awesome.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
and then
At
it
the time, it was
changed to
still-
blank page 404, not found.
Yeah.
I will say this: like all the Channel Awesome guys, they did their thing, and then Plinkett, I think, changed the game a lot.
Yeah, he
But
absolutely.
it was
I think ushered
but-
in the modern style.
Yeah, Plinkett was after Lindsay Ellis just started, after Linkara, after Spoonie,
Right.
you know, so after Cinema Snob.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think also Normal Boots came out around the same time as that's beside the point. That's more of an offshoot of Channel Awesome, really, in terms
Yeah.
of style.
Um,
But yeah, Plinkett changed the game.
Yugok said, remind me of the Chainsaw Chainsaw Man movie. It's great. I can't get over it being a post-anime movie and others glazing. It feels off to me despite I enjoying it.
Yeah, it happens, man. Happens.
Yeah.
Reminder, the My Hero Academia films are all canon, and they're all
Yeah.
pretty damn good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I still
Conversation
haven't
about-
seen the movie.
Really?
I didn't know whether or not they were canon, so I was like, yeah, I'm
Oh,
I'm
they
good.
not
on
only
My
are they
Hero.
canon, they are fucking important.
Actually, let me
They're
Yeah,
really check
Horikoshi-
this really important.
real quick.
Horikoshi put in the work to make sure that all those movies were goddamn canon.
Yeah, like
I'll check something real quick about My Hero Academia the movie because I think there's like what was it?
There's-
Two
Which one?
Heroes. I think it is. I
There's-
think it's
there's
Two
four.
Heroes. If you go to
Two-
the Rotten Tomatoes page on Two Heroes, I think. No, I'm not. Never mind. I lied to you.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Never mind.
Titan. Oh no, Silverhaired Freak. This is Silverhaired Freak. You gave me my big old brain.
oh my god.
Thought I was
So I was
on
gonna
that.
poke it with a needle.
Are we
Yes.
And I know nothing still has his googly eyes.
Bro, man, I am looking at both my right and left pages at all times, man. I can't be stopped.
We gotta change your avatar now.
Oh.
Honestly, I kind of like it. If someone is willing to make a googly eyes like version, like I'd welcome it. Go for it.
Valid. All right, never mind. I was gonna say it was important.
Gotcha.
Okay, never mind.
Online criticism, and that's for good reason. You know, obviously there are other pioneers like Lindsay Ellis or other people at Channel Awesome,
hey.
including even the Nostalgia Critic.
Exactly
and
what we were just
there are
talking
other
about.
adjacent channels
Yep.
like CinemaSins that we could talk about that are playing a hand in how we see criticism today. Nitpicking is not criticism, and even CinemaSins would not argue with me on that. But
I would disagree. I think
Yeah,
it is.
right.
It's
No,
just,
I'm
it's-
with them on this one. I think nitpicking is different from criticism. There's a difference.
I think
well,
it.
wait,
it-
no, I
here's
thought
the-
we just
Where's
talked
the-
about this.
Here's the thing
Yeah.
about CinemaSins. They aren't even nitpicking. That is the problem with them.
Yeah, they're just making shit up
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, there was
Yeah.
the
Well,
one thing
a lot of
with,
times they are, but I a lot of their criticisms are just well, not even like really criticisms. They are just like statements, and then they're like putting up a sin counter to show you, oh, we consider it
it's
a
always
criticism, even though it's just, oh, there wasn't a lap dance.
Is it
Yeah,
a
they're being a meme basically.
Yeah,
is what
they're always either a criticism or a joke, and whenever you say, "Hey, that's not really accurate," they'll say it's a joke. When you say it's not really funny, they'll say it's a criticism.
It's
yeah.
Schrodinger's joke.
God damn it, you stole my joke!
The one example I always think of is with the King Kong review, where they're like, "Oh, half the budget was spent on rain machines," and they're doing it in like the one scene. There's like rain in the whole movie.
Yeah,
and then it never
actually-
rains again after that point.
Well, actually, because I always saw that as like, so he was using the they must have spent all their budget on rain machines to just exaggerate how much rain there was in that one scene, rather than actually saying that like the whole movie is filled with rain.
Yeah, but it's like a 2-second scene.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like it's like 2
Well,
seconds.
it's still
like,
dumb, but like that's just how I had always like.
Well,
seen that as. It's not like dishonest. I have just always seen that as.
The
like,
man
it's-
has never seen heavy rain before in his life.
To be fair,
Now, that
he's
wasn't even that
like,
bad rain.
isn't he from like
Shut up!
Wisconsin or something
Right.
like that? Where was the Ables taking place?
Oh
Well, I
my
have no
god.
idea.
By the
I
way,
don't remember anything from the Ables.
I will
to be
say
honest
this.
with you.
I will
remember
say
too
this.
much.
Shad's book is at least entertainingly bad. The Ables is fucking boring.
Yes.
That's what I
Man,
heard
we have
from
to
you
hear
guys
about-
yeah.
the
we have to
worst
hear
in a
of-
film to me is boring. I'll tell you right
We
now.
have-
And really ableist.
No, man, we have to listen
Ironically
to
enough.
how
Ironically.
we have to
What
listen for 3 paragraphs about how the mom can teleport an aircraft carrier.
Yep.
Izanagi says, the way I see it, some criticism has more weight than others. Nitpicks can be a problem and have a lot of weight if there are too many of them. No, yeah, nitpicks are one of those things.
100%.
It's death by 1,000 cuts. And it depends how much you weigh them and where they're like congregated. Nitpicks are a part of criticism, but it's all about framing of the criticism and where it's weighted. I think that's the argument
Right.
I want to make on and die on that
Yeah.
hill.
Especially
Let's
since
just
like,
not-
Case basis.
yeah, especially since as we said, what CinemaSins does is very different, even by nitpicking standards.
Jeremy's from Tennessee, right?
Okay.
Not kid ourselves
I'll hold
at
it
all.
against
Let's
them.
not even pretend. Like, the Plinkett reviews are not the template that we are all working with. And I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Okay.
I love the Plinkett reviews. Do I
Okay.
think that some aspects of them
Okay.
have aged poorly? Yes. Do I think
Yeah,
that they
that's fair.
sometimes
Yeah.
I still get a kick out of the gags, but
No, they're still very funny, but
100%.
not all of it is.
Yeah,
okay,
not
listen,
all of his
yeah.
criticisms probably hold up. If we rewatch them, there's probably gonna be some things that don't hold up as well.
I mean, the whole segment about how black people don't like Star Wars, I think, is probably the one.
oh, I
that's quite
forgot
most
that
funny.
was in there.
Yeah, you forgot that detail, didn't you? Remember the other bits that are funny, but you forget that part.
Yeah, Kaiser, you don't like Star Wars? I didn't know.
I had no idea. This is news
I
to me.
mean, look.
or
look,
wait,
look.
have you been lying to us? Are you not
Dun,
even
dun,
black?
dun.
You son of a bitch.
Oh my god.
I've been in blackface this entire time.
Oh no!
That's,
No.
that's really committing the bit, though. I'm not gonna lie.
No, yeah.
function better as
Especially
comedy
since I'm
than
on
criticism?
screen.
right?
Also, yes. But do I also think that they are some of the best videos on YouTube and that they're often hilarious and insightful and that we as a platform owe a ton to these videos? 100%, absolutely. But I think that the Plinkett reviews have given us a very limited and warped perspective on what criticism can be, which I don't necessarily
fair.
think is the fault.
I'm actually
That's
curious. How many views do the Plinkett videos have at this
Oh,
point?
they're massive amounts.
Yeah, it's
Guaranteed.
yeah.
I think
they-
well, I can understand what he's saying, because like, especially if this is like, if Plinkett's reviews are like your first experience with like any form of media criticism, you might very well get like the misinterpretation that like this is kind of how, like, forget the gags, forget like all the kind of stuff. This is a guy who is reviewing something that he vehemently believes is extremely bad. And like, obviously that's not how, like how we were talking earlier, is that, you know, negative reviews are like, film criticism is okay to be negative, but like I think Twice said it, it shouldn't be hyperbolic. And so like
Yes.
if you watch something like this and like you don't take away like the accuracy of the critique, and you just see
I
like
said
all the
that
gags
too.
and stuff, and
Yeah.
put that towards like your own videos, and you instead start making these extremely purposefully hyperbolic videos just to match
Right.
the style, but not the accuracy or anything else. Then that I can see exactly how like Plinkett videos provide.
Ugox
Yeah.
says the difference. I don't have to watch the MHA movies for the anime. The Res arc is literally the next arc after what the Chainsaw Man anime adapted.
That is true.
I don't know. I kind of want to say. I mean, I understand that they are side stories in MHA, but they're important ones. They set up like the Armored All Might story does not make a lot of sense unless you know who Melissa is.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair,
Okay.
fair.
Like, there's so much stuff that is in both the manga and the anime that Melissa contributes to, but you won't know who she is unless if you watch the movie.
And there's a debate whether
That's
or not
true,
that's
but
good or bad.
I do get where he's coming from too, where the entire Reze arc is like adapted on.
Yeah, it is
film,
a
but,
strict arc
Right.
narratively.
Like,
so
it's a
I can,
straight up arc.
I'm gonna watch the Chainsaw Man anime, and then I'm never gonna watch the movie. That'll piss people off.
oh no.
You know what? Live your truth. Live your truth, Queen. There you go. But I'll say this in terms of what he's talking about back with the video with the Plinkett reviews.
example.
You think about it this way: Die Hard, First Blood, and John Wick are all action films, but they're all totally
Right.
different.
Yes.
Same thing with
Right.
reviews. You can do a different style, different structure, different approach.
Yep.
It doesn't limit what it is. It's just, hey, it's different types. It's like, it's not like one cake or the other. It's two cakes, you know? That's how I see it as.
Yeah, and I think that in terms of it being which I was praying that he wasn't going to do the this X video ruined everything thing. I'm glad he's not doing that. Because I do believe that we as an audience, when we see a video go incredibly viral, it's the same thing as like how other filmmakers see films of the past and sees their success and what makes them so great, where we see the result but not the method behind the madness, right? And that can lead us into having very warped ideas of what criticizing media can be, and we can do things that even Plinkett didn't really intend to.
Yeah, and the thing with Plinkett also is that it's ultimately also a work of entertainment in and of itself,
Yeah.
which is worth the criticism. Like saying, black people don't like Star Wars. I'm sorry, it's just the one thing that's easiest to criticize. It's the one easy
I
point.
want to see the full context of that part, man,
oh my
because
God.
it's been a minute. It's been a whole minute
Yeah,
since
take
I've
a look.
seen
It's in the Attack
entirety
of the Clones
the-
section. It's when he mentions Samuel L. Jackson.
So
Okay.
They say they
So-
added Samuel L. Jackson just to get black people in the theater, and that's the context.
Zero just messaged me and he's like, someone needs to do this but with Kaiser and Star Wars.
Oh no!
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Let me see this. Let me
Are
see.
you
You'll
gonna
never
fake
take
Oscar
away our
watching
hope.
Star Wars?
Then I'm afraid you ain't pink.
Jesus Christ, is that the freaking like?
Oh my
The Joe Biden
God.
meme.
Yeah, it's the Joe Biden
it's the
meme.
Joe
I
Biden
forgot that's what
meme.
it
Yeah,
originally
I
was.
love it.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, it's great.
Oh wait, I think I've seen. I think I actually saw this on Twitter with once.
Yeah.
That is so funny.
Of
Okay.
Mike Stacklasa or anyone at Red Letter Media, I consider it more of an unintended consequence. Just like how when Mike said in the Star Trek 2009 Plinkett review that J.J. Abrams would be really good at directing Star Wars movies, I don't think he thought for a second that would ever manifest itself into reality.
Real monkey's paw.
He
moment.
apologized
Yeah.
for that. He's like, I did not intend that.
He's like, I did it now.
I'm sorry.
We didn't
I'm
listen.
so sorry.
We didn't listen.
The thing is, Plinkett actually doesn't have an issue with Force Awakens. It's more where his issue is more where it went with it.
Yeah.
That's where a
Yeah,
lot of people go.
Yeah,
Well, the problem that you want to have with Force Awakens is that it is the J.J. Abrams mystery box. And
My
And-
issue is it's not enough different. Like, it's just too similar. And that's my big issue
Right.
with it.
yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
That's definitely
Yeah.
or that
That's
it would come in the form of something like The Rise of Skywalker. Just
Yeah,
like I don't
that
think
too,
Mike
right
grew
there,
up
yeah.
watching Star Trek and thought, one day Captain Kirk will roast me on Twitter. My point being that I don't think that the Plinkett reviews were some sort of diabolical scheme to warp the perception of online criticism. No, really, the Plinkett reviews first and foremost function as catharsis.
What kind of, I guess, inspired you to start doing these reviews?
Well, the
God, he
very
looks
first
young in
reviews
that.
Generations.
Oh my
I
thin.
was a huge Next Generation fan as a kid, you know, growing up and whatnot. And when I saw that movie in the theaters, I hated it.
Yeah.
So I had a lot of free time, and I just said, you know, I'm going to make a video detailing all the points about why I don't like this movie or why I thought it didn't work.
Yeah.
And so I made that, and I just made it for the intention of just for myself, just to do it.
Yeah.
And so I put it on YouTube, and it started to get good. Yeah, it started to get momentum, and people liked it. I was like, okay.
But when the copycats naturally
That's
emerged, they
throwing
didn't
me off
really
how young
take
he
away.
looks. Shit.
Yeah.
That's really throwing me off.
Yeah, and he's very much is just straight up, I made it for myself. And that's usually a thing that I want to encourage in artists. Sure, you have to want to there's something to trying to appeal to an audience of some sort, but at the end of the day,
I was about to say, you're to be a YouTuber, you gotta be a bit of an attention whore.
yeah, but at the same time, you got to make things that
extent,
really
certainly.
when you're a writer or a director or something, make something that attaches to you emotionally.
Yes.
You got to be passionate about what
100%.
you're talking about.
Right.
You
Yeah.
can't be like Spike Lee directing Old Boy.
Exactly. Thank you. Let's go with that example
God,
again.
that was the worst fucking thing, Spike. That's not true, actually. Nothing
Here's the
annoys
thing.
me as much as that.
It's hard to blame him for it because you can tell in interviews he did not give a shit, but he was trying to because maybe he promised someone he'd do it or something.
He might have been
I
like
don't
a
know.
weird contractual obligation.
Yeah.
Or he
And,
lost a
I
bet.
think that and his remake of Ganja and Hess, I think he genuinely wanted to make like the movies, but I don't think it was the right fit for him. Is the issue?
Yeah,
He's a great director.
I was
but
just
not for
thinking
those
about
films.
this. I was just thinking about this, and it's the reason I brought up Hideo Kojima earlier. The more I reflected on it, people really loved PT, and they really liked the idea of Silent Hills. I don't think it would have actually been a very good Silent Hill game. I think Hideo Kojima would have done some really fun things gameplay wise in terms of what Silent Hill could be, and I think that would be great.
Right.
But I think the story would be so overly melodramatic because that's Hideo's style. Hideo loves
And you don't think that fits with the vibe of Silent Hill?
No, Silent Hill is a much more restrained. It has bits of melodrama in there, but they're very strategic.
Okay.
So
Silent Hill usually makes the melodrama extrapolated into monsters. Typically,
Yeah,
that's what works with Silent Hill.
Yeah.
like the worst Silent Hill games are like the friggin' later first era of Silent Hill, like Downpour and stuff like that, because they're just too over the top.
post Team Silent. I think we have three
Yeah.
eras now, which is Team Silent, post Team Silent, and now we're in. I don't know. People call it the Renaissance or the Resurgence or whatever.
Yeah.
Basically, after
the new stuff's good. The new stuff
Silent
is good.
Hill.
It's the old stuff.
I plan to do a
old chapter.
full breakdown of Silent Hill F. And I mean, completely comprehensive, because that game got so much shit that it did not deserve.
No,
I was about to
But that needs
say
context.
I thought the new team was gonna be Team Loud. You know, the trend.
Well, I mean, and also you should probably wait till the new Silent Hill comes out, like the remake of the first one. I think.
Well, there's
confirmed,
also
right?
Townfall. I don't know when that's coming out.
Also,
Yeah,
that's
that's
two
true.
stages thing. Celtic. Silent F in a real Silent Hill game.
Oh,
What was
shut.
Oh dear.
Okay, he's roboting, but I heard the joke. Silent Hill F isn't a real Silent Hill game. That
Yeah,
was,
Yes, that is what I said. My apologies.
yeah.
F got a lot of people who didn't want to understand it getting mad at it, though. That's the
I
problem.
don't get it at all.
Yeah.
Dude, you should watch our breakdown of Synthetic Man's video.
It was so
It's-
bad.
Yeah.
It was
you want to talk
so
about
bad.
catharsis?
I've seen Synthetic Man complain about it, and I'm like, he's not getting it. He's like not trying to get the game. That's a frustrating.
That's him in all of his videos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
like
even
the-
as
Beyond
someone
being offensive, he's just dumb. I'm sorry.
The worst
not very
video was
smart,
actually the
clever.
following one that we did with Noel, because she
yeah.
actually got really offended because this is her. She's Japanese. This is her culture.
Literally,
Yeah.
she grew up in the town, one of the towns they reference for Ebisugaoka.
Yeah.
Like, so she has a very, very personal connection to the history of like what they're tapping into.
Right.
But I take
And-
that
and then-
criticism
and
more
then-
seriously than I
yeah.
take Synthetic Man. I'll say that right now. Like
Yeah,
way more.
and even and like it's even worse because like I have zero relation to this series. I don't know about the game and things like that, but I could even tell at its face that a lot of the criticisms just don't even make any sense. Like just fucking logically.
Are you saying that you don't trust the criticisms of a guy who listens to N-word compilations in his spare time?
Shocking.
I forgot he said
A
that.
game of pain. It was meant to be a game of pain and social ostracization and like just suffering. Like,
Well, I am very
it makes you
glad.
uncomfortable doing the job right.
I'm very glad that Silent Hill F bucked the trend where the great trauma is death. Because, like, every Silent Hill game has been centered around the trauma related to death or murder or something like that. Meanwhile, Silent Hill F, it's, like, all purely social. No one actually dies in that game. It's so much stronger because of it. Anyway.
I think you know what? All fears can be articulated through Silent Hill. Can fuck you up somehow.
Yeah,
or
I like it exploring something new.
Yeah, and also Higurashi writer, always love them.
Yeah, I need to
He's great.
actually play the Higurashi games. I got bored of the first
you
one.
gotta fucking play. I mean, it's a visual novel, but still, you gotta fucking.
Well, yeah,
play it.
that's
You
what I
gotta
mean.
fucking
I
do
watched
that
the
one.
anime.
Yeah.
I love the anime, but it's not good.
You know what? The anime is a truncated version of what.
Yeah,
the video
I hear
novel
there's a
was.
lot more depth to the visual.
Oh,
Yeah.
very much so.
Yeah.
That being said,
it's
one of the
fantastic.
characters has a moment in the entire story which I feel emotionally connected to, very much so. Long
Oh,
story
was
short,
it what's her face shaking the ladder?
No, not at all. Actually,
Oh.
it's a bit where, long story short, it's the only character that knows they're in a time loop and knows that when they die, they'll just go back into a time loop. So she literally sets up a knife and slams her head into it just to get out of a conversation.
I love that scene. I hate saying I love that scene, but it's a great scene. I do love that.
Oh,
and
yes.
Shion or Mion, whatever, fucking like laughs her ass off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Away his genuineness or his authenticity, and it seems like what they took away was that catharsis is not simply a function of criticism, but that it is criticism in its entirety. The Plinkett reviews unintentionally lessened the scope of reviewing films into this template of just shitting on a film for the entertainment of the audience.
I mean, I wouldn't
really-
a lot of them, but I wouldn't really say that like that's for the case of a lot because there are definitely quite a few critics who were inspired in part, if like whether entirely or even in part by Plinkett's videos, who also went on.
Definitely like
Yeah,
good
but
reviewers.
undeniably, there are a few that are like just doing.
Oh yeah,
like,
well yeah, like
everything
just
wrong with
statistically,
this
it's
for the fun of it.
inevitable.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you do something great, you're gonna get copycats who just aren't as talented as you are. Getting
oh my
the-
god,
It's
Daigato!
What did he do?
Another
What did he
big
do? What
brain.
did he
I'm
draw?
on the
Oh,
big
no.
brain chair.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my lord.
That's posted somewhere.
Get on my caliber, hermano.
Holy shit.
I thought you were Celtic.
You guys.
I say.
You guys, you bird, you think you're better than me? Says Ruby, looking at Celtic on his throne.
Yes.
Yes.
I was gonna
This
say,
is why
someone
I
said
lived
that
in
like
the living
they
room.
attribute like someone said something earlier that I was away getting a drink during, but like something along the lines of superiority or like a critic feeling like they have some level of they like elevate themselves above the work or something like that. I was gonna say, to be a critic, you need some level of ego. Like someone makes a point of it is like there is a healthy amount of ego where you are confident in your ability to dissect something and express an opinion. Because if you don't have that, then you're just like a sheep person. And look, sheep are cute, but like, don't want to be a sheep person.
There are some people who are at least self-aware enough to know that they don't have the ability to critique something. Because like a lot of our friends are like that. Like James, Onyx Strider, he's one of those people. On the one time that he came into the podcast to talk about stuff, But like, I don't actually agree with the idea that you have to have some sort of greater ego in order to be able to critique something. You just have to have confidence in your ability to be able to analyze something outside of just being entertained.
I think also another factor is that sometimes ego isn't a factor. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's a genuine desire to see someone improve.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say something that will spoil the end of this video, but there is an example in this video later on of a critic who is very famous, speaking out in favor of someone who is also now very famous, who wasn't famous at the time and was widely shat on by a lot of people, with the intention of seeing them improve and seeing them get more notoriety. I won't be specific because I think it's a good example. We'll get to it.
All right, well, let's try and get there.
I think
Yeah,
I
right?
have a guess. I think I have
Look
a
at
guess.
Lindsay Ellis's most viewed videos, or maybe take a look at Jeremy Johns, who admittedly only exists on this platform
Yeah.
as he does today because one day he decided to massively rip into Transformers 2 on camera.
It's like they took the plot of Transformers 1, ripped it, beat it to shit.
I've never seen this.
It's his original
Or maybe
video,
we could
man.
look at Chris Stuckman, one of my favorite reviewers on the platform. A ton of his most
telling.
viewed.
Ooh.
That's a little telling.
That's listen, Stuckman gets a lot of shit. I think he has done a lot of good for the platform in this sense. I also
mean, a lot of
think he
his-
has I think
Not
he also
denying
realistic
that.
feedback.
Older stuff is good.
Yeah, the big thing is when he became a filmmaker and he was
Yeah, that's the transition.
Yeah, the transition point where he decided, I'm not going to criticize anyone anymore. It's like, that's what your entire channel is built on.
Yeah, then what are
The
you gonna
most,
do?
And like,
the
here's
most
the thing,
telling
Though,
review.
like I think I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get his perspective on it, where it's like once you see how hard it is to make something, he's like, well, I can't criticize this anymore. I'm like, yeah, it's fair,
Well-
but then you're not a critic.
Well, I
so
was going to say,
don't do
Yeah.
that.
one,
Yeah.
I think there's some self-defense in there in that I'm making a film now and I don't want the criticism. I think there's some level
Right.
of that. There's also,
or you don't
I
want to
don't,
piss off someone you're connected to.
that
in
was
the
it. I
industry
don't want to
also.
piss off my connections, but the thing is, he's not transparent about like those elements, which is
The most telling.
Yeah.
Well,
And
also,
telling-
like,
His biggest
Okay.
connection is Mike Flanagan, who, mind you, a big name in the industry.
yeah.
Yes.
Mike Flanagan shit on some people though.
Yeah.
That's the thing too. Like he shit
I
on some other
have
people.
a bit of an opposite reaction to him because like I've always been into media, specifically cartoons and stuff like that, but
right.
once I went through college for 3D animation, I was able to critique animation a lot more thoroughly because I now have all of this background information and I can speak with a lot more authority on it because now I know what makes good animation, what doesn't make good animation, all these techniques and stuff like that. But like I understand how hard it is to make animation, but that's also why I'm a lot more passionate about critiquing animation.
Oh, what I love
I
is
agree
that
in that sense. That's how, and with writing too.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying. Like, I get why Stuckman is the way he is. I don't agree with it. I will say that right now. I think I want to make sure. Even though I'm sympathetic to Stuckman to an extent, I want to emphasize like I'm not that. You know,
Yeah.
Well, here's the
Don't
thing.
see eye
Here's
to
the
eye
thing.
with
Here's the
one
thing.
another.
Here's the thing. I think we're all sympathetic to Stuckman to one way or another.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
will say the most telling thing that he did was make his Madam Web review and
I was
outright
about
Yeah,
say
yeah, basically.
yeah, yeah.
he outright said I don't want to make bad reviews anymore, so I'm not going to talk about
which
this movie.
is somehow a bigger insult to the
no
film.
idea how much that
That's
says.
like-
Yeah,
okay.
you may as well have said nothing and
Yeah,
never
literally-
have made the movie at all. I mean,
Yeah,
made
like,
the
it-
video
You
at
want
all.
you want to know something important about Madam Web and myself?
Oh, please.
My spouse took me to see that
Okay.
on Valentine's Day. She's like, this looks like shit, and I have
Yeah.
to see this. I'm like,
Oh,
you know what?
Was
Very
I
based.
can't say you're wrong.
Was she
And then we went to
swayed?
get like,
Okay.
Was she swayed by the advertisement of the Madam Web helicopter or the Madam Web advertisement on cranberry spray?
no,
Oh God.
no, she didn't see any of that shit. She just saw the Rotten Tomato score and was like, this looks like garbage. We're seeing it. And I'm like, okay, well, you know
Yeah.
what? I can't say you're you're wrong on that
You
one.
contributed to the several $1,000s that film made.
Yeah, all 5 of them. Yeah.
All 5.
I
God,
think
that
was
movie
it
sucked.
cranberry? I can't remember what it was, like some cranberry drink.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Cranberry.
It was one of the best Sydney Sweeney movies, though. I'll say that right now. One of her highest quality acting talents. One of her
Wasn't
best
she the
roles.
one that was absolutely trying her best to no longer be affiliate? Like, she just didn't give a shit in the interviews.
Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
Dakota Johnson.
Oh, right.
That's Dakota
Oh,
Johnson
okay.
didn't give a shit.
Dakota
Dakota Johnson in every movie she's in does not give a shit, and I respect that deeply.
He has ascended to
Right.
levels of not giving a fuck that I aspire to.
Yeah, no, I think she actually chooses movies just to shit on them.
My
Like,
mother was in the
deliberately.
Amazon studying spiders when she died.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry.
before she
I-
died.
It's not
you
even-
cannot like be in a movie that makes you say that and be like, yeah, this,
And it's
this is
not
dog
even in the
shit.
fucking movie.
It
It's
isn't.
not
The
even
cowards.
The,
No,
The
it's
line
cowards.
out.
The
No,
cowards.
The worst bit is the fucking dub of Ezekiel, whatever his name is. Like,
Oh God, yeah,
a
the
really great
entirety of
character.
his ADR.
Yeah, and what's crazy is like, I'm a
Oh,
huge Spider-Man fan. I love Spider-Man. All these
Yeah.
characters are really fucking interesting in the comics. They're all really dynamic and cool and have dimensions, and none of it shows up in the fucking movie.
I was about to say they completely changed, almost completely
All
changed
of them.
Ezekiel Stain's
All of them.
story.
Hell, every single one of them is nothing like how they are in the comics. Like freaking Jessica Carpenter or Jennifer Carpenter, whatever her name is, fascinating character in the comics. Sydney Sweeney does nothing with the character because she's given nothing to work with. Dakota
Right.
Johnson, Madam Web, great
I mean,
character, really interesting.
Let's
They
be
do
honest.
nothing fucking with her.
Most
Yeah.
people, when they think about Sydney Sweeney in that movie, it's not that they she didn't portray the character, is that they covered her up.
Yeah,
So most people think.
well, let's just say
So
they're
most
eating their
think.
popcorn with. Let's just say they're eating their popcorn with one hand going up and down, but like you get the gist of it.
Oh, okay.
Like everything in that movie is. Ugh, I'm sorry. I'll
yeah,
stop myself
we
now.
can continue,
I-
like, because we're here, but for Chris Stuckman now.
I wanted to say like just one more thing about Chris Stuckman, like just while we were here, because in a way I feel like he is, or at least like ever since like that Madam Web video in particular, I feel like he is a good example of the reverse of the kind of Plinkett copycats that we've been talking about. It's the
Yes.
same kind of hyperbolicness, but it's hyperbolic positivity. Like
It's
so you have a guy.
exactly what I said
He is,
earlier,
yeah. He exactly. He's going out of his way to review this, or he's going out of his way to specify in this review of a very well-known video or a very well-known film for being really, really bad, and he is starting it off by saying, "I'm not going to do negative, videos anymore." Because and like the implication, of course, being that this is a
Yeah.
bad film, you just don't
Yeah.
want to talk about it. Or
because
so-
you're
but-
industry cucked and you're compromised. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going
Well,
to
no,
quote
it's-
my old DM on this one. Doing nothing is a free action.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's more than that. It's more than that because like here, so Stuckman, so you are making a video about this movie that you know is bad, but you're not going to critique it in the frame that you truly believe it is because you don't want to be negative about it. So you are talking in a way you are talking from a perspective that you are not passionate about because you know that a lot of other people are talking about this film. And that is the reason why you're making a video on it, because even though you're talking about it in a direction that you don't really believe in, you know that other people will see, oh, it's a Madam Web video, I want to go watch this. And that's the same kind of like mindset as the kind of Plinkett copycats who only go into something to be negative because they know that negativity brings in, you made a video on Madam Web because Madam Web was a popular thing to talk about, but you didn't want to be negative about it. And it's that same hyperbolic.
Yeah, you wanted to have your cake and eat it too.
I do want to bring up a counterpoint to all this, just in the interest of fairness.
Sure.
James Rolfe, back in 2016, announced publicly, I'm not going to review Ghostbusters 2016. and gave his reasons why he wasn't going to. But the reason why that I feel, and mind you, that was controversial at the time too.
Yeah, well, it was.
The reason why I think in hindsight that's better received than this one
is because he didn't make the review. He actually
he gave reasons why he didn't want to do it. He's like, no, I looked forward to this film for years, for Ghostbusters 3. I don't like how they're making it after Harold Ramis died. He gave specific reasons as to why, and I get that. Hey, listen,
they're completely personal as well.
Yeah, exactly. This, he's saying that he's making this movie and this, that, and the third, and I don't want to. I see how it is to make film, and okay, I get that, but like, it's also because you don't want to piss off Hollywood contacts, and I get that too. Basically, practically, you could have just not put out a video.
Yeah, if the primary reason is professional, then why the hell are you making that public? Yeah. You're just setting yourself up for failure.
I would have loved if he just came on camera and says, Madam Webb, well, they tried their best. That's the end of the review.
It's so goddamn weird that it's that film that he was going to die on this hill from. You know what I mean?
It's just not a movie worth getting a controversy over, is what it comes down to.
It's hilarious.
It's Madam Web. It's not worth. It's not worth anything.
Literally, no one on the production by the end of it cared. It's like, also Akira Akasa. Hey guys, been watching your videos for a while. This is the first time I catch you live. How much did I miss? I don't actually know what time. We start at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just if you want to catch us again, and you've missed about 2.5 hours. But don't worry, you've only missed 9 minutes of the video we're covering.
Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. I have 2 nickels.
Do you have more pins than that at least?
Oh, I have plenty of pins. Also, by the way, and don't worry, no hard feelings. This is just me making a
Shall
meme.
Yeah, let's go. Let's keep going. I think. Yeah.
Videos are hilariosity reviews where he just tears apart and laughs at the failures of filmmakers. Why do you think he bowed out of the negativity rat race entirely? Or you can look at other Descendant channels like Your Movie Sucks or I Hate Everything. And again, love these guys. I'm not throwing any shade their way at all.
I love one of them.
But even if it's not reflective of every piece...
I'm weirded out by one of them.
Yeah, okay, so personal story, Your Movie Sucks pissed off one of my friends, and I've been bitter ever since. Personally got angry with one of my friends for criticizing him publicly, and ever since then been like, I don't like him. I'm not a fan. Everything sounds cool, but like Your Movie Sucks just pisses me off for that reason.
Yeah, I'd rather not get into why I don't care for Your Movie Sucks, mostly because I don't want to gross everybody out.
Yeah, he has good reviews, but he has weird opinions.
Yeah, I know what he looks at night. I know that too.
Okay, now we got that established.
Yes.
And in terms of I Hate Everything, I mean, I like most of his stuff they made in the past, but there were certain things that he did and said around like 2018 and 19 that kind of threw me off. So that kind of made me just fall off of his channel. So
I don't know what you're referring to, but I will say this: I Hate Everything made one of my favorite movie reviews of all time. And that is the one of I forget the name of the movie, but it's the one from Africa. It was like an independent production.
Kimba.
No, it's not Kimbo.
You're talking Your Movie Sucks. Did the Kimbo?
Yeah. Oh my God.
No. I Hate Everything did it, and it's a movie about like it's an independent film. I think from like a very poor part of Africa, and it's like a cheesy action film. But like,
God, I know what you're talking about.
Is that the one? Right? Why are you running? Is that the Why Are You Running one?
Why are you running?
Oh, that was from a movie. I thought it was from a movie.
I thought that was from Ghana. Is that the one with the is that the one with the GIF fucking helicopters and shit?
Yes, it's like rescue.
Who killed Captain Alex?
Yes, there you go. Captain Alex. There you go. It is a great. It's one of the best reviews because, like, at one hand, he's saying this is ridiculous, but he's also pointing out like how incredible it is that this like small community was able to throw their resources together to make this film. That's despite being technically incompetent, is so entertaining because of how much heart is put into it.
Why
He's
are
able
you
to
running?
divide the technical
Why
standards
are
of
you
filmmaking. From
Oh
the heart
my!
of- Yeah,
I didn't know that was from a movie. I
it's
thought
from
that
a movie. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was the way that the scene is shot. I always thought that it came from like some bad reality show.
No, that's all they had. They had like we're talking like
Oh
people.
my
They had this.
God.
This is a part of the continent so poor they had to share the VHS player to play
Yeah.
the movie on. Like they
Good
are like
Lord.
impoverished, but
I-
they made this movie that was just inspired by all the things they loved, and it's
That's cool.
Oh,
and
man,
the movie
God
is
bless 'em.
terribly made, but it's just the passion is what he admires about it. And I
Right.
really deeply love that because it's like even in the review he's like this movie is really badly made, but there's
Yep.
so much heart in it. I can't be mad about it. It's just so charming. And
Common sense.
that's fair.
Common
Yeah,
sense.
I get it.
5199. He walked a lot of that back and walked himself into a corner with a lot of the critical drinker stuff. Why? That's one of the reasons that YMS has become sort of. His personal relationships and the way he handles them have gotten really messy.
Yeah.
I respect the quality of these guys' work. I don't know. I only know them by reputation personally, in terms of like their personal lives. And when I hear about those, I don't like the guys on that level. And I think that's
Yeah.
fine. You know, love the art, not the artist. That's all fine.
Sure.
Like the problem also is since becoming like a channel on YouTube that has interacted with other channels, you hear things, the grapevine. And like there's some channels who like I won't say any names because I don't want to badmouth them publicly, but people will tell you who's like a fun person to hang out with and who's like a jackass. And I'll just say right now I haven't heard a lot of great things about your movie sucks. I'll just say that right now.
Oof.
I
feel
believe
comfortable
it.
saying that.
That kind of explains certain things. Yeah. But
Yeah, like
moving on.
I won't say who told me that, but through the grapevine I've heard that. And then,
the just to like emphasize the critical drinker episode of EFAP where they brought Your Movie Sucks on to talk about the tiff between the two. If you watch that, he literally just bulldozes the entire conversation the entire time without letting anyone do it. Like Fringy, one of the main co-hosts of EFAP, I don't think he speaks for like 3 hours because Your Movie Sucks is just rambling the entire time, and he's like arguing with himself.
Yeah, there
at
wasn't
points.
as much like a back and forth. And then you know the thing you can play that one chatter complained about in regards to the 17-hour review that Mueller did, where it's like you kind of forget what the original point was. Yeah, that happened several times during that conversation.
It's just Your Movie Sucks.
that
I think
sucks.
he does it like it's a single person gish gallop.
And that's rough.
Which is
I mean,
impressive.
obviously, I'm a yapper too, obviously, but you got to respect the balance of the panel.
Yeah.
Of criticism they've ever given. The names alone kind of tell you where their headspace was at when they joined the platform, right? Like, again, it's Catharsis. It's like when YMS makes a video about The Lion King 2019. As someone who has absolutely no nostalgia or investment in The Lion King at all, when I'm watching that video, I am right there with him. I am saying, yeah, tear this fucking film apart. Disney. But like, after I'm done watching the video,
are you feeling that way because of like the way that he's expressing that negativity, or are you feeling that way because a lot of the citations that he's giving and a lot of the arguments he's making are very well supported?
I think he's getting to it.
I think that's what he's getting to. I mean, I think he is. That's what he's getting to. I'll just say that
yeah,
right now.
you
He's getting to
freaking
it.
pre-gaming bastard.
I'm so sorry.
Couldn't help
I didn't.
it.
He knows a fucking rule about it, guys.
Oh, it wasn't even a rule. It's just like it's fast and loose.
It's an
Sit there and think,
unspoken and
We're fast and loose about preing here.
really all
That's
there
fair.
is? Like, is this all criticism can
Well, no,
be on the platform? Is this what we're stuck with forever? And again, I want to make this as clear as possible that I am not here to just point fingers at all these people and say, you're doing it wrong, you're ruining the platform. Because these are all people whom I love and respect. Without Red Letter Media, without YMS, there is no me. And as I keep saying, I'm doing it too, and I'm trying to understand why. All the channels I mentioned and what they create are just cogs in this big negativity machine. which, speaking of machines, we have to talk about.
Yep.
That.
Okay, well, here's an interesting thing that I was going to point out is people who are fans of criticism probably are going to find more critical content, while people who are more positive find more positive content. That's just a lot of how the algorithm works. It recommends you things that you wouldn't possibly like. So I'm actually wondering, are we, because we're in a more critical bubble, are we ignoring that there is a larger positivity bubble that we're not seeing?
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of media that like are very positive, or like a lot of the kinds of people, or that have more positive, I guess, just as an example of like one particular video game that I've seen more positive videos about than negative is Elden Ring. And that is in spite of like how there is one very negative video on it that I do kind of agree with, but there are a lot of them that are extremely positive about it. But you're kind of right. We don't really see a lot of that kind of, like, a big reason why we may not see that kind of stuff is because we ourselves are like critics, and so we tend to, I don't know, something about like our general interests kind of like gravitates towards other people who are also, you know, going to criticize a lot.
Right. And I think another element that also needs to be taken into account with these sorts of things is that the general perspective of a piece of media can shift drastically over time. Like back, you know, a couple years back, this is a perfectly good example. Now, again, guys, I have yet to play Final Fantasy VII Remake and/or Rebirth, but I have seen videos.
You seriously have not played Final Fantasy VII at all?
I've played the original.
How am I in the same call with someone who has never played Final Fantasy VII?
How can you even look at the porn of Tifa without feeling guilty about yourself?
Do you really want me to answer that?
No, anyway, I'm already so ashamed for you.
Anyways, but yeah, speaking of somebody who hasn't seen, played the game for myself, I've seen many videos talking about the game from both sides of the aisle, right? Mm-hmm. And back when the game first came out, and even a couple years after, negative reviews on it were extremely rare. But I'm noticing nowadays that there is a bit of a surge of negative reviews about well, I guess a bit of a resurgence kind of
say a revengeance
or being featuring Dante from Devil May Cry. Anyway, of people talking negatively about those two games, Rebirth especially. Of course, the primary person, who has been doing it the most has been this guy, Sebi Webbs, I think his name is. I've seen some clips from him. He's hilarious. I have no context for it, but point is that there are certain pieces of media where the perspective on them can shift, and it might either shift to an entirely different paradigm, or just the general attention or opinion becomes much more mixed, right?
Exactly.
I think that's another thing.
In some cases, I've even seen like the reverse for probably the one video game I never thought I would hear the grain change is Sonic 2006. So like everyone played that game when it came out.
That is
the mods have changed it.
Yeah,
because of because of like the Project 06. Like, well, it's not even just that. Like, some people are like, actually, 06 was good the whole time.
Okay, but now speaking about
even though Project 06 only changes the gameplay and the mechanics and the control and stuff like that, it doesn't change the weird ass story.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one of those, like, should we criticize it because it's promoting interspecies relationships?
I don't care what happens to the world.
The teenager will kiss the hedgehog.
Hang on a second. Aren't we on a platform right now, a stream, with a bird person smoking a pipe in a hat? And we're talking, and the point of criticism we have is that there's a hedgehog and a human who kiss.
Oh,
and that's
my criticism is the fact that, like, the human doesn't give a shit if the droid. That's what I'm criticizing it for.
Right, I think it's ridiculous too. But like, We're sharing a space with furries. I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Kelsey. I'm
I
sorry.
mean, if
I've
you,
been
if
called
you really
worse.
want to think about it,
Furries, I'm sorry.
No, we're not
We-
thinking about it.
I'm sorry. The politically correct answer, featheries. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna say, like,
I'm
people
joking, don't worry.
thought I was a furry because my first avatar, I had a friend who is was a furry artist. I'm not friends with her anymore.
I thought you were gonna say she's stopping a furry, but okay.
Well, no. If anything, she's gone all in.
Oh hell yeah!
But
Respect that. I'm sorry. Go
but
for
she
it.
made my first avatar, and I just didn't know what I was doing when I was basically asking her to make it. So a lot of people think that I'm like a hardcore furry, and it's like, no. Like I'm not gonna deny some art, fine, great, but like it's not like a regular consumption thing. It's like, all right, great, whatever.
You know,
majority
I'll
of furry art is gross.
Yeah.
I'll give furries that they are able to fully articulate the human form, oddly enough, very well in all its aspects. I'll say that.
Nah.
There's a lot of creative furry artists. That said, though, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I respect the craft. I just don't understand it.
I will say
be in this podcast anymore.
I will disagree. A lot of furry art that I have seen has really bad human anatomy. It's gross.
That's fair. You know what? As a layman who knows nothing about art except this looks well made or whatever, I couldn't tell you if the anatomy is correct. I just think they have their interests. That's fine. I respect
just
you,
find Anthony
and I
just like
don't get it.
drooling over some abs and just like, oh.
Listen.
So-
Okay, yes, you're not wrong about that, but
Shall we?
Yeah, let's continue.
Shall we move along? Because
I think I'll just take 1 second right now though before we go because I have to bow out early tonight. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry
Yeah.
about that. But
All right, no
there's
problem.
this stuff going on at home. But I just want to thank you all for inviting me to be on here. The rest of the video is interesting. You're gonna have some interesting talk about Scorsese coming up. Just telling you right
Okay.
now. But thank you so much for
yeah,
inviting
good
me on
time.
this. I really appreciate
Well,
it.
thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah.
Pleasure to have you, man.
Nah, yes. Sorry I have to leave early, but being a new father involves sometimes having to bow out of things quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It comes down to it.
No, how dare you?
Yeah, how dare
Very-
you take
how
care
is
of your
my-
progeny? It's almost like it's built
I
into
know.
our DNA.
It's crazy. Well, I was gonna say the bigger thing is I need to get a mop, is what it is. But all that being said,
shit,
though,
Probably
oh shit is
literally.
right actually. It's very
Yeah,
Ah!
oh yeah, very little, literally, and other things too, unfortunately. But I just want to thank you for having me on. I really appreciate it. And if you ever want me on again, just let me know. All right.
Yeah,
I'll
awesome.
talk to
Yeah.
you, man.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. On that note, have a good one. I gotta get some
Take care.
rags set up. All right. Take
All
care,
All right,
guys.
see you around.
Bye.
Night, man.
Bye.
All right, now we got to fix all the
Yeah, I was-
biblically accurate.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you guys that like I didn't know when he had to leave, but I was like, should we maybe move on to try to get through most of the video before he leaves? But yeah, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is what it is.
I didn't see that, but
Like he's the first person who has used the channel for the VC. I didn't know where those pings were coming from.
The pings are coming from inside the house.
I mean, literally, yeah. They were coming from inside the VC.
This is an interesting pattern for Discord. It's like it's put you guys in like a T shape.
Oh.
Yeah, it's strange, or as they pronounce in Germany, the Strange.
Oh.
The strongest?
strong guy.
Yes, the strongest.
All I'm seeing is 2 Kaisers.
Yeah, well, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I-
of course.
Don't
because I'm so
worry,
nice,
we'll be
you have to
deleting
make
that
2 of
one.
me. Why?
There we go. You're no longer. Yeah,
I'm
we got
sensing-
we-
I'm
it-
sensing a weird amount of pleasure out from
The-
you saying that.
the idiotic Kaiser has been removed. And then which?
Of course, and all
Where
that's
the
left
hell is
is,
Pete? Oh God, I gotta find him. That's like the fun of this in some ways. Like, oh, it's like a,
Yeah.
it's like I have
well,
to
it's
search.
It's like a scavenger hunt. Yeah.
If you got
Yeah.
some platinum in your walls, I'm probably there.
yeah.
Why would I have platinum
my-
in my walls?
Because
don't
you
know.
blew
How
up
am I here?
Pete.
Yeah. Like, how else would I be here if there weren't platinum on this airship of yours? Where are we? I keep forgetting what the canon of Team Jack
this is the Jester's Fiat, and I haven't asked about it. Maybe we do have platinum somewhere in here. I'm gonna move you over here.
I'm in your walls. I'm in your goddamn walls.
Izanagi says Kimono Mimi for the win. Honestly, not all in. That's fair. And someone's like Monster Girls. Yeah, no, I am all on board for that. All right.
That's right. We're going to talk about that nebulous thing called the algorithm that every video uploaded to this platform is filtered through. The thing that you've probably heard a ton of creators talk about already. And yet none of us are really sure exactly how it works. Like, at this point, I'm not even fully convinced that YouTube knows exactly how it works. But if there's one thing that I know for certain, it's that the algorithm loves negativity. This isn't unique to YouTube either. I've used this clip of Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, before, but I think that the clip bears repeating here.
And one of the consequences of how Facebook is picking out that content today is that it is optimizing for content that gets engagement, a reaction. But its own research is showing that content that is hateful, that is divisive,
This
that
is
is polarizing,
Pokemon music.
Yep.
Pokemon
is,
Emerald
easier to
music.
inspire people to anger
I'm very
than it is to
distracted.
other emotions.
You make videos talking positively about movies. Nobody panics. But you make one little video about Jeffrey Dahmer and put the Joker in the thumbnail and well, everyone loses their minds.
People need to stop using that quote, by the way. It gets really annoying. This is just a personal thing.
I will say, though, he delivers it better than most people I see trying to use it.
I'm not denying that.
Also, I will probably use that sometime in the future because I love Heath Ledger's joke. I know it's overused, but I love that rendition.
I mean, there is a reason why he's beloved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you use it, you gotta use it sparingly. You know.
Yes.
You can't use it the way an Xbox Live player uses the N-word.
If you're good at something, never do it for free.
Jesus fucking Christ, what am I doing? And of course, it takes two to tango, right?
Okay. Points for that. I'll give him points for that. Points for that.
Would not be pushing these negative videos onto people if people stopped clicking on them, but that's not gonna happen because of a little thing called negativity bias. That being a cognitive bias that makes our negative experiences and feelings affect us more significantly than our positive ones. And when you design your algorithm to prioritize engagement, it is going to utilize negativity bias. The algorithm is obviously not a human being. It does not care what emotion it elicits out of you in order to create engagement. It only cares about engagement. And when anger and negativity are the easiest ways to do that, that is what it is going to do. And over time, as the algorithm continues to prey upon your cognitive biases, this creates a culture that essentially attempts at every moment to negate the user's impulse control. I swear to you, a lot of YouTube users just see videos or comments that piss them off, and it's like it activates something in them and overrides their brain. They don't even...
Wait,
which is
I'm actually confused
in a way. What?
I'm actually confused because he's saying that they see things that piss them off, but a lot of these critical videos are things that get genuine attraction because people are enjoy the criticism.
Yeah, that they already look at that content to begin with.
Is he? I feel like he's conflating two different things.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, he brought up the YMS's Lion King video earlier and talked about it. In a relatively like high manner. Is that why you watched that video, dude? Did that?
Well, I think he said.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Average
he said
Panda,
that he had no Oh, I see.
He had no investment in like the Lion King, the original movie. Clear, but he said, "Yeah, I'm right there with." Like I guess if he's saying that like it pisses him off at the movie, as opposed to just like being generally like passionate about like what is being said and just kind of like
Yeah,
like,
I think
oh,
he
these
was
are some
more
pretty
so
good points.
describing the experience of getting enraptured by the review in the same way that other people tend to be enraptured.
There's also
kind of the point that I was
good
making
stuff.
earlier is like, so you just got like wrapped up with like the negative emotions of it rather than like just the, oh, these are like some really good points that you're making. Yeah, that's I
Yeah,
never
now
thought about
he's
it that way.
feeling guilt, and now he's making a video about it because he thinks that being wrapped up in the negativity is a bad thing.
I guess so.
if you guys continue, I need to bring something down to my mom. Be right back.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
sure.
the
Yeah,
thing
sorry.
that I was trying to specifically bring up before, pay interrupted. I'm joking. But
Look, there's way too many of us in this stream right now.
Lol.
yeah, I know. All right, there's what you do. How many critics does it take to screw a light bulb?
How many ways can we interrupt Kaiser?
Screwing light bulbs.
What the fuck?
We're interrupting Kaiser.
There's an operative
Yeah,
word there,
dude.
Kaiser. You
Bro,
are
what the
missing
fuck?
a fucking connective thread that clarifies.
God, this is horror all over
Your
again.
mom, Raymond. Kaiser, what were you gonna?
All right. Anyway, what I was trying to say, what the fuck, was that he, even if we take that aspect, put that to the side, that's only half of the equation, right? Because there's plenty, like what Raymond said earlier, there's an entire side of the internet that a lot of people aren't exposed to, because the algorithm doesn't necessarily feed on just your negativity bias necessarily. It just plays upon your biases in general. If your general content that you like to see are incredibly positive reviews or positive expressions about a piece of media like fan works or fan art or comic dubs and shit, that is what you are going to see. Perfect example, I looked at one comic dub of a crack ship of Ryuko Matoi from Kill la Kill and Deku from My Hero Academia. Thought I was like, okay, I guess I could watch this. It seems like it's gonna be, it's probably some cringe Deku harem protagonist type beat, like some of the other ones. And then after I watched it, and it was kind of all right, I get recommended a bunch of other different comic dubs that are just not tend to be my style of content. You know what I mean? I can't get on my recommended.
Going off on a tangent a little bit, because we're talking about crack ships a little bit. Like, do you remember when, because I thought that the crack ship was so fucking weird, that we read the crossover fanfic between Dracula and Barbie?
Yeah, and then it ended up
And it
being
was actually
incredibly
really
good.
good.
Yeah, I remember that. I heard
that on-
about that.
Was that on Bad Fanfiction Night?
Yeah,
It was on
and
Bad Fanfiction Night, but it ended up
Oh.
being good fanfiction night.
Yeah. Also,
Interesting.
unfortunately,
Regret
that
that.
like almost all recorded Bad Fanfiction Nights might be lost. That
Oh no!
yeah, that
No.
it was on the 8 terabyte hard drive. So if I don't get those, and those were large video files, so they might all be corrupted.
Oh.
Are they at least like on your channel? Like, are they? They're at least
No. These are not things that I uploaded to the channel. These are just I had these to edit for later.
Oh no!
Yeah. So it unfortunately might be the biggest casualty of that hard drive dying.
Yeah.
And
So
before anyone says, just back it up. That is like 4 terabytes of video, guys. Just be careful.
So I backed up like 6 terabytes worth of my shit because I didn't want that exact thing to happen. I bought 32 terabytes worth of storage for this purpose.
I bought an 8 terabyte hard drive, not expecting it to die on me.
Celtic, I'm sorry, I have to tell you this, but I think Twilight just hit you with skill issue.
Yeah, I did, because you know what? Those 16 terabytes worth of hard drive, those are my backups. My main one is a 6 terabyte portable.
My main
Also,
one
we got
is
some
also,
new art.
yeah. Kaiser getting the black sucked from him.
No.
Dog, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that fucking I think it was during ER's one of ER's videos talking about the Legend of Korra. And he makes this joke about or something else. He makes this joke about Ko the face stealer, and he's like, Ko the race stealer. He will steal your race.
I was gonna say though, I do have a 22 terabyte now that's actually with the 8 terabyte, and they're gonna transfer as much as they can onto it. So
Yeah, that's good.
But reminder, the 22 terabyte hard drive cost me like $500 to get.
Yeah, the 30.
It's less of a skill issue, more of a money issue.
I technically got two 16 terabyte desktop hard drives, but those combined were like $400 each.
Jesus.
But hey, it's 32 terabytes of storage, and I'm only using one of them currently. I was actually going to make a second backup on the other one, just in case that one, just in case like some horrible incident happened where I lost both of my backups.
Right.
I remember the manhwa that was a dude torturing another dude, and everyone saw it as romance, even though the author said it wasn't. It spawned a lot of toxic
killing, stalking, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, there's a manhwa that I was actually really enjoying called The Guy Upstairs that was all about this serial killer that was being suspected by his downstore neighbor, and he was basically preying on her best friend, and like there was a lot of people shipping the main character and the guy, and the author got so fed up with it and kept telling people not to do it. She got so fed up with people shipping them that she revealed, they're actually siblings. That was going to be a major reveal later.
I remember you telling
and
us
then
about
she
this,
stopped doing the comic. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what? You can't control the fans. Also, that's not going to stop anyone. That's going to encourage quite a few of them, in fact.
Yeah.
Downstore neighbor.
Yeah. Sorry, downstore, whatever. Shut up,
Magnus. You ever hear of Wincest?
Yeah.
But yeah, basically it was just she ended up making it worse and decided to cancel the comic. I guess it's on technically indefinite hiatus, but like she's moved on to a different comic, and I don't think she's coming back to it. I'm saying, I'm like, but what happens? But what happens though? Yeah. You left us off in a very precarious place. Anyway.
Think about it. It's just autopilot. They click on the video, they dislike it, and they leave an angry comment. Engagement, which in turn
how many people actually do that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how
I have never once done that in my life.
Is he saying that he did that for the Lion King video?
I don't know. Like the most that I've done is like stop at a particular point where I want to talk about something in particular that's being discussed in the video, and then I leave a comment, and then I continue watching the video. Like regardless of whether or not it's going to be talked about later, like that's kind of how engagement works.
Also, like, Sweet Home is great. The adaptation sucks. Just putting that out there. Anyway.
Yeah, but like to that point, of course there are always going to be people that are just going to be like, oh, this shit sucks, no matter what, just because they disagree with the premise of the video. And depending on how big the video is or how much attention it gets, of course there's going to be people who are just going to like try to just shit on it just for the very premise of it. But the problem is that I don't know about y'all, but nowadays there are very little of those people, coming into my comment section, for example. Like my most the video, cough crimson, right? Like the video that I have made that has gotten the most hate was not any of my Ruby videos. Although Bumblebee one got a couple of them. No, the video that I had the most hate from is my Legend of Korra video, talking about what parts I think were Mary Sue-ish.
Let me guess. A good chunk of it was on the offhand comment about Aang being a bad father.
Well, yes, but mainly talking about why she wasn't a Mary Sue in like seasons 1 and 2.
Okay.
And you know, they weren't people that just watched a little bit of the video and just moved on or whatever, or just like felt so pissed off that they just frothed at the mouth, typed on the freaking comments or whatever. No, these are people that have thorough disagreements with my video, and they decided to post about it and let me know what their opinions were, which I completely welcomed. So I don't know, you know, how much of that is actually true. Also, funny enough, so I found out that somebody made like what's the word, a subreddit post about me. In fact, a couple people did, apparently.
Holy shit, you're on Reddit.
Yeah. Yeah, and apparently Legend of Korra Reddit subreddit wasn't very happy about my video.
People are now honestly. Like, you'd be shocked how many people are willing to ship siblings together, and it's like, yeah,
oh my God.
It's almost like taboo is attractive for people. I've always argued that, like, you can have as filthy a fetish as you want and enjoy the most dirty fucking content on the planet. Just do not, period, bring that into the real world with non-consenting adults and against the laws of nature. Like that's basically all I ask is, if you want to enjoy the most like depraved things, go for it. Just don't hurt someone in the process, please.
Yeah.
I'm gonna judge you for it, but like, you do you, man.
Like we had a conversation about this quite a while ago, Raymond. Like talking about like the real world implications of bringing that kind of stuff into the real world and all that.
Yeah.
Stuff that you didn't know about, but I had, because I did my research on it. I don't know. I just had like this weird moment of like wanting to know about this, and then I just went down this rabbit hole.
Mark Cochran, hot take step siblings is where the real hot action is. No, wrong. Step siblings is the coward's way out. It's diet incest.
Oh my God.
All full-blooded all the way, or it's not incest. You're weak.
Look.
Hey. What?
Look, there was an otome that I downloaded once, specifically because it was like, oh, this is an otome where you can romance your sibling. It's very taboo. And then when you actually go into the game, it's like, yeah, we're siblings through marriage, and we were already reaching our 20s by the time our parents were married. I'm like, that is not fucking taboo. Get the fuck out of here.
That has like levels of mild discomfort and some awkward conversations, but at the end of the day, you're not risking the fucking gene pool. Like that's the problem of the taboo. You're risking the fucking gene pool, guys.
What the hell did we get here?
Yeah, I'm just trying to be like, if we're talking about the nature of criticism and like what art you're permitted to make, go ahead, make whatever you want. Just again, don't let it be real.
Also, don't try and trick me by saying that your thing that you're trying to sell me on is completely taboo, when it is the safest fucking shit that you could have done by with the siblings by technicality bullshit.
What do I think of Yosuga no Sora? I'm more uncomfortable that it's a loli that he sleeps with at the end than it is that it's his sister, all right? I'm much more uncomfortable knowing that. Oh.
But just real quick before we continue, going off of Twi's comment on don't recommend something that's taboo if it's the safest shit ever. And all I can think of is that one Miku meme where she's like, "No, Anon, we can't do that unless we're married."
Oh my God.
Baiting diet incest is certainly a term I didn't expect to hear today. Baiting with taboo is not what I expected. What porn are you watching? None of your goddamn business. I will joke and make comment about it when I damn well please.
I don't give a shit.
Loli, they're the same age. Okay. You need to understand, it's a loli because she looks like a loli. I know that she is it's just uncomfortable, all right?
Look,
well, like that's
the
supposed
waifu
to be
is 10,000 years old. She's a vampire.
That's supposed to be what a loli is just a person who looks young, not is actually young.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're officially halfway through the video.
Yeah. How do you feel, Meep Top? You've stimulated this conversation.
Incentivizes creators to make negatively slanted videos, literally incentivizes them through monetization, and the dopamine hit of watching number go up and up and up and up and up. Let me just be honest.
Okay, 1 minute. I need to do a little bit of research here.
Okay.
Top. Why am I not clicking the right button? Top 10. Tells you how I'm still awkward at this keyboard. Okay. And we'll just go for filters, duration, sort by relevance, view count. There we go. So top 10s have, like, the first top 10 at the highest has 701 million views. Damn. It's all about top 10 ways to flip a bottle. Positive content has a niche, a very big niche.
Yes.
Oh, what the fuck was? Oh, that's a man in a skin suit. Okay, that was not
Jesus, what?
As in, like, a bodysuit that looked like it was like one of those Titan costumes.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It wasn't some Ed Gein shit. Okay, be careful. I'll clarify.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck was?
Baby, now hope everything is going well. It's going great. It's going great, Anthony. Thank you for checking in on us. You completely missed the incest discussion.
No, go and don't turn back. Don't look back.
Scroll back about 15 minutes.
I appreciate the one married man in this entire convo that could have listened to the incest discussion left.
Yeah, he found the right time to check out.
He saw the fall of Sodom and Gomorrah and is like, I'm not turning to salt this time.
Nope. But yeah, the point is, like, I feel like he's being myopic when he's discussing negative bias, because I think there's also a strong... My parents watch a lot of super positive content when they watch YouTube at night. Like, they watch a lot of things covering, like, oh, you didn't know this about this show, or something like that. Like, that kind of coverage. Well, Kaiser.
Another good example, I guess. Like, so many people, of course, are... What happened?
You cut out real hard.
And not like
you were roboting.
Oh, my
Don't worry about it.
Am I clear now?
Yeah, you're
fine.
now. Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, but yeah, no, I was agreeing with you, Raymond. It's like actually good example. So last night, right, I was doing the dreaded thing called touching grass.
Holy fuck, he touched grass.
Damn.
There's a fetish.
How did it
feel? It felt very different from my mom's basement.
Oh my god, I can't stop.
But what's the word? But yeah, me and my friends do a friends miss party, every year. That's also a semi Smash tournament, which I won two years in a row. Anyways, but basically, a couple of my friends, actually, I think 4 of my friends are like really into Has-Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss and shit, and like, I never saw those shows. And I know for a fact that, there's a whole lot of, negative criticism about that show online. But, these guys were very positive about it, and they've seen, I saw some of the videos that they were watching a little bit about it that were incredibly positive, like theory videos and shit like that, and fan stuff, and just reviews talking about the show. And those views of those videos get a shit ton, just as much as the negative one. So it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like the algorithm is doing them both.
And you've roboted out again.
God damn it. No.
Oh, God damn it. What was the last thing?
Doing them both.
Oh, doing them both a lot of favors. My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically, you cut out the real tail end.
Is carrying them both. Okay, cool. So does that point make sense, though?
Yeah, it makes total sense.
Yeah, so I feel like, I agree that he's being myopic here.
I'm sitting here thinking, why am I wasting my time making this video about a subject that I'm clearly very passionate about and invested in, that a video that I'm putting a
also
lot of
Pokemon,
love and
isn't it?
care into, that I think is important, that
Sorry?
probably
This
not a
music,
lot of
Pokemon.
people will watch, when I could just make
Piano
8 or
rendition.
9 more videos
I
about why
don't-
American Horror Story sucks,
doesn't
and maybe
ring
be
familiar
able
to
to
me.
pay my
Me-
rent or crawl my way out of debt. Now, I want you to be honest with yourself. If you were in my position, if you were sitting in this seat right now, what would you do? All of this
I would
is
make
just
videos
affecting
about
me
what I'm passionate
mentally
about.
much more
Yes.
than it probably should. Like, every
Yeah.
time I go to the grocery
Open
store
an OnlyFans.
and I'm standing at the
Oh my
checkout line and I
God.
glance over at
Hold
the
up.
tab.
Izanagi says, yeah, this guy knows there's a negative feedback loop, but also the algo is technically based on engagement, so positivity feedback
Yes.
loop should also be a thing. It is.
Yes.
I mean, like, also it depends on like whether or not you have a larger channel or not, because like,
Yes.
sure, my Lily Orchard video is kind of negative towards Lily Orchard. It
Yes.
got over 100,000 views compared
Yep.
to my Digimon video, which only reached 15,000 views. But also, I'm a small channel. I'm not billion numbers where his Digimon videos got hundreds of thousands of views.
And on top of that, there are other factors playing into that as well. Like number one being that, I mean, Lily was obviously an incredibly hot button topic at the time.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a response to an older piece of her content, relatively, and also the fact that consistency of the channel itself plays a factor as well. And so
how does
when
this
you
guy-
make like,
How does this
yeah.
guy square the circle that is Let's Plays?
Yeah.
That is a good question.
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
just thinking of Markiplier and Jacksepticeye. They got big off of their amnesia reactions, and like those are positive because they're having the expected, desired result of the work in question.
I guess he would say, "Oh, but that's different because they're not reviews, though." But like,
Markiplier
don't know.
finished Soma, and at the very end, he gave some of the deepest, most thoughtful analysis that you can on that game. It's actually really inspiring how he really like resonated with him.
Oh yeah.
Jacksepticeye, Let's Play when? Oh god, if we could get Sean onto a podcast, I would be so happy.
Can we
but
make it
like,
a
what's the word? But yeah, like I agree with you, Pete, that like, yeah, I would just make shit that I'm passionate about, right? Because like,
Yeah.
like I said, the Ruby well has basically dried up. With the H Bomber guy shit, I basically said all that I ever wanted to say about Ruby. That is my own, unique thoughts on it and things that I felt added to the overall discussion about the series. So I'm gonna move on to something else. And I already have that shit planned. I knew this was going to go this route from the fucking beginning, which is why I already set the precedent of making other content about other things on my channel. And would you look at that? My most popular video on my entire channel, that is like over 100,000 views myself, is completely positive. Talking about World Trigger and its power system. How many views is it right now? Hold on.
Yeah, I was about to bring that one up. Yeah, no, it's not quite at 100,000, but 95. It's getting close.
Is 122,000 views.
Oh, that is not. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the Jean versus Osamu. I'm sorry.
No, but
Oh
it's
my God,
nearing
you're
there. It's 95,000. Which that's half.
I
negative.
underestimated you.
Yugok says most of Jeremy Johns' videos are not bashing movies, and he at least seems to be doing really well. Hell, pretty sure Awesome Tacular are his top hits. Interesting.
They are.
Right.
Yeah, like it's like, yes, there are a lot of like successful negative YouTube videos and people who like base their channels around like negativity and stuff. There are also a lot of media that like people are drawn to a lot more positively about. Like I was talking about with Elden Ring, is that even though there are probably big negative videos about Elden Ring, there are far more and more likely far more successful positive videos about Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And like again, I don't want to try to like tell the cart before the horse. I don't know if that analogy necessarily applies here or something like that, but that may also speak to the media that's being talked about, is that if you're seeing a lot of negative reviews about a certain piece of media, or maybe if you're seeing far more positive about it, could be something about the piece of media that is like leading in that direction. It may not just be like, yes, negativity does definitely play a big part into, I do think that there is a degree of negativity bias, but like it clearly does not dictate everything on the platform.
Yeah, there's probably some negative like videos that are made about Spider-Verse, for example, but a majority of them are overwhelmingly positive.
Lloyd's, I see them and I just think, these are just YouTube thumbnails. Like these look like a lot of my thumbnails.
It's
all the same. It's
probably
a
a good
grocery
reason
store
for it.
checkout line. It's the same schemes to try and get you to turn off your impulse control and just say, F it. Kit Kat bar? Hell yeah. Wait, Brad Pitt said what? I gotta read that. And I suppose by deductive logic, that just makes me a tabloid journalist.
I've never picked up one of those magazines ever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. How do you define a tabloid journalist by like the cover of the magazine and not like all the pages that are in the magazine and its content?
Yeah, it's about the actual content. The thumbnails are shocking, but like what?
Yeah, so what? You're a tabloid journalist because you made an eye-catching thumb, dude. That's everybody. Like, I was
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
It's funny because I was talking with one of Kaiser's friends, this friend of the channel named Lone Crit. We were talking about how certain price numbers can make people want to like buy certain things, like how when like retailers will put like $19.99 instead of like just a flat $20, because people have like a bias to pay attention to like the leftmost numbers and stuff like that. And it's like it's a trick, but like I get why people do that, and like ultimately, if someone actually falls for that, like there's nothing illegal about it. It's on you. So I mean, it's fair game if someone wants to use that to try to catch someone to like buy their stuff. Everyone's got to make a buck in this capitalist society that we live in, And if that goes for like content creators too, they got to find a way to get people to want to click on their video as they're scrolling through hundreds, maybe thousands of videos if they just like per day, if they just do not have a life. And they need a way to get them to see theirs out of all of them so that they can actually get to the meat of the video. That doesn't make you a tabloid journalist. That just makes you like everybody else.
Yeah, essentially. And like with I had a good example, but generally what I'm trying to speak to is that, okay, when I'm at the line at the grocery store and I see those magazines, you know what happens after I look at them? That's funny. And I just move on with my fucking day. So you get reactions like that where people legitimately don't care, and grocery stores have that shit in freaking bulk that they have to throw out and get rid of because no one's picking them up.
Yep.
Also, I wanted to make a brief correction here. Robbie, if you're still listening, the quote that Kaiser said that prompted me yelling at him was not how many critics does it take to screw in a light bulb. He omitted the in that sentence. It was how many critics does it take to screw a light bulb. And that is what prompted my outrageous response. If you make that
screw in,
it did not sound like through my headphones. I did not hear that.
Robot it and it cut out.
Look, Kaiser, I've said this to you before when you said the word horror before, but you need to enunciate sometimes.
Yes.
Hello?
All right, guys. Why Raymond start from the top?
No. I cut out around when Twilight started speaking.
I was making a joke about the last time that this happened, and me saying again, you need to enunciate sometimes.
Okay, but this time I actually did enunciate.
Well, it roboted when you, because like I literally did not hear you say that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Anyway.
Well, I think My connection is just setting me up for failure. Here's some
Probably.
good advice, guys. Don't live where there's a lot of trees.
Oh no, we'll never know what roboting. We will never know.
Oh my god! Oh, it happened again.
So
No one will ever know.
So we figured it
Yeah,
out.
happened
I have
again.
a scuff semblance. Kaiser has a roboting semblance. We got to figure out Twilight.
I just slip into
semblance.
my native tongue.
I guess
you know
so.
what I mean?
When will I unlock my semblance? Oh, I wonder what
But-
it'll be.
But yeah, here's a pro tip, guys. Don't live near where there's a lot of trees. Apparently, that's bad for your connection.
Mm.
The Lorax
Well, what about
hates
me,
the
then?
Lorax hates this man.
Yeah. Go live in like plains
Anyway,
where there's lots of grass you can touch.
We're going to be done talking about this now. And you're probably thinking, I spent all this time talking about YouTubers
Ew,
and the
but I don't wanna
platform
live
and the
in
algorithm,
Saskatchewan.
but what about the movies we're shitting on? Aren't they really to blame? You know, aren't movies just getting worse and worse? Isn't cinema dying?
Partially.
I think that-
Well,
Technically, yes.
Well, not
actually,
necess-
cinemas are dying at the very least.
Yeah.
They're doing
Yeah.
a very slow, painful, and like fighting for their life death. But I think
oh yeah,
we're seeing the end
Mhm.
of cinemas in the traditional sense. They're going to turn into more of a spectacle than anything.
with the success of streaming, and then like even worse then with like streaming platforms who have exclusive rights to certain shows or movies suddenly removing it entirely from the face of the legal internet. It's like, yeah, there's I'd say there's a lot of damage being done to like cinema in both the traditional and the way that you're using it.
Willow was the Willow show was received so poorly it was scrubbed.
Oh god.
Oh my
Oof.
god.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
talking about like the Mighty Ducks, but I completely forgot about
Yeah.
Right.
Everyone forgot about the Willow show, but literally Disney got such a negative reaction for it that they just removed it entirely from Disney Plus, and that was the only way to get it. The only way to
Yeah.
access now is pirating. And who the fuck is pirating the Willow show?
it was reduced to atoms. Good
Yep.
God, can you imagine like that's your like if that was your starting or one of your starting film careers and like that's the fate of what happened to it?
Yeah. Like the point is that the media people experience media in term, most people experience it from popular media. And when popular media is failing, when Disney's failing, when Warner Brothers is failing, when all these high profile production companies are absolutely bombing at this shit, that means something to people. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything from Disney to whatever art house piece of shit from fucking Canada YMS always drives 8 hours towards is bad. But the point is that there is a lot more of a like concentration of things that people care about that are bad, and that's why people fucking talk about them, because they're the popular shit. Like that's what it is. You know what I mean?
That's that good shit.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, man.
over the course of the past few years, you've probably heard prolific filmmakers like Steven Spielberg, or Quentin Tarantino, or Martin Scorsese.
I'm Martin Scorsese. Hello.
Talk about the death of cinema as it relates to things like streaming services, or how Marvel movies aren't cinema, or how Disney has a stranglehold over the entire market and what it produces. And while it would be easy to just dismiss all of this stuff as old people complaining about how things aren't like the good old days,
No?
No.
I don't know a single person that's just missing that.
No.
Yeah, what a talking about.
Yeah.
Yokai Lover, member for 3 months, saying good time to remember to buy physical media where you
Yes.
can.
Yeah, where
Like
you can.
that.
Yeah.
Also, you got to keep in mind, games especially are now getting dangerous about that because you're not even buying physical media. You're buying a chip that lets you download the fucking game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A license.
Which is
God help
wild.
you if it's a Nintendo game too, because those almost never go on sale.
Poor bastard.
Oh Lord.
They recently had a sale. It was like a big thing that happened.
Oh, was that really?
Yeah, they like
Oh,
it's like
God damn it, I
never
missed it.
happens. And like it like came and went.
Oh damn.
Jake
I'm
the Surgeon, I just want good movies again, man. Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
It's why
I'm
like
with you.
because I'm going to show Twilight Die Hard for the first time this coming right before Christmas, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to splurge. I'm going to buy a Blu-ray collector's pack of all the Die Hard films, even the bad ones.
Hell yeah!
So
Hell yeah!
and by even the bad ones, I mean 2 and 5.
Are you also gonna read the book?
Die Hard has a book?
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's called Nothing Lasts Forever.
Oh, was it based on the original screenplay?
There's a screenplay?
Oh, man, Die Hard was adapted from a of course there's a screenplay. It was
I nearly choked on my water.
How do you think they made the film? It's a screenplay. Yes, you need
I didn't know. Well, I didn't know if it was a screenplay that the book was based on. I thought the book came first.
I don't know. I thought that there was a screenplay for a film.
Okay.
I guess that I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
it's
I thought
not
the
a
book came
screenplay.
first.
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
I
it is
completely
a
forgot
novel.
that there was a book that came first.
Yes.
Let me know.
Wow.
Let me know.
That was amazing.
I love it. There's a screenplay. I'm like,
Well,
yeah.
I should have clarified. Like, I didn't know. It's like, because I thought, it's my understanding, the book came first, and the movie is based on the book. And I thought you were talking about like a screenplay before that the book was based off of, like from like a play or
Gremlins
something
is
like
better. No. No, that's just factually wrong. Anyway.
I think it would be a gross oversimplification to ignore that there definitely is a paradigm shift going on in the world of cinema. It's been really fascinating to see how something like changing the way in which we consume movies has changed our perception of movies. I think Martin Scorsese,
I'm Martin Scorsese,
is right when he says that basically consuming movies the exact same way we consume social media has shifted the perspective of movies from art to content,
which is really a devaluation of cinema and on streaming platforms to the level of, quote, content, unquote. That's what it's become.
The goal of any streaming service is to have as much content available on their platform as possible.
Firstly, Jake the Surgeon, Die Hard is the best Christmas movie. Agreed. Secondly,
Yeah.
Sorry, that what Scorsese just said there, that was Old Man Yells at Clouds. That was because this happens to every single medium out there. Music,
Yes.
pop music. You get the pot boiler of novels. Like you get different trashy radio shows. You get soap operas on television. This happens. Low quality content exists in every single medium and proliferates it more and more as time goes on.
Fast food.
I think there is something to be said though about the way that streaming content just multiplies that, because what you're talking about is like certain individual things are trash, but we're talking about literally every single piece in existence now becomes that. That is a different topic.
Yeah, which is why I was talking about earlier about just like a higher concentration of high profile movies and games and stuff like that just being absolute shit, and not just being shit once, but back to fucking back. They got fucking part 2s of this shit, dude.
I think the big reason for that is also the corporatization of like a lot of really popular mediums. Is that like, because
The Netflix and the Hulus of it all.
Yeah, because when you have like a big, gigantic, corporation or production company that wants to just like, their whole idea isn't that they want to make art or they have like a particular vision. They want someone who has a vision to make them money. And they're of course going to like put whatever prerequisites or whatever kinds of limitations on whoever they bring on, because they think that it'll be more profitable or stuff like that. It's part of the reason why indie games right now are so much more appealing than like the AAA games, because indie games are made by people who have actual passion for the stuff that they're making that AAA studios don't have, because a lot of it is just they have like those kinds of restrictions by people who don't have the same kind of vision as like
I'll partly contest that because I think I stand by that it has happened to every single medium. I do think the way that the modern world works, it has accelerated that for every medium. Like I don't think it's unique. Yeah.
Literally said,
exactly.
Raymond.
I said fast food. Like that's another example. I feel like you could say that about.
Well, but my brain was thinking purely in like the video context where I was trying to qualify that it happens in every medium. Like I felt like you were contesting that. I did not realize you were.
No, like
that's fair.
The idea that we were talking about and what is being discussed with Martin Scorsese there is that everything that has come out before or will come out since is now going to just be considered not art, but just a cheap consumable. That you devalue the artistic merit of this thing due to the platform that you have it on now. That it is something inherently about streaming platforms that devalue these contents for the audience.
I think it really sucks for like films in particular in comparison to like, because like even though the video game industry isn't doing so hot either right now, I feel like they have a bit of a leg up over the film industry just because of how I find much more accessible, like again, relatively speaking, it would be to like make a video game compared to making a full film. Now that doesn't account for like animated films, which have are a lot more accessible than like having a full live action kind of set and stuff like that. But currently, we're also kind of like in an era where live action tends to be elevated a lot more above animation, and so because of that, the less accessible kind of aspect of filmmaking makes it difficult for like independent people or people who aren't already part of like big name studios to be able to make their mark that like indie game devs can on theirs. And because of that, we get more like the corporatized kind of slop that don't have that kind of passion behind
Webb.
it.
Jake the Surgeon says even junk food media has gone downhill in quality. Okay, I mean, like I'm seeing the point. I'm trying to like, I feel like maybe there's a disconnect here in how he's explaining himself. I'm trying to think of like what viewpoint is it? He's saying that the audience will only view them as content, or that the corporations will only view them as content? Because I feel like
I think it's a bit of both.
I could see it being a bit of both, but I feel like both need like qualification and analysis separately because I think they're different viewpoints.
Yeah, but like you think about how like corporations are starting to want to implement AI into it. That is how a lot of them,
like the banana fish AI dub shit. Yeah.
Oh God, that was
like,
hilariously bad.
Like us consuming these things without really taking the time to digest them is how we as the audience just turns these things into content. Whereas how studios do it is through just mass producing these things through AI, for instance.
Yeah.
Like we're doing it in different ways, but we're still ending up at the same spot, which is the consumable that is easy to just throw out.
I can see that. Although I'm questioning how different it really ultimately is, because like when I've discussed this before, when I try to engage with my parents in terms of thinking critically about what they watch, their observations are incredibly shallow.
Yes.
It's like people on the whole don't think very critically about what they consume. They typically get the feelings that they want from it and then move on anyway. And that's something that I've observed even before streaming was a thing. So I'm wondering if this is just kind of bringing a lot of what was already there completely to the forefront in kind of a critical mass type way, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, I think that is the problem, though, is that when you do have that and you make it easier for people to just mass consume without actually digesting, then you're going to have pressure for this negative feedback loop to occur, where you're just producing something without quality in order to meet those consumption demands. And then the more that you consume thoughtlessly, the more gets produced thoughtlessly, the more consumed thoughtlessly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And ironically, I think this also encourages the creation of new properties because, like, going back into the Star Wars, there's not seeing a return on investment anymore. Like, they're not making anywhere near as what is expected because the quality has gone down. So I guess there's more incentive for new creative things because the more they try and prey on nostalgia for prior properties, and this applies to a lot of things like sequels and such, the more that they damage the brand, and so you need to create kind of one-off slop more and more because you get that fresh sense that it's something new. I'm kind of going off in a weird tangent, but I feel like I'm hitting something there.
And unfortunately, like, it is the monkey paw of that because, like, for a long time, people have been wanting more original content, but, like, the thing that people actually want isn't necessarily original content, it is original quality content, or just quality content in general. Because, like, I'm pretty sure nobody would actually give a shit if we got, like, Marvel movie number 72 if the other 71 videos were really good.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, people, like, we saw the opposite with it because Andor is apparently phenomenal. Like, apparently some of the best Star Wars ever, and it fucking failed because Star Wars' reputation is such shit right now. It's like, which makes me wonder. It's like I wonder if this is even sustainable. I wonder if there's going to be a crash. Like, people are going to just check out of movies and TV shows. Like, also because, like, there's such a diaspora of streaming.
Diaspora,
I need some aspirin. That, like, I wonder if, like, it's just going to become like no one wants to go onto so many different platforms to watch shit content that's not nourishing them. I wonder.
Sorry, no, finish what you're saying.
No, yeah, I wonder if that's going to be a factor soon enough.
It's interesting though that, like, we're talking about this because, like, it kind of plays back, I feel, against what this guy is saying, because if a lot of what we're saying really is true, maybe, like, even if there is a bit of a negative bias, maybe what this guy is seeing isn't really this negative feedback loop, but maybe it really is a reflection of the state of
the way
media
people feel
right
about media.
Because, again, like, the reason why I jumped to, like, Elden Ring right away as like an example of, like, a game where there is far more positive reviews about it than there are negative is because, well, there's also just a lot of video games right now in general that have, like, a lot more positive reviews than, like, negative. Like, you can also look at Baldur's Gate 3, you can look at Hollow Knight or Silksong, really. I think it is because, like, video games are doing a lot better than films right now, and I think the fact that he is seeing so many more, like, negative opinions around media than positive is because, like, this is about film criticism should not be negative.
I was gonna say, like, there's something actually to that because I think there's a lot more like, while it's more accessible, there's a lot more skill involved in making a game because it has to be fun to play for a lot of people. Like, you can get art house ones that are, like, maybe not the most pleasant to play. I will defend Silent Hill F to my dying days, even though it's not the most fun experience in the world.
Is that considered art house?
Sorry. Not really. It's very mainstream.
Well, I don't know. Silent Hill's never been really mainstream, and I do defend it because a lot of people, Anyway, point is, like, there are games that are, you know, more exploratory with their mechanics, but on the general whole, if an indie game makes a really fun gameplay loop, it's going to be far more, like, widespread by word of mouth than
Yes.
Ubisoft's shitty open world game that's completely fucking borked and will need like 6 months of updates to actually function.
No, that's completely true. I mean, the success of something like Undertale speaks volumes of that.
Yeah. So it's very interesting to see like that the gaming industry is more like prone to survive as opposed to this model.
I
That's
feel like
consuming itself.
we've had this exact
Well,
same
it's
conversation before.
Well, it's the simple fact of the matter that the gaming industry dwarfs Hollywood by leaps and bounds in terms of monetary gain. Like,
Yes.
I'll use the easy one. Grand Theft Auto 5 makes billions of dollars a year for Rockstar.
It's not, and that's not even like the highest grossing video game of all time.
No.
It's not even in the top 5 highest grossing video games of all time.
Hi,
Should
Fortnite.
we?
Anyway, yeah.
Should we
Yeah, we're
move
almost
on?
done.
Try to get into
Yeah,
it.
sorry.
9 minutes left.
Because money. And we see a ton of landfill, forgettable movies being pumped
Is
and
it,
dumped
going?
onto streaming services again and
Nope,
Maybe
it's
reload?
frozen for me. No, it's frozen for me. Give me a second. I'm good.
and again.
The
Since
kissing booth,
economics
yeah.
and art are forced to intersect at all times despite having wildly disparate goals, it follows that as the supply of movies increases, the demand for them
I'm
starts
sorry,
to
can we pause for
decrease.
just a
and-
quick second? I wanted to correct something I said. Actually, I lied. Grand Theft Auto is number 2 in the highest ranking of highest grossing video games of all time. I thought it was much
What's
more.
number one?
Minecraft.
Oh,
yeah,
that
that
makes
makes sense. Yeah.
So just wanted to correct that. I didn't want to like mislead someone.
No, thank you.
Live in a world where we're so inundated with so much content, it becomes hard not to see it all as meaningless, and it becomes very difficult not to posture ourselves above all.
Is that a Angry Birds video?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of respect for Twilight, I will not make the joke.
Oh my god.
Please no.
I'm going to hell.
My apologies.
A lot of
I
times,
saw
the
that. and I was like,
controversy and discourse surrounding a film or show is well more entertaining and interesting than the show or film itself.
I mean, yeah.
But really,
Oh, yeah.
in regards to commodification and oversaturation, is Netflix really any different to the VHS boom of the 90s? Like, do you see
good
how
question
many
to ask.
terrible videotapes that Red Letter Media still has yet to watch in their office? We've been doing the pump and dump thing with home video releases for a while. I guess you could argue that the difference is that physical releases were more profitable than streaming, at least as far as we're aware. It's more profitable. It was considered like a secondary box office market. And so since the home video market is essentially completely relegated to streaming now, there aren't really a lot of people buying physical media, then we have been seeing a paradigm shift in terms of what films studios are willing to make, as you may have seen in this viral clip of Matt Damon on Hot Ones.
A moment. Ugok says Expedition 33 is so popular that concert tickets sold out in minutes. And in the UK, venues use apps to protect against scalpers, so it wasn't those clearing. Damn.
Good on
Dang.
them. You know what?
Nice.
Good.
Yeah.
Good shit.
my game of the year, by the
That
way.
dog,
Hell yeah.
give that dog so much goddamn kibble, all right?
I've not even been that interested in Expedition 33, and I may just buy it just because of that. I think
it's same.
scalping is
Genuinely.
thumbs up for me.
So, to talk, I guess, about the physical media boom of the 90s and stuff like that. Like, I can kind of see his point there, but at the same time, like, you're still... Everybody is releasing their shit onto physical media like VHS and Betamax and stuff like that. But you as the consumer still have the option to purchase those, and then you have those for the rest of your life until that until your VHS eats it or whatever.
Rental stores.
That's still not the same as you have a film or a TV show on Netflix, and then you get to have it until Netflix arbitrarily decides to remove it.
Yeah. or until their pricing goes up that you just can't afford it anymore.
More so, I'm just seeing this all as this is like the inevitable end game, and for all we know, we might terrifyingly be on the verge of an even worse system. Like we're just
100%.
gradually tripping ourselves because like Netflix went from being a convenience to the whole
cable.
To cable and initially to rental stores because you could just get it mailed. I remember getting discs from Netflix in the mail. Me and my dad watched all of Stargate SG-1 via Netflix physical. That was such a great time. God, I love SG-1. Like we watched all of that, and like now we're on purely streaming. You can't even get those discs. There has to be a warehouse somewhere filled with those discs, and I want to go steal them. Anyway. Yeah,
that was a joke, YouTube.
No, it wasn't. I'm going to go commit mass larceny.
You have my support.
Well,
good.
Yeah, just as long as you're speaking for yourself. Anyway,
Don't worry, I'll blame you for it. Anyway, let's go.
The DVD was a huge part of our business, of our revenue stream, and technology has just made that obsolete. And so the movies that we used to make, you could afford to not make all of your money when it played in the theater because you knew you had the DVD coming behind the release, and 6 months later you'd get a whole nother chunk. It would be like reopening the movie almost. And when that went away,
like Morbius,
that changed the type of movies that we could make.
Franchise filmmaking has been dominating the box office for so long now that I look at the top 10 high.
Okay, but counterpoint, what if they did the opposite of making quick slop and they just made very quality films? Like, why are they not like more investing in high quality films that also have mass market appeal? It's not impossible. We cracked this formula back in the fucking 70s with Star Wars. Back with Jaws. Yes. Jaws is a story about a fucking shark eating people. Like, when you actually look at it on the face of it, that's a ridiculous premise to focus an entire film around. And yet they did it. Work. And they made it work.
There's a simple answer to that, Raymond, and it's what we were talking about. It's the corporatization of media. Is that yes, you do need lots of time to let those filmmakers, those writers, the directors, the actors, everyone to really cook a really damn good film, but all that time is a lot of empty space where we could be making money.
Yep.
But they're not making money anymore. It's losing them money, and that's the problem.
Well, which is the weirdest
shit. Look at this graph. You know what I mean?
Jake the Surgeon says, I will guard my collection edition of Xeno Warrior Princess of my life. Good on you. Jake the Surgeon also says, my friend bought 5 copies of Morbius for each of us, except me. I did not get the Morb. I don't know if you should be insulted or blessed.
Yeah. Why leave you out specifically? You're like, holy shit. But
I will
but yeah, I think a lot of this also has to do with like the quality of I don't want to be so mean as to say like the quality of the writers that are cropping up nowadays have gotten worse in general, but
a lot of people have been failing upwards. Like the people who make these films that, while they do on the face of it succeed, they don't really get the dividends that they really want on their bloated fucking budgets. What we need to see with a lot of companies, if they really want to survive, you need to see a massive reduction in the budgets that people get. You need to see a lot more talent giving more time to write and really having editors come in and really hold their noses to the grindstone. You need critical eyes on these types of works before they get released to actually hone in the stories. And then you need to keep the production budgets low. And guess what? The writing of the script is a really low overhead. You can really fine-tune a script and keep in mind what budget you have really early on and for relatively cheap compared to just letting people like God, just hearing about how they were still writing Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness as the film was filming, it's just like,
what the?
Why?
That is so fucking broken.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing to really get your heads in the game of times of money. Like when quoted, the writers for Jaws were asked how much did the script cost, and he responded with one thing of paper and some cigarettes.
Yeah,
and
we wrote it with cigarettes.
To quote Forbes themselves, this last week, Deadpool and Wolverine cost $533 million plus marketing.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you can literally build an entire, almost a small island nation with that money.
Like, the budgets of Hollywood movies these days are getting out of fucking control.
They really are.
I think
Like,
what's interesting. Sorry, no, finish what you're saying.
I was gonna say, to the point where, like, we have this bit right here, like, top grossing movies of all time: Avatar, Avengers Endgame, Titanic, Star Wars Episode 7, Force Awakens. By Forbes' own estimation and what Forbes has gotten, Star Wars Episode 7 barely made a profit.
Damn.
I am quoting Forbes here.
Holy
but everyone
shit.
told me it was a success.
Well, yeah. Also, they pay VFX companies nothing. So I'm just sitting here like, where is this fucking money going? It's a laundering scheme.
So the neighborhood estimation of what the budget for Force Awakens was. Would you like to take a guess?
Oh, I want to say 250 million.
I'm going to say around 350.
Nope.
All right, I guess I'll go a little higher. I'm gonna
350.
say 500.
You're all too low.
I would say 1,700,000.
So the neighborhood gross that Disney has gotten is somewhere in the neighborhood of 600 million.
Oh, I thought you were asking budget.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got confused.
No, I was. It was budget.
Oh,
okay.
So 650 million?
Around, yes.
Okay.
That's what they've reported in these most recent months.
Jesus Christ.
Like, it's...
Guys!
I might be misremembering
a third of your
Forbes, but at the
movie
same
takes
time.
place in a desert. You can go there for
what
free.
The fuck?
Yeah, like, I might be misremembering Forbes, but at the same time, both their reports for Star Wars and Deadpool Wolverine are like these most recent months, and they are huge numbers.
Yeah, and like I understand that we can, make the meme about like, oh, people saying, well, back in my day, things were better, but it's like, I don't know, man. Is it really that hard to believe that some things were actually kind of sort of better within a certain point of time?
The thing that I have with the budgets is the fact that you need $1 billion movie to break even.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Which is fucking dumb, really. Like and the problem is that like Disney has such a commodity in like a lot of these companies have such a big commodity that they don't even care about failing because as long as they make something, I guess it's just
I don't know why like marketing has to cost so much to begin with. Like that's just ridiculous to me that like literally a third or even half or most of your budget is just marketing so that more eyes can know that your movie is there so that you can get butts into seats so that you can make money. How reductive is that?
Like I can
Does
see
anyone
it.
remember?
I can see it for like a lot
Go
of
ahead.
billboards and buses and such, like those kinds of marketing. I can see it, but when it comes down to things like trailers, you need one guy who's really good at editing, some clips from the film, and a couple of music sounds, and you can make a really compelling trailer out of just those components. And that's
Give him 2 hours.
Give him 2
Give him
hours.
2 hours.
Smaller Soul will make a
basically.
more convincing trailer than Disney can.
Honest to God.
Something else. Okay, and just because this is slightly related, does anyone remember the extent of the marketing for? This is a genuine question. This isn't rhetorical. If you guys can recall the extent of the marketing for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, it was minimal.
Yeah. And like that movie did so well. It's like
So did Joker, honestly.
Well, again, why do you need to have such extensive marketing in order to get butts into seats? Because it is reductive. You need that many butts into seats because you are spending so much in marketing money, but you wouldn't need as many butts into seats if you didn't have that much for marketing.
Well, there's people already have more of that shit than God anyways. You can easily make more by just playing the long game.
What I think it is that there's a lot of industry studies that get done. Like they do peer studies about how much per dollar do you get for people getting in seats? Like how many people do you get in seats per the dollar spent? I think they have a lot of information on that, but it hasn't scaled to the modern day, and they're still running on that. So they've ballooned because they're not getting as many people in the seats that they need. It's like because of how the industry has changed, there's a forced feedback loop, and they haven't adapted. It's I would say, honestly, more important is spending money on marketing. Less important is actually you need to lower the production of the film itself so that you get people in seats for a cheaper film that gets a bigger dividend at the very end.
It's why a horror is so good for the industry, because it's far less to make a horror movie than much other movies, and you get a far larger return on investment. What was it?
Also,
Saw had my apologies. You first.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna say, also you have these big name actors as well who require millions of dollars in order to appear in the film. It's like
Robert Downey Jr. being given $200 million for Endgame. Sorry, for Doomsday.
Yeah, it's like why? Why do you need that much?
Yeah, why don't you spare some of that money for fucking anime voice actors, man?
Yeah, well, why don't you spare some of that money for the other 99% of people who work on the film?
Yeah,
it was.
I just want to.
Oh, you first, please.
I just want to say this is one of the reasons why I try to support animation as much as possible, because it's one of those kinds of mediums where because these are characters that are voiced and not physically acted, not to knock live action or anything, but it apparently matters a lot less, to people, albeit still somewhat, but less so if there is a big name actor or something like that, because they can only hear that actor. They don't necessarily see it unless the character is specifically designed after that actor. And so it gives a lot more chances for real talent as opposed to splurging on people who are just recognizable and hoping that people will get their butts in the seats because, I know that guy. From the thing.
Right. Yeah, that's a different conversation. The era of the movie star is kind of over because everyone really knows Hollywood actors because of things like social media, because there's a mystique to there was a mystique to big name Hollywood actors of these are ethereal people up above us, they're of a higher caliber, and then you read their tweets and you realize
Instagram.
And then you read their tweets and you're like, oh wow, you're a moron.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Jaden Smith, for removing the mystique from us.
Well,
Not that I blame him. Jaden Smith revealed, he's just a normal teenager. That's great.
Highest grossing films of all time, and I get really, really depressed. But this is also due in part to cognitive bias. Recency effect.
I will say, is that the original Lion King or the first or the remake?
Probably the remake. The remakes got ridiculous dividends.
That's
right,
of course.
Oh yeah, it's
you're
2019.
Going to remember what happened 5 seconds ago well more clearly than you are going to remember what happened 5 years ago. When we're asking ourselves if movies are truly getting worse, and we're looking back at all of these movies of the past with reverence and looking at all of the current films with disdain and anger, we're forgetting about so many things from the past. We are looking at the highlight reel, not the entire picture. You look back at the highest grossing films of years.
Okay, but let's ask the people that actually live through that sort of thing. And they can even tell you that a lot of the films that were bad back then I can ask them, hey, were they made by these big fucking companies most of the time? It's like, no, not really. It's every so often, but not all that much. That tells you all you need to know right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like a lot of people criticize this stuff because they remember what happened in the past. Like, I have a whole podcast where I was talking about the Lilo and Stitch movie. I was constantly calling back to the original because, like, it's so much better than the live action one. And I'm so confused how a movie that is a remake of the original does it so much worse, and yet somehow, it's just, it's.
Look,
Yeah,
yes,
it's
we
much more
are.
specific. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we are getting the highlight reel. It's something that I've talked to everyone here about because, like, we look back with music, the reference of like Queen's era and Kansas, what have you, all the big bands of the older rock generations. We have the highlight reel of them. The similar things happen to movies. However, there is a clear downturn in several different aspects of movie making that we can all see because, let's be honest, it has gotten downturned from even the early 2000s.
This is exactly what I said earlier. It's not the amount of shit that has changed, it's where it's concentrated. Most of are there probably some bad fucking old Disney Renaissance era films out there? Probably. Okay, you can dig deep enough to find one. All right, some
There's
people
actually not
don't
that
like
many.
Pete's
I don't
Dragon.
know if you need to dig all that deep.
You don't.
I mean,
No.
probably. That's the point, right? My point is that, like, how it was before, there wasn't as many in these particular places that most people tend to fucking care about, and now we care about it because it's coming after things in places where there used to be a fucking standard, and it's gone.
I was gonna say, why is it now that Disney, which was a household name in terms of high quality, has just hit a massive amount of conflicting, I won't even say that it's a gigantic number of people that have soured on Disney, but it's a significant number of people that have soured on Disney, and that was never the case back in the early thousands.
Yes,
it's the like you mentioned, the conglomeration of shit, for lack of a better term.
Essentially.
The conglomeration of shit is currently focused on the big tentpole movies that everyone goes to as like cultural experiences. Like everyone has the water cooler experience of like, hey, did you see the newest Marvel movie? Did you see the newest X movie? And those movies are going down in quality. I can't name specifics here and there because we'll get bogged down in that. But those movies are going down, and that's causing everything else to be dragged down with it.
Miyakri4 in the chat says, by the way, how are you doing, dude? He says Disney had some duds in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, which is more likely true. But guess what? For every bad freaking Disney movie at that time, there were 5 fucking good ones back to back to back.
And then the question needs to be raised, were those duds because of poor marketing, or because of they didn't have a general appeal, or were they duds because they were poorly made? That's the question.
Also, were they duds because they were competing against another really popular thing?
Yep.
That's another thing too.
I will never forgive EA for the sin that is wedging Titanfall 2 between Battlefield 1 and Call of Duty. Was it Advanced Warfare? Between the two biggest shooters of the year, and it was the sophomore outing of Titanfall as a franchise. It is a better shooter than either of those games. It is a better game than so many games out there today in the modern age, and it died. And then we got Apex fucking Legends instead.
I still cry about BD1.
Could have been worse. We could have gotten Concord. Oh wait.
Okay. Anyway.
Past, and there's just so many of them that we forget about completely. And I'm not even saying that any of the films I'm about to list are definitively bad, but I really don't hear people going around saying things like, man, movies used to be so much better back in the day. I'm talking Airport 1975. I'm talking Flashdance, the best little whorehouse in Texas. Fucking shit.
Okay, so
How
I'll
about
admit
Lilo
something.
and Stitch?
Well, no, this is weird, but the best little whorehouse in Texas is an in joke for a good chunk of my family because we all live in Texas.
And the thing is, I have heard these movies referenced positively. Now, not I don't know if it ascribes to quality, but people enjoyed these films, whereas people are enjoying films less and less. This is the equivalent. This is today's this is good compared to today's trash.
Yes.
And well, it's also a case we don't have a lot of big. I mentioned the water cooler moments. In say the 2010s, we had Game of Thrones and a good chunk of stuff like that. The closest thing that we have right now is the final season of Stranger Things, and that's a stretch.
Right. Oh God, I saw that chase sequence. Oh,
for
okay.
For the last 15 or so years, even with cartoons and stuff, I've seen a dip in quality. There's been a few resurgences of really good shows that have come out, Infinity Train and all of that, but those are
they're
flips.
so far between. We get things like that. We get things like Blue-Eyed Samurai in the first season of Arcane, and the second season as well.
But then
common side effects.
You look back in the past of when we were kids, and you see there were so many cartoons back to back that were so good. And then somehow, some way in the mid 2010s, everything just went to fucking shit.
Johnny Test.
That's literally what I say.
Oh wait, Johnny Test. Oh my God! No, you just unlocked a core memory with that.
Test is it
gave me whiplash.
It took the.
I'm gonna hit you.
Sorry.
It took the shallow nature of what people thought SpongeBob was and commodified it into a perfect storm.
Yeah,
and they fucking played it all goddamn day, not literally.
And everybody
but
fucking hated it.
Okay,
everybody hated it.
I have my issues with Johnny Test. However, why are you a police officer? I blew up Malaysia. Lives in my head rent free.
Yeah, it does have some funny parts to it. Absolutely.
Well, because even though back then they were still aping off something good, they were a copy of something good, and so they had occasional moments, but it just is. Ironically, incestuous copying of these things. I know it's ironically fitting for this, but the idea they just keep copying and copying. You just degrade the copy on and on and on. We're just keeping getting worse and worse.
Yeah, and that's just in the cartoon industry, where there's a very clear sign, just given the way that the networks have changed the way in which they showcase the content that's on there. Movies have gotten even worse in this regard for all the reasons that we've said over and over again. So to say that this is just recency bias, you're just completely ignoring any possibility. And he's not the first person to do this. These people are ignoring any possibility that things could they want all of this shit to be relative. And in some ways it is, but I feel like there's enough proof in the pudding that in most ways it's not.
Yeah.
Shampoo. The entire conversation surrounding the filmmaking landscape of today versus the filmmaking landscape of 50 years ago is so deeply entrenched in our cognitive distortions and biases that it is damn near impossible at this point to have any semblance of an objective conversation about it.
Well, of course, because most people haven't seen all of those films. But let me tell you something. I am willing to bet $100 that if I were to go back and watch fucking Shampoo, I will probably have a better film experience than ever watching The Last Jedi. 110%.
I think what's interesting too about that is a little, not too recently, but a while back, I rewatched Office Space. And I remember I enjoyed it, it wasn't like one of my favorite movies of all time, but I did have fun with it. I think one of the big things that like stood out to me about it was the fact that like it's so much more down to earth that we see today. And like that's not to say like, having big end of the world stakes is the reason why like films do, so
but it
badly,
happens so much nowadays that it's become overused.
I mean,
dude, Pete, like a couple
sincere.
months ago, it feels sincere. A couple months ago, I watched for the first time A Few Good Men. I was
my God, man,
that's a great.
Yeah, I never saw the film before then. I know the iconic scene. I saw a couple clips online. I'm like, you know what? Let's actually watch this fucking thing. It is so goddamn good.
For me, it was 12. For me, it was 12 Angry Men.
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
I need to see that.
Oh wait,
too.
which one? The first one or the second one or both?
The original.
The original.
Gotcha.
Like it is. There's an entire story about the fact that it was supposed to be a stage play originally, so they basically had everything in the one jury room, and they just had the entire like story based around that, and it just moves. I'm sorry.
I mean,
these are
a good example. A good example that we have is I was showing Raymond a lot of my childhood shows and movies, like A Secret Garden, and then we watched the recent remake from like 2020 or whatever.
It. Yeah, if you guys want to go back and
we
watch
did.
that was both fun and miserable to cover because dear fucking God, that remake is
Jesus
just
Christ.
It's awful.
That was terrible.
Yeah, and like it's not recency bias, like it's not recency bias for Raymond because he watched the 1993 film only days before watching the remake for the first time. Like for me, it was a nostalgic film, but not for him.
And even I, who mainly only watched the remake and maybe a tiny bit of the original just because of, the timing and stuff and other things going on, even just from just watching it raw, without any sort of bias going into it, I could recognize that the film was just not very good. Like I wasn't engaged by the characters or anything. The directing wasn't all that good or inspired. It was just shit.
It's like so much else where it just scrapes the most surface elements in order to try and sell itself. But it's a skinwalker. It's not really the actual story underneath. It's the same problem I had with Artemis Fowl's film. It's a skinwalker. It wears the face of Artemis Fowl. It sounds like Artemis Fowl.
Or
War of the Worlds.
Amazon's War of the Worlds.
But like underneath, it's a completely different experience that just completely shits on what really it's trying to be.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. No, this is your day in the shade.
I appreciate it. Day in the shade. My God, man. Small joke. I will say, Raymond. By the way, I hope you know. I work cybersecurity. I work with ATMs and a bunch of other stuff. I have said Darvit Disney more times than my bosses know what I'm talking about. Every single time I have it in your voice in my head because just Darvit Disney.
Darvit Disney. God, they use that word only once, and I cannot believe that.
How dare they? How dare they?
And it's like it's so missable.
I can't believe. Was it Judy
Dench? Dame Judy Dench.
My apologies. My God, I hate that name. So my apologies, but it's just they say top of the morning to you. It's like,
why? It's just like, why did you say that?
Why did you say such things?
But yeah, like I feel like a big reason for like why a lot of movies nowadays feel the way that they do is because, like I was saying, they lack the sincerity that both older movies like Office Space, like A Few Good Men, like 12 Angry Men, and some recent animated series or cartoons like Blue-Eyed Samurai, Common Side Effects, Smiling Friends, and Space King.
Oh God, Smiling Friends is so good. That last episode was amazing.
Glorious.
I need to watch the second season. Yeah,
third season.
Oh right,
those
sorry,
shows,
third season. My bad.
those shows have a degree of sincerity. And what I mean by that is that like they don't feel like they're Johnny Test trying to like capture the success of like something else. They're not trying to, capture the success of like the MCU and make their own cinematic universe, or in the case of MCU,
hookers.
or in the case of MCU right now, reclaim the success of what the MCU used to be, instead of trying to, continue with a degree of sincerity. It's like, it's almost like that is what gravitates people to art, is the artwork itself, and not like this numbers game focus group bullshit.
Yeah, actually, that goes into what Mediocrity also said in the live chat. Back in my day, bad movies would have fun with their audience instead of antagonizing them. Yep.
Yeah, that's another thing. There's a lot of like entitlement culture going on with movies.
Oh, 100%.
Like that's a huge element of it, is that they look at you and they look down on you, whereas films used to be made by people that like hadn't understand, like they understood that they were human too, and what they were making was supposed to be fun and lighthearted, and they weren't trying. They were just looking at you and like, hey, you want to have a good time? Come along. As opposed to, you're going to have fun and you're going to like it because we're so
we don't
deep.
have
Yeah.
We don't have like, say, the first thing that comes to my mind is like Airplane, the spoof movies like that.
Yeah, the freaking Naked Gun coming back so hard was such a refreshing feel, and we need so much more of that. That's why I'm so like, come on, Spaceballs 2. Come on. This is the easiest fucking layup considering the current landscape of science fiction right now. You could slam fucking dunk this, and I'm so scared they won't.
Please do it.
Oh, all right. Almost done.
Anyway.
5 minutes left.
Some of my favorite films ever, period, have released with...
Oh, son.
Her
2049. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Damn, that...
The rest seem fine, I think.
I know none of these films, but also, like, dude, just because you can find a couple of really good films in the swath of garbage doesn't mean that 20, 30, 50 years ago, the swath of garbage wasn't smaller back then.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm going to say also, 2049 is very contentious as to whether or not it's quality. Like, from what I hear about it, in terms of like, oh, they made Deckard a replicant, and it's like, oh, so they didn't understand the point of the whole film. Okay.
No, I think they did the opposite. They made Deckard a human, but like in the extended edition of Blade Runner, he was a replicant. Or maybe I'm getting that wrong.
No. They never wanted to confirm whether or not Deckard was a replicant. That was like, it was always left up interpretation of whether or not he was. And the true heart of the story is, if he's the whole point of the comparison is that Roy Batty is a replicant who has lived more as a human than Deckard has, who is a human who feels like he's more a machine than man. It's like, that's the whole like crux of the thematics of the film. And it's like, oh, they've just made Deckard a replicant because something.
If it makes you feel
I thought it
better-
was the opposite. I thought they confirmed that he's human.
No, he's a replicant that had a kid, like with another replicant. That's like the big thing.
If it makes you feel better about 2049, the scene where Harrison Ford clocks Ryan Gosling, that was actually real. Harrison Ford literally socked Ryan Gosling in the face, and they kept that shot.
I don't want to, but I don't know. I don't want Ryan Gosling to get hurt. He didn't do anything wrong.
Well, maybe he did. I don't know.
No, so the thing that I have with 2049 is that it has some contention. It survives mostly on the memes of like the whole like, you're lonely, aren't you? And him and the God damn it.
Yeah.
That and also just like the quality of the cinematography, which despite the quality of the writing is hard to deny that like the cinematography.
I think a lot of people in film school get so lost that's where you see a lot on YouTube is people,
It's a lot of sauce.
Anthony's a little bit like that, where it's like, oh, but you're losing so much about, everyone focuses on the writing, but look at the acting and the performance and the cinematography, and it's like, yeah, those things are great, but they're all there to support the story and themes. And if the story and themes are shit, then that's all just fluff on top of it.
I know I'm not quoting Anthony when I say this, but how did it make you feel?
No, you are quoting him on that. That's a direct quote from him.
How did it make you
no,
feel?
I was quoting not AT chat, the other one. No, maybe it was AT.
So the answer
No,
to the
Hello
question
Greedo.
of
I was quoting Hello Greedo.
how did it make you feel? Horrible, actually. This is kind of shit.
I have a bit of a story for the first film that ever made me cry.
Okay.
It's a story called The Tooth Fairy, not the one that you guys are probably thinking of. That's a remake of this one. At least I think
Dwayne
so.
The Rock Johnson one?
I just literally said not that one.
Well, no,
because I think that it's a remake.
I'm asking because I'm trying to make sure that is the one that I am thinking of. I just wanted confirmation that's the wrong one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Confirmation that is the wrong one.
Yeah,
because this one was made in the
Dwayne The
90s.
Rock Johnson didn't make you cry. Yes.
No. So the whole point of this film is it's kind of like with Yu Yu Hakusho, like the main character dies and they don't really know what to do with her. So instead they make her into a tooth fairy so that they can figure out whether or not she should go into heaven or hell. And throughout the film, she makes friends with a bunch of these kids, and then she kind of learns the meaning of life and whatever. But because she kind of broke the rules, she wasn't meant to interact with these kids, she goes to hell, and she's the elevator to hell, technically. So she's being stuffed into this elevator and she's desperately trying to claw her way out because she wants to help her friend that she just made. And it was so sad. That was the first time that a movie had actually made me cry.
Robbie's asking Toothless, maybe?
Yes, Toothless.
Oh, God.
That's what it was called. But yeah, for something like that, the emotion is only there because they did their due diligence to make the relationship work, and the writing had to be strong enough to support that. So if the writing wasn't there and the relationship between the Tooth Fairy and the kid was not there, then that scene could not have worked as well as it did.
Right.
Yep. That's exactly it. You gotta have the writing to support it. It's just the simple fact of the matter.
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, and yet my own cognitive biases like negativity bias or recency effect or just my general disdain for the oversaturation of big budget franchise filmmaking has me thinking about things like Jurassic World Dominion or The Rise of Skywalker, and then I just sit there and I go, maybe we should just be done making movies now. Maybe it all should just be over. I really try to keep in mind that things aren't always changing for the worse. Sometimes they are simply changing. And yet, again, when I look at films like Rise of Skywalker or Jurassic World Dominion, it is so hard to not feel personally insulted. Like, these movies think that I am stupid, and they are laughing all the way to the bank with my money. It is so hard.
Hello?
Oh?
I know nothing. You cut it out.
My mic was not working. I feel bad now.
Oh dear.
So I was going to say, my comment was I was laughing all the way to the bank because
Not to just
Rise of
rip
Skywalker
them to shreds.
It was a moonwalk stab, and that shit had me howling.
Yeah, yo.
I mean, it's one of the few post Disney acquisition films that actually has a meme off of it that survived. They fly now? They fly
They
now.
fly
now.
God, the opening night for that movie was pathetic.
Oh, really?
Oh my god.
I
It
was.
At least my theater was. I think I still have like a picture of it. Like the line, there was a line, like it was so short. It was.
Ooh.
I want to say I posted it on Twitter like when I was going to go see it, but I have to because that was a long time.
Of course, there's the meme of somehow Palpatine returned.
Oh yeah, that too.
God, I love it so much.
To just lay
Somehow
into them
AIDS
in these
returned.
hour-long video essays that I could possibly make that would provide all this catharsis, not just for me, but probably for an audience of people that would be more than willing to watch that, you know? More than willing to support that. And it would make me feel really good making it, and it would make everyone feel good watching it, and it would feel good to see all those people watching it. But that's kind of my entire point here. The goal of criticism should not be to destroy films. Film criticism should not be negative. Not to say that you shouldn't have negative critiques of a film, but that film criticism should not be this negative force that seeks to destroy movies to the cheering of millions.
Okay, hold on.
Where is all this?
All right, I got
Holy
one.
shit.
I got I got 2 words for you, buddy. Sonic movie. I got 3 more words for you. No Man's Sky. Okay.
Sometimes
if it wasn't-
harsh criticism is punishing people for not making quality art, and that usually rejuvenates them in a way to make quality art. Like that's how this works.
Yeah,
It's-
and from
it's-
what you were talking about, forget this guy's name again. Meep Top. From what you were talking about, dude, just now, it's not like if you made those videos, it's not like you would be making shit up. You genuinely feel like these films are bad, and you genuinely feel that there's a lot more high-profile films nowadays that are just as bad, if not worse than those films back to back to back to back. You would be talking about a very real present problem, you know? And if you don't want to talk about those things, perfectly fine. But couching it in this whole, oh, we shouldn't make criticism this force to destroy instead of creating, you are minimizing the problem because we're not the ones destroying anything. They are.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You are the consumer. You have no power other than to say that, other than your voice and your wallet.
Yeah, they're not going to change shit.
Even then, it has come to the point where you cannot criticize something. You cannot know that something is going to be bad unless if you go and spend your money and watch it. But you don't have the power to destroy something. You just have the power of your opinion. And you are effectively saying, because negativity makes you feel not good, that you should stop being negative and you should just learn to enjoy garbage, which is not the way to go about anything. You are allowed to have your opinions. You are allowed to be negative. You are allowed to find catharsis in having other people agree with your opinions about a film that is negative. It's fine.
To put it,
especially
it's
again,
not.
if it's a real problem.
Remember, it's the way I put it is criticism can be deconstructive or reconstructive. It is not destructive. Like what really is when you're doing deconstructive criticism, it's an autopsy. That's what it is. You didn't kill the patient. You're just looking for the source of what killed them.
Yeah, essentially.
And then
Also,
how poorly received do you think the first Sonic Hedgehog movie, if they did not change the design? I think it would have bombed. I think it would have bombed
so hard.
Absolutely bombed.
Yeah, it's not even because I think that if everything else was the same, I don't even think that it's because the quality of the film would have actually improved. I think it is just because they got that much goodwill from changing I don't think realistically, even I think even if that wasn't the design that they went with, if the current design was what they started with, I think the movie still would have bombed. I think it is because they changed from that to that they got the extra goodwill that allowed them to be able to.
I feel like the movie would have actually done all right. I don't know if it would have bombed, but we wouldn't have gotten the super sequel. Like 2 and 3 would have not happened.
Wouldn't,
yeah,
they
We
wouldn't
have-
have gotten
we
as
have-
much attention.
We have
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves as Shadow because of the original redesign.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's a blessing.
Also, effectively, what this amounts to, and like I mentioned this before when we were talking about like the fan fiction and how people can't handle criticism and stuff like that. You're contributing to that toxic positive space where people are not allowed to grow and humble themselves in order to get better at their craft, because by saying that you are not allowed to have negative opinions of these films and to put them out there on YouTube and stuff like that, you are making it so that the creators can't see the negative criticisms of their films so that they can't be better later on. And like
Right.
to a certain extent, yeah, they can probably ignore them and all this kind of stuff, but like that's about the extent that we can do. The only thing that we can do is to put our opinions out there. And it's up to the directors, it's up to the producers, it's up to whoever is in charge to take our criticisms into account or to ignore them. We don't have the power to force them to do that, but if you don't have your criticism out there, they will never know what the problem with their films are, and they will never grow from those experiences.
To add to that, actually,
Go
Isa said over positivity can be as toxic as over negativity because,
Yep,
like,
110%.
Yes.
if it's just purely positivity, like you said, there is no conflict, there is no growth, there is just frankly stagnancy of a art form where you can't push forward.
James DeGennaro said, and now I'm imagining Ugly Shadow. I'm pretty sure there are.
Oh God. Yeah, there probably is.
People-
But,
we would have
like,
never made it
adding
that
on,
far.
But yeah, adding on to that really is that putting all this aside, because I'm sure, to give some leeway to this guy a little bit here, I understand he just said he's not saying that we shouldn't be making, always be making, all this like negative content and stuff. That shouldn't be the primary thing. But, and I doubt that it even is the primary thing for a lot of the same reasons that we have discussed so much up to this point. I think this is your roundabout way of saying that you want to make videos about other things, and you can do that without it being some meta commentary about how the culture of criticism on YouTube has become much more negative, and completely ignoring that all of this, we didn't create the culture of negativity. The culture of negativity is made in response to something real.
Oh God, God, there's so many corpses around. We gotta do autopsies to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, essentially,
Must be a
freaking
disease.
Chernobyl happened. What the fuck?
Someone said, Klebo said, reconstructive criticism is fine as long as you're not insulting the crew. Insult the executives all you want. Why? Like, legitimately, executives can make really good decisions in terms of telling they're the ones that are supposed to keep directors and writers in line. And like, hey, you promised me this. What I'm seeing here is not going to fly. Sometimes they make good decisions. And sometimes the crew can make incredibly stupid decisions. You want to know how stupid you can get? There's a lot of, like, I'm trying to think of off the top of my head. I think, it was Taika Waititi with Thor 4. He literally just let actors completely improvise lines, and it deflated like all the comedy and jokes and such. He just let them fly and fly and fly, and it completely deflated any stakes that movie had. It made everything sink because he made that decision and no one reined him in. The minute that the executives managed to, like, it's a very precarious balancing act when you're part of a team. This also doesn't account for the fact that a lot of directors and actors now are themselves executives for the films. So who do you blame them if they're both part of the crew and an executive? Executives
and producers.
and producers, executives are part of the crew. Everyone shares the blame in terms of it.
Yeah.
Whether or not you want to insult them, it depends on the severity of what they did in order to earn that insult.
And what if we even know about what they did aside from just what's on their title?
I meant like
guess.
the money people. I stand by this. I genuinely didn't think of it that way, huh? Yes, you got to be very careful. A film is a massively collaborative effort. If everyone shares in the success, everyone shares in the blame. That is how that works. And while you can probably itemize based on behind the scenes stuff, if you're going to insult one person, you should probably be insulting the people that didn't stop them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of layers that led to the final product.
Yep.
Basically.
We all love movies, right? Like that's why we're doing all this. That's why we are picking them apart and analyzing them and having all this online discourse about them. It's because we love them. Because we respect the art form and we want to see it get better and grow. And
just be careful with death threats, though. Don't be careful. Just don't do them. No death threats.
Just don't. Yeah. Well,
like there are
be careful with death.
There are jokes you can make, but you got to be very clear that they are jokes. Like, do not genuinely offer death threats towards anyone. And I would also caution away from jokes about death threats, please.
So
I feel like the only exception is if like it is to someone who knows you personally and that they know that you were joking. Like this is something that you do with each other all the time or something like that. And even then,
it needs to be something along the lines of, say, cuties. And even then, you have to really know who you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
I find cuties abhorrent because I think behind the scenes there's probably some really good shit.
Oh yeah.
No, I get it.
I believe that 100%.
Thrive. It's not just to feel better about ourselves, to feel intellectually superior. Like we do want movies to get better, right? We all want to reach that.
Is there a bar between here and the fucking point?
Yeah, it's that bar on the right.
Actually, throughout this entire video,
we keep walking into it.
Yeah, I think throughout this whole video, what doesn't help is that he doesn't really focus on many examples of creators that are just kind of like grifting, I guess, for lack of a better term, doing it out of like a sense of superiority to sort of like help.
He didn't really qualify creators who are negative by genuine, like being genuine about their negativity versus like the ones that are being like he didn't give good examples of those.
Yeah, like he talked about, your movie sucks and I hate everything, and he acknowledges that those guys are genuine, right? And he acknowledged that he is genuine, but like he hasn't really talked about anybody who isn't being genuine.
He mentioned people like Lily who are grifting. I don't even know if Lily's a
I
grifter. I think Lily's actually just crazy.
Yeah, Lily is just a horrible reviewer. If she was grifting, she would appeal to a crowd that wants her, but no one does.
Yeah, she's a woman with a twisted worldview. That's what she is.
Yeah.
Utopian bliss where movies are so good that we have no right to complain anymore. We do want good movies, right?
Wait. Even if the world was utopian and like you had a bunch of really good movies, you still have a right to complain. Like you can still because you're always pushing the bar higher if you get a lot of quality films.
More than that, you paid money to see the film or watch it or what have you with the service or even the ticket. Like you paid the money. You have a right to complain if the quality of the product does not meet your standards.
Yep.
Yes.
We don't just want to feel terrible and wallow in our own misery, passing time until our inevitable death. I guess I can really only speak for myself. And I love films. I love the process of filmmaking.
Glad to know that.
I am a film lover.
I couldn't tell.
I am a film lover, Dr. Hahn.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. I couldn't. This after 23 minutes, it wasn't completely obvious. But now
exactly.
Yeah, totally.
Like, come on, man.
But like, it's like I said before. If you want to make positive videos, then just fucking do it. I literally did so on a whim on my channel, and it is the most popular thing I have ever fucking made. Grow the fuck up and make that fucking video about her, Blade One, or the new Blade Runner. Do whatever the fuck you want.
But they don't make money, Kaiser. You gotta be
Yes, they
negative
do.
to make
I mean,
money.
sure, with that fucking attitude.
I love film criticism and analysis. I love all of it. And that is why I am doing this right now. That is why I am deconstructing it. I want to see it reconstructed and built upon. I want to see it continue to thrive and improve. I want it all to just get better. Like,
also, I want to point out, Mahler did an unbridled praise. Like, he did an unbridled praise of Infinity War. That has 3.2 million views.
Yeah.
People like praising good shit, and it does actually sell.
It's why I likened to the deep dives the Sherlockian and Holmesian idea of it.
Yeah.
I think it's funny too, because like there are a lot of people who feel the same way as this guy does, which kind of disproves the notion that you have people who specifically are tired of like negative content and want to find the positive content, which kind of goes against that a little bit, I feel.
I want to live in a golden age of films where future generations can look back on it and with the same amount of reverence that we do for the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. I want the divide between critic and audience to heal. I want people to be able to see that criticism can be validating.
What do you think of Robert Ebert? I literally
Robert Ebert.
I have a 3-minute compilation of Robert Ebert laying out all the films he hates. That's the word he uses. I hate this film.
Yes. Also, like he's saying, "Oh, I want criticism to be valid." Okay, maybe teach people. How about you? How about this? Okay, here's what we got to do. What we got to do is teach people basic fucking English, because apparently that is the core thing that is fucking everybody else up right now. People don't understand that criticism is a neutral concept. All right? And I guess people just don't want to think more than a single step ahead about any of the things that they themselves decide to watch. Overall, we need to teach people critical thinking skills at the same time as holding the corpos responsible for making better films that tickle that critical sense of critical thinking. So that way, that is how we bridge the gap, by having all parties be on a similar level of thought. That's how we do it. Because we're
also make sure that all the fucking all of them disclose how much money they're getting in advertisement to their websites from these big corporations that they're going to review the films of. Because that's a huge issue that is completely untouched on here, is that a lot of mainstream reviewers are in the pocket. I mean, Star Wars Outlaws got relatively okay reviews across the boards. That game is awful. That game is absolutely
that game is
terrible.
fucking broken.
Speaking of someone who's played the entire game through, I can confirm it is not a good game.
Oh my god,
you
dude.
poor soul.
No.
I'm so sorry.
How many crashes did you get?
Let me look. Actually, wait. I have it right here. I have it written down. I got.
Oh lord.
You wrote it.
You had to
13
write
crashes.
it. You holy
I wrote it down.
shit.
You insane bastard.
After 3 crashes, this is why I have post-it notes right next to me. Like, I write this shit down.
He wasn't kidding about the pins.
Oh god.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. No, 13 crashes, and I want it known.
Fuck.
I have an i9 and a 4090.
Jeez, 13 crashes and not one of them Bandicoot is a sad story indeed.
Correct.
That was a major point of Mahler's.
Also,
yeah, that's why I was bringing it up.
I just want to say, so it took us 24.5 minutes for this guy to tell us, oh, he's not saying film criticism should not be negative, even though that's what the title of his video says, he's saying film criticism should be valid. Why didn't you just call your video that?
What does valid mean, though?
You spend all this time kind of like dancing around the point. Like, you establish you're better than most in terms of like establishing what you're talking about, but like it took you all this time to get to the point, your big thesis moment, and you completely fall apart because you were relatively fine until now.
Again, I asked if there was a bar between here and the point because I've already ordered us a round of beers and some burgers. Does anyone want them?
Look, the point is that he wants to make some positive content every now and then instead of just the negative stuff. That's essentially what this is. This is a cry, guys. It's okay if I make some new content and instead of just making the new fucking content.
Like, if you want to be positive about something and you feel you should be positive, just make a positive video. You don't have to be beholden to your audience.
And you know what's also fine is going narrow on your topic. You can talk about the positive aspects of a bad film. Like, I bring that up. The Thing 2011, I bring up how while that film is a mess, it's actually not as bad as a lot of films these days, but it's a mess. But one of the things that's most interesting about it is that it gives the Thing a character arc, which is something I never thought about before until I really realized, it's learning along the entire length of that film. So by the time it gets to the original Thing film, it actually knows what it's doing.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting way to view that. And I think it gives some redeeming quality to it. Anyway.
Just like when Roger Ebert helped legitimize Martin Scorsese.
Never mind then.
Roger was the very first person, very early on in my life as a filmmaker, to call attention to my work. It was 1968, I think. And over the years, he's championed my movies. He wrote and spoke about them with great care and insight and criticism, and was always there, really, for me when I needed support in one kind or another. Like me, Roger cared about the history of cinema and its preservation. He cared about its place in our culture, in the culture of the world. He insisted that it be accorded the respect it deserved. A really, really disgusting spectacle of Rotten Tomatoes and Cinema Score. I think he would have been railing against it and throwing the money changers out of the temple.
And then when Roger Ebert said that video games can never be art, there had to be someone to go out there against him and say, no, playing Halo split screen till 3 a.m. was an extremely transformative experience for me. Yep. Video games are art, and I am taking them seriously. That is what
the guy with the ball.
Is
okay, I know.
all about.
Yeah, Nicky Jakey. Yeah, he's great.
Legitimizing art forms. It's about reaching out to the audience and reassuring them that, yes, this stuff is meaningful. It's a positive force that will hopefully help us reach
He's going into
heights and maybe
he's at the one HP voice.
Help us reach a state of content rather
than not the 1 HP voice. No.
Oh
He wants you to
first
feel
of all,
it.
content with what? Content with where we're at right now?
Yes.
Everything that we've discussed, like everything that we've talked about, the state of not just like the film industry, but like even like how it compares to the video game industry, all this stuff. Is that stuff we should be content with?
You should be content being lowered into an entire vat of slaughtered pig guts because at least it's warm. At least it's warm.
I want to say you're strawmanning, Raymond, but I have no idea what the fuck this guy is trying to say that we should
I don't know either.
You're being vague about what we should do, but you're not telling us anything.
He says being content and not being overly negative, I suppose, but at the same time, he hasn't really shown the evils truly of being a negative film reviewer overall. If you want to say don't be negative for negative's sake, like throw XYZ YouTuber here, he didn't do that. He didn't give an example.
I was gonna say he didn't. One thing I realized now, he didn't give an example of how this harmed the industry.
No.
Like he's only shown like the effect that it has on the audience.
Feelings, Raymond. It hurt
no.
people's feelings.
No,
Isn't
no.
that like harm enough?
No, he brought up Roger Ebert, and a vast majority of Roger Ebert's reviews are very negative.
Oh, don't worry,
Well,
we're gonna
not
get to
only
that
but
shortly
he
here.
also...
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah.
fuck.
Oh shit, we are.
Yep,
Oh.
yep. Trust me,
no.
I have something prepped in the wings here. But yeah, let's
Ooh.
finish.
Okay, cool.
In a constant state of contentiousness.
Oh, don't give me this bullshit. Fuck off.
Okay.
Go to your room.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right. That was a gag. I get it.
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
As
All
you
right.
were, sir.
Anyway, this is what I was gonna show you guys.
Uh huh.
Alright,
Oh boy.
let's see.
Oh, I remember this.
I
Wait,
don't.
I remember this.
How, why is it not?
Install browser extension.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Oh, so
Oh, what?
that's not just something for you? Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm seeing it too. Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, wait, now I can see the video.
Oh, here it is.
There we go.
I hated this movie. That's a statement I've made many times while leaving the screening room, and now here are some of the affronts to my taste, my intelligence, and my patience that inspired my revenge in some hate-filled
I
reviews.
hope this doesn't get caught.
Class, what is our motto here? Flashy, not trashy.
Beautician and the Beast. Okay, there is something charming about Fran Drescher, I suppose,
think I've
but
seen
it's
that
not
chick
her voice.
before.
She's a taste I might acquire if she ever made a silent movie. We're supposed to believe she can tame a savage dictator
God.
with her viper nails and day-glow stretch pants. Armageddon is such a raucous, ugly assault on the senses that no matter what you pay to get in, it's worth more to get out. It's nothing but an action trailer that lasts almost 2.5 hours. My doctors all managed to treat me without wearing a red clown nose, but maybe they haven't seen Patch Adams. Robin Williams plays a medical student who wants to heal both mind and body in this shameless tearjerker, and his method for getting a dying woman to eat is to entice her into a wading pool filled with spaghetti. Never mind how it must taste after both of them dance barefoot in it. Now, welcome to Spice World, and what can you really say about 5 Brit singers whose principal diversity is that they have different names? The plot is a day in the life of a pop group, a clear ripoff, of course, of A Hard Day's Night, but the Beatles had talent, and the Spice Girls could be duplicated by any 5 young women chosen at random while standing in line for Dunkin' Donuts. I'm told that 5,000 singing and dancing cockroaches were used while shooting Joe's apartment, and what upsets me is none of them were harmed during the making of the film. Beethoven 2 started...
Are you sure that the roaches weren't?
I think just keep going. It just I love this guy.
Yeah.
There's a couple of St.
Staring into
Bernards in love. These dogs are
Dang,
so
doesn't even like
smart, they check
Beethoven
out
either.
drive-in
Holy
movies for
shit.
free and even get their own popcorn. So how come they're not bright enough to take precautions so the lady canine doesn't get pregnant? Mercury Rising is set in Chicago, where an autistic child has deciphered a top-secret code and is in danger for his life. My theory is, if a 9-year-old can break your code, don't kill the kid, kill the programmers. Assassin's Creed raises some interesting questions, like, how does a guy hanging outside a cab that gets hit by a bus not get hurt? Or, how do you survive an explosion that blows you out of a 3rd-floor window just because you're holding a table in front of you? Or, if you've got a briefcase with a bomb in it, would you toss it away from yourself as soon as possible or wait until you found an alley with a handy dumpster? Volcano is a flimsy excuse for a disaster film with a volcano that's out of sight in the sewers under the city. The ads say the coast is toast, but they should say the volcano is Drano. There is one consolation about seeing these terrible movies. The moviegoers have to pay to get into the theater, but I get paid to sit there, and then I get to give them lousy reviews. I'm Roger Ebert, ABC 7 News.
Absolutely based.
Absolutely
fucking based. Yeah.
For as much as I disagree with him on like things like the video game stuff, this man, entertaining and fucking brutal. That comment about maybe I would like her if she were in a silent film. Ouch!
The Spice Girls comment. Holy shit!
I could hear the looping gif of the bunch of black teams going,
As Savinsky says,
falling over.
The newest form of critic. I'm slowly becoming a girl with lung disease and an 1800s book type of critic.
Yeah, dog.
But so this is the critic that he just held up, and it's like, dude, critics have been brutal forever.
Yeah.
What was it?
Nothing...
No, I was going to ask Twilight. All the way back in like Aristotle's time, like the critics of the individual like comedies of that age were very well known.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like some of the reasons why we know some of these things existed to this day were specifically because of the critics.
They were so annoyed. Was it Diogenes in particular? Was the big one?
Yeah.
The
I think so.
What just annoys me the most about this is Roger Ebert gets a pass because he was before the internet. People give him the pass because of that, but like he's no different than the other. In fact, I would say he's actually a weaker critic in many ways than a lot of the modern ones that we get who go into these huge deep dives and dig out every nook and cranny of a film and support their points with evidence. But this man does still have very good points, despite his lack of thoroughness, and he makes them funny, insightful, and incisively brutal.
Yeah, which is ironic because the guy was talking all video about, oh my God, and I'm sorry, I don't want to do the voice.
That's why I get it.
Okay, go ahead. I was trying to go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, like, I've disagreed with him on a lot of the reviews of films that I've watched. Like, he thought that A Secret Garden was mediocre.
I remember that. Like, it was baffling to me. That's such a good film.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, and I think to a certain degree that he didn't really pay attention to a lot of the films that he watched because he kind of got, well, he still is passionate about a lot of the films that he watched, or like watching films in general, you can still become very complacent. You can still kind of check out when you're watching something just because it is a part of your job. And I think that is a bit irresponsible of a critic, especially when you go into a film and you go like, oh, well, I've seen a film like this 1,000 times and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, who cares?
Yeah,
if you've seen the film, if you've seen a film like this 1,000 times, of course you're going to see a film with an adult protagonist 1,000 times. You're going to see a film with a child actor in it 1,000 times. Who cares? What is important is, does the film stand on its own? Not if you've watched a better version of it. Sure, like maybe you can compare it to that, but you're not going into those details. You're just saying, well, because I have seen a better version of this one isn't as good, and then that's it. It's like,
if anything, because you've seen this film 1,000 times, you have a better metric with which to compare these. Like, oh, it was 100%. Done better here. It was done worse here. And you can actually start building, at least to some level of objectivity, as best as you can as an individual, a measure of like what is quality and what isn't. Like, you can start to gauge that a little more thoroughly. It's always going to be tinged with subjectivity. You're never going to get perfect objectivity, but you can start to really needle away at it.
Yeah, exactly.
That, like, even Ebert understood this. And what I tried to comment on earlier was that, like, this guy was talking so badly about how people have recency bias. Dog, you have recency bias about Roger Ebert and how he is as a critic and how things, in comparison to how things are now. It's just that more people are able to share their opinions because free fucking country, motherfuckers. And, you know,
the internet.
And now we are responding to a directly very real problem that there is in filmmaking nowadays. And if you don't want to comment on any of that anymore, that's your fucking choice. But you cannot do this whole big ass meta commentary about film criticism on the internet when you're only looking ironically at one side of the fucking coin.
Like, it would be so much better if he's like, I don't want, like not only admitted that, but like did a little bit of self-reflection like he did. I do admire that. If he had kept it squarely on himself and then also then analyzing the landscape of criticism and being like, this is what I don't like about a lot of what I see, I can kind of see that, but he tries to paint it like it's our fucking problem somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
I'd be genuinely curious what his thoughts are on this video, since this video is like what, 1-2 years old now. I'd be very curious to know
2 or
what
so.
his thoughts are on, like, how he would reflect on his thoughts on this video.
Actually,
how much they've changed, if at all.
Kaiser, you have recency bias against Star Wars Rise of Skywalker. You attack it because it's the latest movie in the series. Only when the newer movies come along is when people look retrospectively.
Oh yeah, dude. It's just like what lolcows do about like, okay, I just need one more video for things to get better. They just needed to make one more Star Wars movie.
Is it
and
the
now
most
everything would
latest,
be
or
better,
was
yeah.
was Solo before or after Rise of Skywalker?
Solo is before.
Okay.
Solo came right after
TLJ
The
and
Last
had
Jedi.
like the huge drop.
That was the biggest flaw. But
and
yeah,
I was gonna say,
one-
you know what, you're
go
right.
ahead.
We'll look at, we'll reevaluate once the next movie comes out. When is that again?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They haven't made one since 2019 because the reception has been so
wait.
fucking bad.
No, they are making another. They're making a
they're
Mandalorian movie.
making-
Remember?
Yeah,
And they're
I
making
know.
a Rey movie.
Well, that one's in limbo pretty hard right now.
Yeah.
Mandalorian is the only one that's like confirmed, I think, because that's already
Okay,
shot and edited.
But I'm trying to look.
Also, I'll be right back.
Okay.
What I made
Kaiser,
after
you're
we
roboting.
just talked about.
Your semblance is going off.
Oh, okay.
Just say
okay.
everything
But when
you
I'm
just said,
roboting,
you
I
must-
can't exactly hear.
No, it's problem.
I'm sorry. Freaking I was saying. Yeah, which is why I'm looking at this guy's content after he made this video to see if he did any of what he was preaching really. So after this video that was made 3 years ago, he made Is Cloverfield Worth Remembering, which that's a bit of a neutral title, kind of retrospective. Then there's The Fatal Flaw of Glass Onion, pretty negative. Okay. He has Was HBO's The Last of Us Really Necessary? Tagline is Did we need this in the thumbnail? Possibly negative, possibly. Then there's Beau is Afraid. There's Arster's Best and Worst Film. So a mix of positive and negative. Video game movies are still cursed, which not sure exactly what the vibe is there. So we'll just stick with neutral for now. The Idol is impossible to criticize. Oh, is that the freaking show that The Weeknd made?
I do not know, but the point of it is like this guy hasn't really changed what he produces that much.
Yeah, not really. Like I'm trying to see. He even made a video called "Stranger Things is kind of sick." Oh wait, Stranger Things is kind of sick actually. Okay, cool.
Nani?
I'll never see Caroline the same way again. Okay, so both of these seem positive. But
Kaiser got
then
some
he
art.
right after. Oh, awesome. But after that, he made "Talk to Me" is fatally flawed. Then Scott Pilgrim versus Unreasonable Expectations.
The Lord of the Rings does not really mean anything.
Oh,
what?
How dare you?
Okay.
That's way after.
Once I go back to watch all of them,
He has a video. He has a video that says that's titled "The Lord of the Rings doesn't," in quotes, really mean end quotes anything, and then in the
Is it gonna be about the allegory thing?
No,
It says this is
ladies,
not an allegory,
gentlemen,
so-
ladies,
Oh my
gentlemen.
God,
I'm gonna
I
go
love
on a
this.
crusade now. I have Unreal: The Flame of the West in my hand. I'm gonna go kill someone.
You know what? Go with God.
That
my
was a
friend.
joke.
Thank you.
Anyway,
Just do it.
we gotta wrap up here. I have someone that's
Yeah.
going to sleep in the next room over, so I need to kind of wind us down.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Point is,
Dude,
this
does anyone have
video,
anything they want to announce?
Well, I guess me first. I'm announcing that I'm going to be streaming Dispatch this weekend. Most definitely this time. So it'll be happening this Sunday at I want to say 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So anyone who is amped up for that and want to see me make bad decisions, definitely check me out from there. But I'm going to try to test some things on Saturday to see if that will work.
Sounds
so
good. Sounds
definitely come around for that.
Yep.
If all goes well, I'll have 2 books next year, but don't quote me on that because it's been pretty slow going. But overall, 2 books next year, if all goes well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I would plug something, but like I've spent so much time on this that I don't know if I'm gonna get distracted with like another project, and I don't want false promises. Just know I'm working on something and that it will be out at a time.
Lol.
I'm gonna be going back to Kingdom Hearts 358 days this week. Besides that, that's it.
I'm going to probably be sending my laptop out for repairs. And then I think once I get it back, I'm going to start streaming again. And I'm probably going to start working on my Digimon video because I think it's time. I need to like buckle down and get that done.
It's time.
It's time.
The time.
Yeah, it's time.
The stars have aligned.
The last Fixing Ruby Volume 7 concludes this Friday. I think we'll be able to make it and get it all out. There's still a few outstanding pieces, but I see a lot of pings in the Sketchy Discord server. So I'm hoping that we get basically everything done tonight and tomorrow. Might be a little bit of crunch time. But yeah, look forward to that, everyone. After that, Bad Fanfiction Night, though sans Twilight this Friday. I will have to carry this on my back.
I'm sorry.
She's getting dragged away. It's against her will. Don't worry.
Yeah, no. My mom asked me to go to trivia night because she thinks that I'm that intelligent, and I'm like, I have no idea what the topics are going to be on. I don't know how much help I'm going to be to you.
Well,
my knowledge is very niche.
Well, 2 things. 1, more than willing to read, but the second most important thing, everybody get ready. By the end of the month, we will be episode 100 of the Team
Yes, we're
podcast.
building up to that. Oh God, I gotta set up the poll. Everyone, please go to the the Reddit, the subreddit, the Team Jacked subreddit, which I believe is being managed by Sketchy Sam in the chat.
Yes,
I believe so.
I will make a post there asking you guys to put in your favorite memes, moments, and like guests that you like that appeared. Well, I'll make a list of the guests separately, but like I will make a whole post for you guys to post your memes and moments and fan art that came from these streams, so that we can then assemble a questionnaire for you guys to finally vote on which one was the best this past year. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Bye.